I sincerely want to thank all of you for your honest feedback and support. First, regarding the different art style in I used Apocalypse Trash to become the richest man alive. The image generation tool I normally use ran into technical issues, so I had to switch to another method that unfortunately doesn't produce results of the same quality. I hope you can understand, especially since I've already created a large number of images for this series. As for RV and Train, I'll be uploading them on this channel as well as another channel. You can find the link to the other channel in the pinned comment below. I'm sure most of you already know the reason, so I don't want to dwell on it. I simply want to make an honest living creating content, but it feels like things are becoming more and more difficult. That said, I promise I'll do my best to keep the art style for RV and Train consistent. For now, I hope you enjoy the video, and thank you again for being here and supporting me. Those 10 agate stones can also be used for trading. Not bad. That missile strike definitely wasn't a loss. Even though I have no idea what an ancient boss actually is, I hope every boss I run into from now on is an ancient one. Of course, the level shouldn't be too high. If it's too high, I won't be able to beat it. Level 6 feels just right. At this moment, the Hongxing train was slowly hovering over the peak of the collapsed mountain. Looking down from above, there was a massive crater in the snowy peak. That zombie king from earlier had jumped right out of that hole. Both the resource and enemy detection radars showed no anomalies inside the mountain. No ores and no monsters. I narrowed my eyes slightly and steered the train down through the fissure at the peak. The inside of the mountain had been almost entirely hollowed out. The inner ceiling revealed countless massive steel frames. Each steel frame was incredibly rough, giving off a heavy, oppressive vibe. That zombie king had previously been pinned to the top of the mountain by these steel frames. When the mountain collapsed, its arm was exposed. Numerous incandescent lights were installed on the walls below, casting a brilliant glow across the space. Not a monster? I thought to myself, continuing to lower the train's altitude. Whether it was the incandescent lights or the steel frames, none of it looked like the work of monsters. I glanced at the control panel. The integrity of all components was at 100%. Plus, the train had the absolute defense special skill, so I wasn't too worried and kept descending. Right after, a buzzing sound echoed out. Dozens of drones flew out of the train, quickly diving into the deep pit inside the mountain to scout. A few days ago, after I leveled that valley with a missile, I scored quite a bit of good loot. Among them was a blue-tier vehicle component blueprint, the Beehive launcher used for crafting and docking drones. I had installed it on the exterior of guard car number 7. Each drone had reconnaissance capabilities and was equipped with a small energy machine gun. They didn't consume regular ammo, but rather energy stones. A level 1 energy stone could keep a drone flying continuously for hundreds of hours. If they needed to fire, it depended on the ammo level. With level 3 ammo, they could fire continuously for 10 minutes. I had upgraded this component to level 10, so naturally, each drone was also level 10. Theoretically, they could fire level 10 ammo. It's just that the capacity of a level 1 energy stone was too small, only enough to support level 3 ammo at most. To fire level 10 ammo, they'd need a level 5 energy stone or higher. However, attack power wasn't the main purpose of the drones. Reconnaissance was their primary mission. They were fine for clearing out small fry, but against a level 10 boss, it wouldn't even be their turn to fight. Very quickly, a massive amount of footage was transmitted back to the train's AI assistant, which then stitched and assembled it into a complete picture. At the bottom of the pit was a giant plaza. The plaza was densely surrounded by mechanical arms and scaffolds. There were no monsters or robots in sight. A few minutes later, the Hongxing slowly landed on the plaza. The ground was covered in bizarre patterns, surrounded by countless towering scaffolds equipped with numerous mechanical arms. The whole place looked exactly like a missile launch base, except there was no missile to be seen. TCH. I was a bit shaken as I observed my surroundings. At the edge of the plaza stood a massive 5-story scaffold, piled high with all sorts of heavy firearms, rockets, heavy machine guns, exoskeletons, chainsaws, and oversized greatswords. There were also tons of ammo crates. That heavy machine gun even had a larger caliber than my Doomsday autocannon. Just one volley from that would terrify both men and ghosts alike. I looked up through the skylight and saw the massive hole at the top of the cave, along with the countless incandescent lights lining the inner walls. Only then did I fully understand why this boss was called the Mechanical Zombie King, and what this place was used for. Normally, when the time was right, the zombie pinned up above would drop down into the plaza. Then, the scaffolds and mechanical arms would install all these weapon components onto its body, turning it into a massive killing machine. Similar to the Generation 3 Hongxing mechs I had seen in the Mechanical City, just much larger and with absurdly enhanced firepower. Can these things be taken away? I stared at that pile of heavy weapon components with greedy eyes. These things weren't designed for human use. They were bigger than a person, meant from the start to be mounted on that zombie. There were a lot of them, but compared to the zombie's size, they were a perfect fit. They could absolutely all be installed on its body. Mounting them on the train wouldn't be bad either. Even though they weren't train components and the ammo couldn't be replenished once used up, they were free. The more free stuff, the better. I'll take as much as there is. Xiao AI. Have Biaozi lead a team down to check the situation. The door of guard car number 7 opened. Biaozi, looking thrilled, tightened the belt of his special ops suit, shouldered his rifle, and jumped off the train with his squad. They began meticulously inspecting every suspicious spot in the plaza. It was time for him to earn some merit again. Well, let's just consider it that way. Even though finding something couldn't really be called earning merit, since it was his duty anyway, it could at least count as a minor contribution. As excited as he was, the moment he actually started the mission, Biaozi immediately reverted to his usual cautious state. He stood at the edge of the plaza, his face tense, his eyes constantly scanning every suspicious detail around him. There were many tall scaffolds around the plaza, looking like the stabilizing towers used before a missile launch. There were also quite a few low racks, just over a meter tall, with all sorts of tools placed on top. No dust? Biaozi frowned slightly. He picked up a wrench to examine it, then lightly ran his finger across the surface of the rack. This place had clearly been here for a long time, yet there wasn't a speck of dust. Could the ventilation system still be running? Is it really that effective? The rack in front of him mostly held tools, while the one next to it displayed various types of armor and weapons. Biaozi suddenly froze, a flash of joy in his eyes. One look at these armors and weapons, and it was obvious they weren't for the train. They were smaller, clearly meant for mechs. Could there be mechs here? If there really was a mech that didn't require overly high physical stats, maybe he could get his hands on the first mech of his life. At that thought, Biaozi's spirits soared even higher. He glanced at the squad members behind him. Without a word, the order was transmitted through the collective consciousness to Xiao AI. And from there, it was sent directly to everyone via their iris chips. In the blink of an eye, the order was silently relayed. Immediately after, all the squad members nodded in unison and scattered in all directions, beginning their individual searches. Captain, Xiao AI stood in the control room, her cold electronic voice ringing out. It can currently be confirmed that the patterns carved into the plaza are not a maze. They do not match the basic elements of one, nor are they writing. As for whether it's some mystical art or another type of script, my database has no relevant information. However, it looks very much like some sort of sacrificial altar. A sacrifice? On the control screen, a 2D map of the plaza's patterns quickly appeared, while Xiao AI's voice continued. Assuming a bucket of blood is poured from this position, the blood would follow the carved grooves and cover the entire pattern, like this. On the simulated map, the indentation on the far left gradually turned red, and then the entire pattern was sequentially dyed red. That was a simulation of the blood flow after being poured. I didn't say anything else, just narrowed my eyes slightly at the patterns outside the window. Then I steered the Hongxing up and landed it on an empty patch of ground on the outskirts of the plaza. If this place was really used for sacrifices, standing in the middle of the plaza would be a stupid move. Better avoid getting offered up as a live sacrifice later. This place involves sacrifices, zombies, and mechanical firepower. What a chaotic mess. 30 minutes later, Xiao AI's voice rang out again. Captain, Biaozi and the squad have completed their sweep. The detailed information is displayed on the screen. Additionally, a chip was discovered, placed inside a transparent box. There were words engraved on the box. I looked down at the transparent box in my hand. The chip inside was only the size of a pinky finger, looking a lot like an old-school phone memory card from my previous world. Written on the box was, Mechanical Zombie King Creation Project. Can I download the data from this chip? I turned to look at Xiao AI. Of course. Xiao AI took the box, carefully plugged the chip into the Train AI's interface port, and her mechanical voice sounded. The prerequisite is that this chip isn't encrypted beyond the permitted level. A minute later, Xiao AI's voice echoed in the carriage again. Even though it was still a cold electronic tone, a hint of joy and admiration could be heard. Congratulations, Captain. This is a ruin similar to the Mechanical City, but it's not an encounter map. This chip contains detailed records of the creation process for the killing weapon known as the Mechanical Zombie King. And everything of value here is hidden beneath the plaza. Opening the plaza requires a massive amount of flesh and blood, not just blood. The password is the pattern, and the key is the massive amount of zombie flesh and blood currently stored in your freezer. Huh. I raised an eyebrow slightly, a flash of surprise in my eyes. You mean, the zombie flesh I just collected happens to be the perfect key? Xiao AI continued. According to the records in the chip, the entire process of creating the Mechanical Zombie King is, first, control a level 6 zombie that is preparing to evolve to level 7. Then, following the natural evolution process, when nourished with enough flesh and blood, its resilience during evolution will increase to an extreme level. The flesh and blood brought back by the zombie tide isn't just evolutionary nourishment, but also serves to activate the mechanism. After that, during the period when the zombie's body reaches its peak resilience, firearms like rockets and chainsaws will be permanently grafted onto its body, thereby generating power far beyond the norm. The giant funnel on the side is the receptacle for the blood. The blood in the funnel will flow down into the indentation on the plaza that I just pointed out. When the blood completely covers all the patterns on the plaza, that is the exact moment this Mechanical Zombie King reaches its perfect state. I narrowed my eyes slightly, saying nothing more. This truly was an unexpected stroke of luck. Who would have thought such a ruin was hidden in this world of ice and snow? It seems every region has its own unique ruin. For example, the Tower of Babel and the Earth Spirit ruin in the Chaha Plains, or the underwater maze. And the exclusive encounter map for the flesh train at Guluin Mountain was the Arsenal. And now, it's the Mechanical Zombie King in this world of ice and snow. Places like this, as long as you can get in and make it out in one piece, basically always offer some kind of fortune. The only difference is how big it is. In other words, in other regions, there might be quite a few lucky bastards who stumbled upon similar opportunities and are developing at breakneck speed. Even Teeling Huayuan, the white zone for beginners, had a special place like the Doomsday Abyss. Looking at it this way, the most important upgrade for the train, aside from speed, defense, offense, and living conditions, is probably its adaptability to different environments. Only by doing that can we explore more encounter maps. Trains like the Tsanglong, which can travel on land, underwater, and in the air, obviously have a natural advantage when exploring these kinds of maps. As for my Hongxing, it still doesn't have diving capabilities. Even though I got propellers last time in the Guluin Mountain region, wheels that allow the train to move underwater. I'm still missing some special components, like waterproofing, for the train to actually dive deep. I didn't stick around for long. I immediately steered the Hongxing to hover, stopping right above the giant funnel on the side. The door to car number 3 quickly opened. Biaozi and a few others carried a freezer to the door, then tilted it at a specific angle. The very next moment, a rumbling sound echoed out. Like floodgates opening, a massive amount of blood formed an arc in midair. It poured heavily into the funnel, followed by chunks of zombie flesh falling heavily one after another, making loud thuds. Zhang Damei stood to the side, occasionally using her curved blade to poke inside the freezer to unclog the discharge port. Even though it was packed full of zombie flesh, the weight of the freezer hadn't changed at all. It wasn't until over 10 minutes later that all the zombie flesh inside was completely emptied out. All this flesh and blood was the loot gathered after slaughtering the zombie tide. As for the flesh of that level 6 zombie king, I couldn't bear to use it. After all, its level was higher, so its blood was a bit more premium. I didn't know if premium blood had any special effects, but what if I needed it later? Just like the flesh from this zombie tide. Didn't it end up being useful after all? This made me even more steadfast in one principle. As long as I'm not short on storage space, I have to take absolutely everything I see. I might never use it, but when I need it and don't have it, that's absolutely unacceptable. By now, the funnel was completely filled with zombie flesh. The blood overflowed from the funnel into the indentation on the plaza, gradually spreading across the patterns. When all the patterns on the plaza were completely covered in blood, a sudden buzzing sound rang out. The rapid sound of spinning gears echoed throughout the space. All the incandescent lights on the cave walls overhead simultaneously turned red, flashing continuously. The plaza slid open from the center, forming a gap, then split into 18 segments, slowly rotating inward clockwise. Very quickly, the original plaza turned into a bottomless black pit. Beneath the pit was a massive laboratory, packed with all sorts of equipment. Countless robotic arms began swinging rapidly, picking up weapons from the surrounding racks and thrusting them into the empty air, as if executing a pre-programmed routine. All those firearms fell one by one into the laboratory below with rapid clattering sounds. Let's go down and take a look. I steered the Hongxing down into the laboratory beneath the plaza. Inside, countless indicator lights on the equipment were flashing in red and green. I didn't understand any of that stuff, but there was one thing I recognized immediately. On the table, there was a blueprint. This thing, I understood perfectly. Not long after, the blueprint was brought over by Biaozi and the others and handed to me. Excellent. I looked at the blueprint in my hand, unable to hold back a loud laugh. It was a new mech blueprint, a gold-tier mech named Bloodleech. Its tier was significantly higher than Zhang Damiai's executioner mech, and its design focus was completely different. This mech had almost no melee weapons. It was entirely equipped with long-range firearms. Besides that, there was something even more valuable, the chip currently plugged into the train's AI assistant. In the control room, Xiao AI's cold electronic voice rang out. Captain, this chip contains a massive amount of data and information related to mech manufacturing and modification. There are also many tools and materials here. Once we collect them, we can use them later to modify and upgrade the mechs on the train, including equipment used to test armor data and evaluate tiers, like level 4 or level 3 defense. There's a mech spatial compression device that can shrink a mech down to the size of a suitcase. The wiring for these devices can all be connected to the generator. There must be an energy stone here, and a high-level one at that. Otherwise, it couldn't have kept this lab running and waiting for so long. This chip is what they just found right here in the lab. I could barely hide the smile on my eyes. I immediately waved my hand decisively. Pack it all up and take it. Don't leave a single brick or thread behind. Theoretically, mechs aren't allowed to be upgraded. For example, the armor and giant halberd of the executioner, crafted from a green-tier mech blueprint, are all level 4 and cannot be upgraded. As the train gets stronger, mechs of this tier will sooner or later become obsolete. But with this batch of supplies, things are different. I can use level 5 materials to replace the level 4 armor on the executioner mech, carrying out modifications and upgrades. The lab contained a ton of materials and equipment. The materials were easy to handle. Basically, I just had Zhang Damiai carry them. They were heavy anyway, so using a mech made the most sense. As for the equipment, it had to be dismantled carefully, but with the AI commanding remotely via the iris chips, there were no major mistakes. After clearing out the entire lab, I had them pack up all the tall scaffolds and firearms in the plaza, then stuffed it all into the spatial portal attached to car number 2. In addition, we found a level 10 generator and a level 5 energy stone, which were also packed up and taken without leaving a thing behind. An hour later, I steered the Hongxing out of the mountain. The train, loaded with loot, happily departed, leaving behind a mysterious base that had been picked clean. Anything that could be taken was gone. I even wanted to dismantle and take the plaza and the gears inside the mountain, but during the rough dismantling process, I don't know if it triggered some mechanism, but the entire mountain started collapsing violently, forcing me to drop the idea and leave immediately. A level 5 energy stone. In the control room, I looked at the pigeon egg-sized energy stone in my hand, my eyes full of amusement. This is the first level 5 energy stone I've ever gotten. My crafting table can also make level 5 energy stones, I just haven't done it before. First, I haven't needed to use one yet. Second, the cost is way too high. My locomotive and generator both currently use level 3 energy stones, which is more than enough. A level 3 energy stone requires 50,000 units of iron ore, which is already not cheap. But crafting a level 5 energy stone would cost 5 million units of iron ore. I simply don't have that much ore. Because this level 5 energy stone had been waiting for so long, it only had 19% capacity left, but that was still enough. It was equivalent to picking up nearly 1 million units of iron ore. By now, all the supplies from the mysterious base had been cleared out and placed in the spatial portal in car number 2. Xiao AI. I tilted my head to look at Xiao AI and tossed her a brand new level 3 energy stone. This spatial portal is now named the Mech R&D Center. From now on, you're in charge of managing it. We can't build giant mechs like the ones we saw in the mechanical city just yet, so this level 3 energy stone should be enough. You've absorbed the data from the 2 chips we got this time. Try to produce some results. No problem, right? No problem. Then next, we head back and rest. I smiled, playing with the level 5 energy stone in my hand for a moment before tossing it into a drawer. Using this stone for regular power supply would be a huge waste. Right now, the train's components don't need this level of energy. Keeping it as a strategic resource to use for energy cannons later makes more sense. As dusk fell, the Hanxing returned to the Chaha Plains. I casually found a flat piece of land and rested on the spot, in no rush to look for iron ore. Having just worked for 48 hours straight without sleep, even Iron Man would need a day off. Continuing tomorrow isn't too late. There's no need to rush. Besides, there are still a lot of things to prepare first, like the gold-tier Bloodleech mech blueprint currently in my hands. The mech is 3 meters tall, boasts level 6 armor, and has all the basic parts of a standard mech, but absolutely no melee weapons. On its back is a twin-barrel cannon serving as the main gun. On each shoulder is a square rocket pod containing 9 rockets. Mounted on both arms are rotary cannons. The soles of its feet, its back, and its arms are all equipped with jet thrusters. It's purely designed for firepower suppression. The only option when an enemy gets up close is to shove the rotary cannon right into their mouth. All the firearms max out at level 6, using energy stones as ammo, with selectable output from level 1 to level 6. If using level 1 ammo, a level 3 energy stone can sustain full power combat for 600 minutes. If using level 6 ammo, a level 3 energy stone can sustain full firepower for 30 seconds. Calculating it, it's still very economical. A level 3 energy stone only costs 50,000 units of iron ore. On the scale of the train, that number is negligible. The biggest energy drain is the twin-barrel cannon on its back. If it's not used, combat time can be extended to 60 seconds. Crafting it requires 28,000 crimson core rocks. Without a moment's hesitation, I immediately crafted the Bloodleech mech. The comprehensive physical stats required to pilot it are extremely low, only needing 109.5. Basically, almost everyone on the train meets this requirement. Even the train residents are no exception. After all, they do manual labor every day and eat bread that boosts physical stats, so their comprehensive stats have long surpassed those of a normal adult male. But the mental power requirement is quite high. The pilot's comprehensive physical stats must be above 105 and mental power above 140. Only when it exceeds 14.5 can its full power be unleashed. Xiao AI. In the resident data panel of the Iris chip, there's no option for mental power, right? Add a digitized mental power option and filter out anyone with a mental power higher than 14.0. This mech's consumption rate is much higher than the executioner's, but that's completely normal. One is level 4, the other is level 6, plus there's the difference between melee and long range. Naturally, the energy consumption can't be the same. In the event that there isn't a single scrap of copper or left inside the train, the Bloodleech mech can still serve as the final fire support for the train. After all, energy stones are crafted using iron ore. As for areas the train can't enter, a mech squad can also expand our attack range. Like tentacles extending from the train, under the data support of the Iris chip AI, they can deal fatal blows to the enemy. It's just that, up until now, I've only seen a single Crimson Core rock mine. To create a small-scale mech squad, I still need enough Crimson Core rock, and at the same time, the guard squad needs sufficient physical stats. Alright, shall I? Take that Resident Evil map chip, plug it into the virtual combat training space, and notify everyone about it. Understood. Let's go with that, then. I smiled and left the control room. It sounds baffling that a logistics staff member would own the second mech of the Hongxing, and a blood leech at that. But thinking it over, it makes sense. Because on the entire train, only Li Shurji's mental power exceeds 14.5. Huh. Biaozi stayed silent for a long time before letting out a soft sigh. I'm not sad, just feeling a bit inadequate. Zhang Damei and Li Shurji were both blessed with natural talent by the heavens, but I don't have that kind of gift. He's a logistics guy. Can he even pilot a mech? Right at that moment, Li Shurji, who had appeared beside him at some point, spoke up. Brother Biao. He looked at Biaozi seriously. Boss Mang gave me the right to use the Hongxing's second mech, the Blood Leech. It's an honor, but you two know I'm just a logistics guy. It'll be very hard for me to unleash this mech's full power. Didn't I just ask you for permission to use the virtual combat training space? I custom-made a map that can enhance mental power. Brother Biao, do you want to come with me and give it a try? Biaozi froze, a hint of embarrassment flashing in his eyes. Li Shurji, what I just... Let's go. Lao Zhu laughed, throwing an arm around Biaozi's shoulder. This guy talks nonsense all the time. Don't take it to heart. Show us this custom map of yours. Biaozi, Lao Zhu, and Li Shurji entered the virtual combat training space one after another, appearing in a plaza. In front of them was a white room, with a glowing screen floating in the center. Mental Power Enhancement Training Map. Creator, Li Shurji. It works like this. Li Shurji stood there and explained. The virtual combat training space has a mechanism. The comprehensive stats trained inside will have a corresponding feedback effect on the outside. And since mental power is something that can be trained, practicing here will help improve your mental power in real life. I designed a fairly simple stage. A rough estimate is that if you clear it 4 or 5 times, it can increase your mental power by about 0.8. That high? A flash of surprise appeared in Lao Zhu's eyes. Yeah, so let's start with the first stage. Mental power is manifested in many ways. Among them, sensitivity to color or color perception can enhance mental power to a certain extent. Right after, 4 green squares appeared on the glowing screen. 3 were dark green, and 1 was jade green. Next to it was a 30-second countdown timer. The rule is very simple. Just pick the square with the different color before time runs out. That's simple? Biaozi frowned slightly. With a mere thought, he immediately selected the jade green square. The first stage was quickly cleared, immediately transitioning to the second stage. The difficulty of the second stage increases a bit. As soon as Li Shurji finished speaking, 81 black squares appeared on the glowing screen, and the countdown timer was reduced to just 3 seconds. 3 seconds passed. Clearance failed. Biaozi, expressionless, tilted his head to look at Li Shurji. Those 81 black squares, are they really not exactly the same? Of course not. Li Shurji adjusted the image of the second stage and pointed at the square in the center. This one is clearly a bit lighter black. It's very easy to tell apart. It's like dropping a jujube into a glass of water. Let me try again. 30 minutes passed. Biaozi rubbed his bloodshot eyes and gave Li Shurji a thumbs up. Bro, you're amazing. He paused for a moment before continuing. But thanks to you, I've realized something. I'm not cut out for this line of work. Li Shurji looked a bit embarrassed and forced a smile. There are 9 stages in total. The difficulty only gradually stacks up later on. Brother Biao, you haven't even passed the second stage. If it's really effective, I can design many more maps to enhance mental power. Besides, I've looked through quite a few of the pre-existing maps in the virtual combat training space, and their limitations are a bit too high. I've also checked the history of user-created maps, and they have quite a few restrictions too. I used to be a game designer, so I figured I could help everyone design better maps, ones that enhance both comprehensive stats and mental power. That way, the mech squad Boss Mang is planning can be completed and take shape sooner. Biaozi and Lao Zhu looked at each other. In their eyes, the exact same thought was clear. This kid is a real talent. We have to tell Boss Mang about this. We definitely do. For the first time, Biaozi looked at Li Shiji with absolute admiration. Even though I can't use this map of yours, I have 2 kids in Squad 1 whose initial mental power isn't low. Like Shan Miaozi, for example. When the time comes, I'll send them over to you for training. Later on, they can handle long-range fire support, and I'll just charge the front lines. I'm still better suited to being a meathead. Seriously impressive. Up until this moment, he was finally completely convinced by Li Shiji. Losing to him was no injustice. Really? Then how about I raise a flag of rebellion, go against you, and drag you down with me? Haha. Biaozi forced a half-smile. Just telling a bad joke to lighten the mood. Li Shiji laughed awkwardly. Let's go. Lao Zhu shook his head with a smile and left the virtual combat training space. The last time I heard a bad joke like that was from Boss Mang. Under the setting sun, the Hongxing parked on the plains to rest. Quite a few train residents left their carriages, lying on the grass nearby to breathe in the fresh air and enjoy this rare moment of peace. Occasionally, a few monsters would appear, only to be easily slaughtered by Squad 2, led by Zhang Demiai. Seeing this, the train residents weren't scared at all. Instead, they gathered around, laughing and pointing as they evaluated the monsters in the distance. This monster is no good. Not even close to that nearly 100-meter-tall zombie from 3 days ago. Yeah, when I saw that 100-meter zombie back then, I was in total despair. I never expected the train to fire a single missile and kill it on the spot. I heard that was a level 7 monster. I heard Lao Zhu say that level 7 monsters are already insanely strong. That giant spider we ran into at Tiling Huayuan was only a level 3 monster. The monsters in this area are only level 6. Before encountering the Zombie King, Chun Mang had crafted quite a few display screens, installing them in the carriages and even in the freezers. By connecting them to the generator and the mechanical eyes, the train residents could also observe the situation outside. That nearly 100-meter-tall zombie had left an incredibly deep impression on everyone. Lao Zhu even stood up and gave a few talks, mostly about the changes after the apocalypse, the monster system, and the trains. And most importantly, the might of the Hongxing, Boss Mang's capabilities, as well as the tragic fate of other trains. This is so nice. The young man who always followed behind Uncle Li lay on the grass, watching the 20-plus kids trailing behind some women not far away. With his hands behind his head, feeling the gentle breeze blow by, he murmured with a dreamy look in his eyes. For a moment, I felt like I wasn't living in the apocalypse, but rather camping in a park. I don't know why. I never liked kids before, but looking at these children, I suddenly feel a lot more at peace. It's like seeing hope, feeling that the Hongxing can keep on surviving. Maybe it's also because the apocalypse has forced these kids to become incredibly mature. Especially the eyes of those little boys. They don't look like kids anymore. They're no different from adults who have been ground down by the apocalypse. Hey, Uncle Li, why aren't you saying anything? Uncle Li was also lying on the grass, his expression complicated. He stayed silent for a long time before saying hoarsely, "Stop giving a shit about those kids and worry about yourself." I saw it today. The space inside the spatial portal is huge, and there are plenty of grassy fields. It's clearly much better suited for farming and raising livestock than the breeding car. I'm really worried we might end up unemployed. The young man who was just enjoying himself immediately fell silent. Uncle Li, that possibility actually seems pretty high. So what do we do? How the hell should I know? I'm thinking. Wait, I'll think with you. You think you can come up with something? I can't, but my attitude has to be in the right place. Tell me, the captain is looking for a teacher for those kids. Could I go be a teacher? That's not something you can easily fake, right? I actually used to be a teacher. Didn't you graduate in civil engineering, study abroad for a few years, then switch careers to become an accountant? It's pretty hard to squeeze teacher into that resume of yours. I used to run an accounting training class. Does that even count as being a teacher? Imparting knowledge and resolving doubts. Why wouldn't that count as being a teacher? Yeah, then you should go give it a try, Uncle Li. I will. Uncle Li gritted his teeth and scrambled up from the ground, dusted off his butt, and immediately headed toward the train. I'm going to have a little chat with the captain. I feel like this is a position with long-term stability. He paused for a moment before continuing. Besides, once these kids grow up and become the pillars of the Hongxing, my status will rise too. It's all raising something anyway. Raising kids gives you way more status than raising pigs. A teacher? Lao Zhu glanced at Uncle Li and immediately shook his head. No way. If you go be a teacher, who's going to manage the breeding car? Just focus on raising your pigs in peace. Stop thinking about nonsense all the time. Uncle Li, why are you back already? Keep lying down. Uncle Li flopped back onto the ground, expressionless. Raising pigs is great too. Raising kids is just asking for stress. I got rejected. Shut your pig mouth, thank you. Brother Biao, let me try again. In the virtual combat training space, Shan Miaozi lowered his head, his voice tinged with shame. If I try a few more times, I can definitely clear it. Biaozi stayed silent. Just now, Shan Miaozi had cleared the second stage in only 13 minutes. Every time you restart, the stage changes. It's never exactly the same. This meant Shan Miaozi truly had talent. At least, he was better than him. Within 3 seconds, he couldn't even finish looking at all 81 squares, let alone finding the one square whose color was almost indistinguishable from the rest. He just patted Shan Miaozi lightly on the shoulder and said in a low voice, just stay here and train hard. After a while, as long as your mental power crosses 14.5, I'll go to Boss Mang and ask for a mech for you. With that, Biaozi's figure vanished from the spot, entering another virtual space. On the entire train, currently only Li Shiji's mental power exceeded 14.5. Li Shiji's mental power had reached 26.8, a level that was utterly absurd. The person in second place was the captain of Squad 3, whose mental power was 13.9. He was able to hold the position of Squad 3 captain for only 3 reasons. He was ruthless enough, his marksmanship was solid enough, and his comprehensive physical stats were strong enough. Individually, he wasn't the strongest on the train, but he wasn't weak in any of those 3 aspects. He was a well-rounded talent, a jack of all trades. Biaozi appeared in another space. Looking at the large words, Resident Evil, on the glowing screen in front of him, he took a deep breath and adjusted his body to its peak condition. This was what Boss Mang brought back. A normal clear increased comprehensive physical stats by 0.2 each time, up to a maximum of 3 times. An extreme clear drastically increased the difficulty, boosting comprehensive physical stats by 0.5 each time, up to a maximum of 3 times. But you could actually die in the simulation. His goal was very clear. Clear it on normal 3 times first, then clear it on extreme 3 times. The next moment, the words Resident Evil before his eyes suddenly exploded, turning into countless specks of light. The surrounding white virtual space also began to transform rapidly. When everything stabilized, he found himself in an elevator that was constantly going up. The lights in the elevator were dim, flickering constantly. The button for the 31st floor was still brightly lit. The elevator had reached the 7th floor. On the surface of the elevator, a line of bright red text slowly appeared. Resident Evil, normal mission. Objective, reach the 31st floor, then use the zip line on the roof to escape the building. Right at that moment, bang. It sounded like a heavy object had crashed down from high up in the elevator shaft. The elevator immediately stopped, stuck on the 7th floor. Before Biaozi could even react, the steel plate on the roof of the elevator was ripped open. A zombie, covered in blood with exposed muscles, crawled on the scaffolding above. It shoved its head into the elevator, roaring at him. The thick stench of blood and rotting flesh instantly filled the cramped space. A thick, viscous mixture of blood and drool dripped onto the floor. Biaozi's breathing almost stopped. It was too real, and with absolutely no warning, he was thrown straight into the plot the moment he entered, creating a massive psychological shock. He quickly scanned his surroundings, picked up a steel pipe in the elevator, and without a word, thrust it upward with all his might. But it didn't break its defense at all. This zombie was clearly a high-level one. It almost completely ignored his attack, continuing to frantically tear apart the elevator ceiling, trying to squeeze inside. Biaozi started to panic, kicking the elevator doors repeatedly, desperately trying to escape first. But it was too late. The zombie had already squeezed its way in. Opening its bloodthirsty, fong-filled mouth, it bit off Biaozi's upper half in one go. A crisp crunch echoed, like someone chewing on a crispy chocolate bar. Biaozi's upper body was bitten clean off at the waist. He couldn't be any more dead. Inside the cabin, Chen Meng watched the screen in pain as Biaozi was killed. I shakily lit a cigarette, brought it to my lips, and with red eyes and a hoarse voice, said, "Xiao AI, do you know? The first time I ever really looked closely at Biaozi was when he carefully reported to me that he had been chosen as the combat team captain. At that time, Captain Xiao AI stood nearby, her mechanical voice ringing out. This is a standard biohazard mission. He won't die for real." Biaozi wasn't dead. Chen Meng, whose emotions were surging, glared at Xiao AI in dissatisfaction. "You still don't seem very smart. Next time we're in a situation like this, I expect you to choose silence." Order received. I leaned back in my chair with renewed interest, propped my feet on the desk, and watched Biaozi's playthrough on the large screen in the cabin. Just now, Lao Zhu had come over to talk to me about Li Shiji, and I was quite intrigued. I didn't expect Li Shiji to be useful in such a way. I immediately promised him that if he did this well, there would be a huge reward. After that, I started intently observing the map designed by Li Shiji and the others in the virtual combat training space, just in time to see Biaozi enter the biohazard mission. Even though it was in third person, the sense of immersion was incredibly strong. This was way more thrilling than watching any apocalyptic movie. Just the opening scene of this standard biohazard mission was ridiculously difficult. I calculated silently. If you didn't escape the elevator within the first 20 seconds, it was a guaranteed death trap. The monster in the elevator shaft was basically impossible to deal with. It couldn't be killed at all. The only way was to break open the elevator doors in a very short time and escape immediately, and you couldn't bring any weapons with you either. You could only pick up items that existed within the map, like the steel pipe in the elevator. The overall difficulty was not low at all. If he could successfully run up to the 31st floor, the feeling of increasing his overall physical attributes by 20% still seemed a bit low. Finally, after dying 3 times in a row, on his 4th attempt, Biaozi smashed open the elevator doors right from the start. The elevator doors were stuck right between the 7th and 8th floors. He looked down at the 7th floor, then peeked up at the 8th. There were no zombies outside. Hesitating for a few seconds, he jumped up, climbing along the elevator doors to the 8th floor corridor. But right at that moment, accompanied by the rapid clanging and snapping of steel cables, the entire elevator suddenly plummeted at extreme speed. Before Biaozi could even crawl out, amidst a look of despair and agony, he was sliced in half at the waist by the elevator once again. Oh, I frowned slightly, leaning back in my chair. This scene looked a lot like Final Destination. Just one beat too slow, and you're dead. To run up to the rooftop, how many times would he have to die? The pain level was still inherited at 100%. Biaozi didn't immediately return to the map. Instead, he lay curled up on the floor of the white space, his whole body twitching, clearly in so much pain he could barely breathe. But very quickly, he gritted his teeth, stood up, and charged back in. This time, at top speed, he successfully scrambled out of the elevator shaft and reached the 8th floor. The moment Biaozi crawled out, the elevator behind him also began to plummet. But before he could even breathe a sigh of relief, dozens of zombies appeared on both sides of the elevator lobby, growling as they swarmed him. While I was waiting to see how he'd resolve this situation, Biaozi didn't hesitate at all. He turned around and jumped straight down the elevator shaft behind him. He smashed hard into the bottom of the pit, severely injured but not dead. Fortunately, the zombie in the elevator shaft was still there to send him off on his final journey. Continue. Here we go again. This time, Biaozi chose to go back to the 7th floor, crawling out safe and sound. He was very smart, deciding to take the emergency exit. But the moment he opened the fire door, dozens of zombies rushed out again. This time, he charged into the offices on the 7th floor to gather handy weapons. While searching, he noticed a suspended platform outside the window used for cleaning the building's exterior, currently unoccupied. His eyes lit up. Grabbing a fire axe he had just picked up, he jumped onto the platform. An incredibly bold plan seemed to be forming in his head. But the moment he stood firm, the platform's cable snapped. Again. This time, Biaozi ran straight to the 7th floor, grabbed the fire axe, stopped thinking about shortcuts, and charged directly into the emergency exit to start slaughtering. 1 against 28. A bloody battle. Score, 3-1. Again. Score, 5-1. 8-1. 11-1. He gradually got better, until a full hour had passed, and it was completely dark outside. His final score reached 28-0. Biaozi, covered in blood, staggered up the emergency exit to the 12th floor. Only then did he realize the emergency exit was blocked, forcing him to detour to another stairwell. The moment he opened the door and stepped onto the 12th floor, he saw over 100 zombies turn their heads in unison, growling as they lunged at him. Biaozi's body finally couldn't hold on any longer, and he collapsed to his knees. Before the zombie horde reached him, he raised the axe and hacked at himself, clearly wanting to lessen the pain. But instinctively, his hand went soft, and he failed to commit suicide. No matter, the zombies were there to deliver the final blow, just adding a bit more agony. The moment the screen went black, I saw a set of armor and a healing spray appear on the table. I looked with some admiration at Biaozi on the screen, who immediately charged back into the map without resting for even a second. From dying constantly at the beginning, he could now operate quite smoothly. This scene was truly satisfying to watch. This map was just too difficult. Even the standard mission was this hard. So would the extreme clear even be something a human could overcome? The extreme clear wasn't just harder. You only had one life. If you died in the map, you would suffer real brain death in the outside world. Captain Xiao AI, who had been watching with me from start to finish, spoke up. Biaozi's force application is becoming more precise. Every time, it's just right. No more, no less. At the same time, he instinctively protects his vital organs. When forced into close-quarters combat, he can quickly judge whether the trade-off in injuries is worth it. Biaozi's combat experience is improving very rapidly. If he can really clear it 3 times, it'll be a complete metamorphosis. Indeed, I nodded in agreement, withdrawing my gaze and looking over at the ship's 3D map. Swarm platform, the component used to activate drones, had been upgraded to level 10 by me, but its 2 corresponding transcendent effects were both empty. Additionally, the green tier component, ship-mounted zombie senses shielding device, had also been upgraded to level 10, costing me 45,000 units of iron ore. The effect after upgrading was making the ship immune to the senses of level 10 zombies. Compared to the effect it brought, the iron ore spent was definitely worth it. It was just that, in most situations, this component didn't play much of a role. After all, I wasn't afraid of zombie hordes. Being discovered didn't affect me at all. Unless we encountered level 8 or level 9 zombies in a situation where we couldn't fight. Only then would this component truly show its value. What was worth mentioning was that crafting this component required a special item, the handheld zombie senses shielding device. I currently had 2 of these special items left. I used one, leaving one. If I hadn't traded one away at the Teeling Wasteland, I would have had 3. The handheld version could only shield against the senses of level 1 zombies, making it almost useless, only helpful during the novice phase. Sometimes you could rely on it to save your life, but compared to the ship-mounted version, its range of application was far inferior. Currently, I still had 12 Murphy stones. The harvest these past few days had been substantial. I decided to spend a day consuming all these resources. Looking at the balance on the ship's control panel, I had 525,000 copper ore and 470,000 iron ore left. Call Daba and that black market merchant over here. Order received. Great prophet of humanity. Daba and the black market merchant stood neatly in the cabin, looking at me solemnly and saluting. I took a few red heart golden fruits from the plate next to me and handed them to the 2, smiling. I heard this is the favorite snack of your goblin race. Later, have Xiao AI take you 2 to the production car to get some more for your daily snacks. I always kept a plate of red heart golden fruits in my cabin. When it ran low, Xiao Fong would automatically refill it. Not because I needed the nutritional supplement, but simply because I found them delicious. As a snack, they were crunchy and easy to eat. The moment Daba and the black market merchant received the red heart golden fruits, their bodies stiffened simultaneously. Their eyes turned red, and with trembling hands, they brought the nuts to their mouths. The next moment, the 2 couldn't hold back anymore. Tears streamed down their faces, their voices trembling. This is the taste of home. It's been so long since I've seen a red heart golden fruit. I never thought I'd be able to taste this flavor again in my lifetime. I wasn't too surprised by their reaction. If I were to eat a unique dish from my previous world again, I'd probably feel just as overwhelmed. These two goblins appearing on this planet was no different from living in exile because goblins simply didn't exist in this world. But that wasn't the reason I called them here. I took out 10 goblin train tickets and handed them to Daba. These are goblin train tickets. No matter where you are, just crush one and you can return to the Hongxing Hao. Give them to him. Tell him to teleport randomly, then crush a ticket to come back. There's no specific mission. If he can gather some information, even better. For example, what he sees when he teleports to other areas, if there are any monsters. I paused for a moment, then crafted a mechanical eye and a level 2 energy stone. Using a mecha heart as the core, I assembled them into something resembling a black box and connected them, creating a head-mounted camera. Tie this onto him. The main mission is to bring information back. Do you understand? Understood. All right, you may leave. The price of a goblin train ticket was slightly more expensive than a human train ticket. A human train ticket cost 100 units of iron ore, while a goblin train ticket was 500 units. I didn't speak directly to the black market merchant. This goblin didn't look very bright. Back when Dan was on the ship, he had recited the exact same lines as when he first met me, not a single word off, as if he were pre-programmed. Letting Daba arrange it was fine. Among these goblins, Daba was the only one who looked the smartest. So when we first met, him saying he was the smartest of the goblin race really wasn't a boast. He was a good kid, never told a lie. You do this, then that, and finally like this. Did you hear me clearly? Daba stuffed the 10 goblin train tickets into the black market merchant's arms and secured the camera to his chest. Then he shoved a handful of red heart golden fruits into his pocket and instructed him. Currently, you can randomly teleport a maximum of 10 times a day, right? This time you go out, use up all 10 times. When you have no energy left to teleport, crush a goblin train ticket and come back. Remember? Remembered. The black market merchant's cheeks puffed out, his mouth full of red heart golden fruits. Reluctant to chew, he just held them in his mouth like a squirrel, stammering. I'm going now, King Daba. Go. I hope you return in triumph and bring glory to the goblin race. Daba solemnly placed both hands on the black market merchant's shoulders, his expression grave and reverent, like a king awarding a medal to a general before setting off on a campaign. The next moment, a flash of white light appeared. The black market merchant instantly vanished from the spot, nowhere to be seen. He really was a handy assistant for opening up the map. I looked at the control screen. At this moment, the black market merchant was no longer on the ship, and it was unclear where he was. I could only judge through the crew roster panel that he wasn't dead yet, but I didn't know if he was still in the Sheikh Plains area. Up until now, my knowledge of this world was basically limited to 4 areas: the Sheikh Plains, Guluin Mountain, the Ice and Snow Realm, and the Teeling Wasteland. As for other areas, I was almost completely in the dark. But with the black market merchant, I could learn a bit about what was happening in other regions. Even if I knew, I might not be able to go there myself, but at least it could help me understand this world more clearly. I also didn't know if the black market merchant could freely teleport to all areas or only randomly within a certain region. I'd know once we tried. Waiting until tomorrow morning, after the goblin merchant returned, I would definitely gather a lot of information through the camera attached to him. In any strategy game, the importance of opening up the map was immense. I looked at the mineral resources on the ship's control panel. Once I hoarded a bit more iron ore, I'd basically be ready to upgrade to a level 6 ship and enter the yellow zone. Initially, I had planned to leave the Sheikh Plains and take a trip to the undersea labyrinth encounter map to earn some more Murphy stones. But looking at it now, there was temporarily no chance. I had already asked Dan. To dive to the bottom of the sea, you absolutely needed the blue-tier vehicle component, Deep Sea Shield. This component wasn't high level, but it was extremely rare. It only dropped when you killed a green dragon monster. Green dragons weren't too hard to kill, just level 5 monsters, but the problem was they didn't have a fixed territory and were always moving around. Not long ago, a green dragon had appeared in the Guluin Mountain area. When I first entered Guluin Mountain, that level 5 ship flying in the sky was Dan's ship, which was hunting this green dragon at the time. There was only one. Once Dan killed it, it was gone. Wanting to encounter a green dragon again, The probability was basically no different from iron or falling from the sky. Oh well, I shook my head with a wry smile, only able to silently comfort myself. It's just a few Murphy stones. Not worth much, not important either. I don't care. Since I couldn't go to the undersea labyrinth encounter map, then after hoarding a bit more, I would directly upgrade to a level 6 ship and prepare to enter the yellow zone, the zombie heartland. The encounters on the Shafe Plains had basically been wiped clean by me, and even the encounters in the ice and snow realm were gone. Only the encounters in Guluin Mountain were exclusive to the flesh ship. Otherwise, they wouldn't have escaped my grasp sooner or later. Night fell. All the residents on the ship gradually fell asleep, except for the night watchman. I was no exception, quickly drifting into sweet dreams. Xiao AI piloted the Hongxing Hao, speeding across the Shafe Plains, constantly searching for iron ore. Morning came. I woke up, did some simple personal hygiene, and looked out the window. It was an open pit level 2 iron ore mine. At this time, many residents on the ship had already started mining. I opened the ship's log to take a look. Last night, after running for 3 hours, the ship discovered this open pit level 2 iron ore mine. Along the way, we also encountered 3 other level 2 ore mines and 1 level 2 copper ore mine, but those mines already had ships stationed at them. So Xiao AI didn't stop, continuing to search for unclaimed mines according to the program I had set. On the way, we also rammed a few insignificant monsters to death. Other than that, nothing special happened. I leaned back in my chair, closed the ship's log, and looked at the conditions for upgrading to a level 6 ship. Upgrade conditions. The 4 mandatory vehicle components have been crafted, costing 400,000 units of level 2 iron ore. The total level of all components in the train cars exceeds 120, and you must kill a level 6 monster. The basic conditions hadn't changed, just that the amount of iron ore needed was higher, reaching 400,000 units, and an extra requirement was added: killing a level 6 monster. As far as I knew, there were quite a few ship captains who followed a pure development ideology, focusing only on upgrading and immediately turning tail and running when encountering slightly stronger monsters. This condition practically forced anyone who wanted to upgrade to a level 6 ship to face a level 6 monster head-on. Those level 5 ships without a solid foundation that only blindly rushed to upgrade would easily get stuck on this task. But for me, this condition was actually already considered fulfilled. To be honest, I remembered I hadn't even actively hunted a level 5 monster yet. The level 5 monsters I killed were all when I casually tossed missiles into the Gluin Mountain area, conveniently smashing a few to death along the way. And then there was the matter of Shan Miaozi and his girlfriend's wedding. Originally, when I was still a level 4 ship, I needed to invite 3 supply ships to attend the banquet. It just so happened that the Ziyun Hao had also entered the Shafe Plains, so that counted as 1. After all, we had some interactions before, so we could be considered acquaintances. It was just a pity that the Ziyun Hao had fallen in the Guluin Mountain area. His previous list of 3 banquet guests was now empty. If I upgraded to a level 6 ship, that Songlong Hao could come to the banquet. When the time came, I just needed to find 2 more level 6 ships, and I could claim those 500 legacy points in advance. I told Erdan about this, roughly saying that I was going to hold a wedding, inviting him to the banquet, and that I needed 2 more level 6 ships to attend. The other party quickly replied, 2 level 6 ships, huh? I have 2 friends in the Shafe Plains, both level 6 ships. Let me tell them to come, all right? I didn't expect you to have so many friends. Not exactly close friends. We've never met in person, just chatted over the ship's radio. But I think once they see your Hongxing Hao, they won't have any funny ideas. Chatting over the radio, their personalities seem fine. I'll give you a specific date in a bit. Awesome. Another matter settled. I stretched, shifting my gaze to the screen to check on Biaozi's progress. He had been practicing all night in the virtual combat space. His progress seemed pretty good. He had already reached the 29th floor. Impressive. A flash of surprise crossed my eyes. I leaned back in my chair and tossed a red heart golden fruit into my mouth. The last time I checked last night, he was still stuck on the 12th floor. Yet now he had reached the 29th floor. The distance to successfully clearing the 31st floor was almost within reach. On the screen, Biaozi was now almost fully equipped. wearing armor and a motorcycle helmet. He had a steel broadsword strapped to his back, carried a flamethrower in his hands, wore a massive fuel tank on his back, and had a rifle slung over his shoulder. At this moment, he was in the 29th floor office building, using the flamethrower to slaughter the zombies swarming toward him. Although he still had significant wounds on his body, they weren't as severe as last night. His whole person exuded a completely different aura, his eyes cold and resolute. No way, where did this flamethrower come from? I quickly opened the clear history to review it. Very quickly, I found the answer. On his 14th clear attempt, after getting the fire axe on the 7th floor and clearing the zombies in the emergency exit, Biaozi didn't go straight up like the previous times, but instead chose to go down. He started clearing floor by floor from the 6th floor, until he swept clean the 6th floor down to the 1st floor. He found the flamethrower and the motorcycle helmet, then continued climbing up the emergency exit. Reaching the 12th floor, he obtained the armor and the healing spray. When the footage cut back to the present, on the screen, Biaozi had successfully reached the rooftop of the 31st floor. After stripping off all the weapons and equipment on his body, with a look of excitement mixed with madness, he looked up at the sky and roared a few times. Only then did he walk over to the zip line at the edge of the roof. His two hands tightly gripped the short iron bar on the cable, his legs kicked off hard, and his whole body instantly swung toward the rooftop of the lower building opposite him. Immediately after, the screen began to zoom out. Biaozi's silhouette on the zip line between the two high-rise buildings grew smaller and smaller. The perspective shifted from third person to a top-down view. The entire city was covered by countless zombies. Even the outsides of the high-rise buildings were crawling with zombies like ivy. When the perspective pulled all the way up to the clouds, all the zombies in the city were reduced to tiny black dots. Finally, 4 large words appeared on the screen: clear successful. That wasn't easy. I sighed with emotion, watching Biaozi crying tears of joy in the white space. Once you successfully cleared it the first time, subsequent attempts would be much easier. Moreover, this biohazard map was even more formidable than I thought. It tested so many things, from the ability to seize opportunities, making choices before falling into desperate straits, the awareness to climb down, all the way to life and death close-quarters combat. Just clearing this map once, even if you had never killed a chicken before, your aura would completely change, forming that kind of bloodlust. I frowned slightly, pondering a problem in my head. By reviewing the history logs, I could extract quite a few clearing techniques. But currently, on the entire ship, only Biaozi had grasped these techniques. I was considering whether I should compile them and tell the others. Doing so could increase the overall combat power of the defense team significantly. But in exchange, Biaozi would suffer a huge loss, basically making a wedding dress for others. The techniques he had to die countless times to figure out would be easily obtained by others. Furthermore, this map was designed this way to maximize the cultivation of individual abilities. If I told everyone all the techniques, it would actually reduce the training effect. Right at this moment, Xiao AI beside me suddenly spoke up. "Captain, the black market merchant has returned. I've preliminarily sorted the images he collected. Do you want to see them right now? Let's see them." Very quickly, the images on the screen switched to the footage the black market merchant had collected overnight. There were many different scenes. For example, in an abandoned mechanical city, a place occupied by a massive number of zombies. These zombies even possessed intelligence, step by step rebuilding that mechanical city. On the city walls, there even appeared a zombie defense squad, along with zombie soldiers operating heavy firepower. Then there was a scene in a freezing canyon. A robot riddled with holes was squatting on the ground, holding a welding gun, repairing the completely scrapped ship in front of it. A ship stopped and completed a transaction with the black market merchant. That ship had over 40 cars, looking like a mechanical giant dragon crawling on the wasteland. The captain was a burly, scarred man with a thick beard. He stood staring intently at the camera on the black market merchant's chest for a long time, deep in thought. Who knows what was going through his head? Probably a bunch of conspiracy theories, like the black market merchant actually being an overseer from some higher dimensional civilization. There was also footage of a desolate, uninhabited jungle. The black market merchant was sitting and swinging on a tree branch in the dead of night, only to be scared out of his wits by a venomous snake that suddenly popped out, teleporting away on the spot. There was also a scene of several thousand people gathered on an island surrounded by the sea, having built quite a few wooden cabins and tents. Around the island, you could occasionally see fleets of ships launching up from the bottom of the sea, etc. I let out a soft breath, lit a cigarette, leaned back in my chair, and slowly closed my eyes. My understanding of this world had expanded a bit more through those images. This world was more complex than I had thought, or more accurately, much more diverse. For example, the mechanical city, originally designed to help human civilization better control the trains for survival. Logically, if a mechanical civilization existed, they should be friendly to humanity. Yet that mechanical zombie king was clearly creating increasingly terrifying monsters. Perhaps those monsters were also created to deal with other monsters, fighting poison with poison, using monsters to fight monsters. But one thing was undeniable. The black market merchant was truly free, able to go wherever he wanted. If it weren't for him, I don't know how long it would have taken me to see these sights with my own eyes. After a long silence, I finally spoke. Call the two of them over here. Very quickly, Daba and the black market merchant arrived at the cabin together. Well done. I looked at the black market merchant and said seriously, go rest up later. Keep doing this from now on. What I need is exactly this kind of information. Do you have a name? Forgot. The black market merchant shook his head, a look of confusion flashing in his eyes. I used to have one, but I forgot it. Then I'll give you a name. From now on, you'll be called Mengda. You may leave. A new day began again. All the residents on the ship stepped into their daily routines, each utilizing their abilities in the most suitable positions. We even had teachers now. 3 women who were teachers before the apocalypse were currently in charge of teaching the children basic theoretical knowledge. Once they grew a bit older, they would start imparting practical knowledge. Now, everyone on the ship was in their proper place. And today, an event that could be considered a major affair for the ship's residents occurred. The first refrigerator had found its owner. The price of a refrigerator was a whopping 1,000 Hongxing ore. Currently, no one on the ship had that much Hongxing ore, except for one person, Daba. All the residents gathered near car number 11 to watch the commotion. I had a spatial portal built right on car number 11. The space inside was incredibly vast, with clouds, a sun, and an endless grassy plain underfoot. There was also a ring of trees planted around it, making it look just like a miniature world. On the grass sat a refrigerator with its door wide open. Inside the refrigerator, Daba was leading over 100 goblins, using various purchased household items to decorate the space. He even found a small stool to serve as his throne, then bought a lot of blankets and mattresses, covering the floor of the refrigerator so that all the goblins could sleep on the floor at night. Goblins had small statures, so this space was more than enough. Most importantly, this place belonged to the goblins' territory, bringing the feeling of a true home. Daba stood at the refrigerator door, looking out at the vast grassy plain outside with a resolute gaze. He still had to buy 2 more refrigerators so his clansmen could sleep more comfortably. Meanwhile, Biaozi in defense car number 7 was looking at his physical attribute stat of 1.24 on his control panel, the corners of his mouth curling up in deep satisfaction. Finally, after a whole night, he had successfully cleared it. Currently, he was the only one on the entire ship who had achieved this. This morning was his squad's shift. After his shift ended, he planned to share his clearing techniques with everyone. Initially, he only intended to tell his own squad members, but on second thought, the other squads getting stronger also meant the Hongxing Hao getting stronger. Moreover, if he deliberately hid it, it might very well make Chen Meng dissatisfied. So he decisively chose to tell everyone, both to accumulate favors, and so that when the other captains had good things in the future, they would think of him. Give and take. Time passed until the evening of the next day. Tonight, all the residents were busy, but not with mining. They were preparing tables, chairs, and other supplies. Tomorrow at noon, I would hold the wedding for Shan Miaozi and his girlfriend, Mijia. Everyone was incredibly excited. Even though they weren't the main characters of the wedding, nor did they know the bride and groom, the apocalypse and a wedding were inherently contradictory concepts. The apocalypse symbolized despair and destruction, while a wedding represented hope and the continuation of life. A wedding in the apocalypse. This made these people, who had been struggling to survive for over a year, look forward to it immensely. At the very least, it allowed them to temporarily forget the apocalypse and immerse themselves in the joyous atmosphere of a wedding. Inside the Hongxing Hao, a total of 210,000 units of iron ore had been mined over these 2 days. Combined with the initial accumulation of 670,000 units, I spent 400,000 units of iron ore to upgrade the Hongxing Hao to level 6. Very quickly, a line of text appeared on the ship's control screen. Your train car has been upgraded to level 6. Unlocked more craftable accessories. The ship is level 6 now. I quietly looked at the screen. A few months ago, when I first arrived here, the only thing I had was a small train. After months of development, the ship had finally reached level 6. Every time it leveled up, it unlocked a special function. I wasn't sure if this was a rule that applied to all levels, or just a perk of the early levels. The function unlocked when the ship reached level 5 was crafting mechas, used to enhance the individual combat power of the crew members. After upgrading to level 6, a new button appeared on the control panel. It only had a question mark, with no other information attached. I wasn't in a rush. I'd wait until tomorrow, when the wedding started and I met Air Dan, to ask him what this was about. On the train radio channel, level 6 ships rarely spoke, and no one ever mentioned this issue. The number of level 6 ships was already small to begin with. The most important thing right now was preparing for Shan Miaozi and Mi Jia's wedding tomorrow to collect another 500 legacy points. Combined with the 100 legacy points I had saved up before, it would total 600 points. This amount of points should be enough to buy quite a few good things from the black market merchant. Actually, I had been very tempted by a white tier accessory blueprint that only cost 10 legacy points. White tier might not be very useful to other ships, but it was different for me. By just spending a little iron ore, I could unlock a ton of transcendent effects. Even lifestyle accessories could work wonders in certain situations. Like the level 10 refrigerator, for example. But I was worried that if I spent points early, I wouldn't be able to afford a truly good item worth 600 legacy points when I came across one, and I'd end up regretting it. So I decided to keep saving and wait until the wedding was over tomorrow before I started shopping. I looked at the conditions for the golden wedding. It required holding a wedding witnessed by 1,000 people, with 3 supply ships attending the evening banquet. Prepare enough food and wine for all the guests, and equip basic items like a wedding dress, red carpet, artificial flowers, and fireworks. After completing the golden wedding, the train car would receive an additional 500 legacy points and 20 reputation points. I had already met the population requirement. The 3 supply ships had also been arranged by Air Dan. I had the food and wine ready. The wine was even sponsored by Air Dan. For the artificial flowers, I used the mecha heart to craft them. Inanimate objects like this could still be created. More accurately, they were iron flowers. They looked just like artificial flowers, but had a more three-dimensional feel, and the iron or consumption was very low. As for the wedding dress and suit, I spent 1,000 units of wood to craft a high-end set for the newlyweds. As for the fireworks, I had prepared a level 1 missile. The price of a level 1 missile was very cheap. It could serve as a deterrent when the wedding banquet started, and then be used as fireworks, which would also look beautiful. I had prepared all the conditions. Even though those 2 ships were Air Dan's friends, I didn't know them, and the wedding needed to be held on the plains. If those 2 ships suddenly attacked my residence when it started, it would be very troublesome. Therefore, if fangs needed to be bared, they absolutely had to be bared right from the start, to sufficiently intimidate the other party. If they dared to launch an attack on me, they'd better think about whether they could even make it out of here alive. Lao Zhu had already taken care of the wedding procedures, so I didn't need to worry about it. I just needed to get a good night's sleep and wake up on time. It was late at night. Lao Zhu held a walkie-talkie, looking out of the train car at the wedding stage being set up, constantly yelling, "That board is crooked. Damn it. Hurry up and set up the scaffolding. Conditions are limited. We don't have a starry sky, so just lay out more iron flowers. Those 4 earth-shattering orbs placed next to the red carpet. Keep your eyes glued to them tomorrow. The moment the newlyweds walk past, detonate them. Got it?" Lao Zhu didn't have a deep understanding of organizing weddings, but as a right-hand man, he often had to participate in setting up venues. There was quite a bit of profit to be made in those areas, so over time, he had picked up quite a bit of experience. At the very least, he wouldn't be too far off the mark. Tomorrow, he would also be the one hosting the wedding. At this moment, Shan Miaozi stood nearby, looking embarrassed, and lowered his voice. Captain Zhu, it really doesn't need to be this grand. My status on the ship, isn't that high? This is Lord Meng's intention. Lao Zhu patted Shan Miaozi on the shoulder and laughed. If it's given to you, just accept it. Let alone the apocalypse. Even before the apocalypse, many people couldn't even afford a wedding this grand. You two are the first couple to get married on the Hongxing Hao. Consider it a good omen. But Lao Zhu lowered his voice to tease him. Now that you're married, you're not allowed to set foot in that red house ever again. You hear me? Hearing this, Shan Miaozi immediately turned pale and said firmly, Captain Zhu, don't talk nonsense. I've never been there. If you don't believe me, go ask Brother Biao. Brother Biao can vouch for me. I've never been there even once. Mi Jia, you have to believe me. I really have never been there. The Red House was a refrigerator located in the residential car of the Hongxing Hao, where the residents who sold their bodies gathered to receive guests. Because a red cloth was hung outside the refrigerator as a sign, everyone jokingly called it the Red House. Mi Jia's face flushed red. She leaned against Shan Miaozi's shoulder, her eyes filled with anticipation for tomorrow. She gently pinched Shan Miaozi's waist and whispered, Actually, it's okay if you went, I don't mind. Shan Miaozi gasped in pain, his voice instinctively growing louder out of anxiety. Captain Zhu, where's Brother Biao? I need to find Brother Biao to vouch for me. I really have never been there. What do you mean it's okay if I went? I've never been there even once. All right. Lao Zhu burst out laughing, patting Shan Miaozi's shoulder again. Then he looked helplessly at Mi Jia. He really has never been there. I was just teasing him a bit. This guy usually spends all his time training. Don't use this to tease him in the future. I saw he was too tense, so I just wanted to lighten the mood. Your task tonight is to get a good rest. Tomorrow at the wedding, you have to look your absolute best. When the time comes, there will be other ships attending the banquet. We have to keep up appearances in front of outsiders. Shan Miaozi hesitated for a moment before lowering his voice to ask, then what about the ceremony of bowing to the ancestral hall? When the time comes, just bow to the Hongxing Hao. After this minor detail, the couple seemed much less nervous, walking shoulder to shoulder toward the train car. Only a faint voice drifted on the night breeze to Lao Zhu's ears. Mi Jia, I really have never been there, I swear. I believe you. Do you really believe me? Yeah, the first time we met on the Hongxing Hao, you were so fast. Normally, how could you be that fast? I'd rather you didn't believe me, damn it. Oh well, tomorrow night I'll buy some oysters. Lao Zhu stood in place, watching their retreating backs with a sentimental expression. How wonderful. To be able to witness a scene like this in the apocalypse, it truly wasn't easy. For the two of them, the apocalypse was actually more like heaven. Not to mention her altitude sickness being cured, they were even getting a wedding, and Lord Meng even provided a bridal chamber. If this were before the apocalypse, how could they ever get such treatment? The next day, the Canglong train arrived as scheduled. Along with 2 other level 6 trains on the Shay Plains, they prepared to attend the wedding. The 3 train captains stood on the plains, chatting with each other. Yin looked at the other 2 with a serious expression. Remember, I was the only one originally invited to this wedding. I only agreed to introduce you two because we usually get along pretty well. When we get there, try to talk less and listen more. Just be good guests and watch the ceremony. And absolutely do not do anything that could cause a misunderstanding. Don't you fucking drop a gun from your coat while clapping and then tell me it's perfectly reasonable for a captain to carry a gun. Got it. The captain of Only Love One patted his chest solemnly and assured him, Don't you know me? In my worldview, there are only 3 types of people, ants, fellow Taoists, and seniors. When facing a senior, I am extremely sensible. The Hongxing is absolutely a senior. I definitely won't provoke him. Speaking of this, he suddenly smiled awkwardly. Say, if I suck up to him like you do, will he give me some perks? I was thinking the same thing. The captain of Kill 1 in 10 Steps continued excitedly. He has so many super effects, he must have a ton of Murphy stones. I wonder if he'd casually toss a few our way. Yin glared at the two of them and said in annoyance, "The names you two gave your trains make me want to gouge my eyes out. Hey, I've always wanted to ask, have you two ever fought over that one person? Murphy Stones, dream on. You two are just here to broaden your horizons and freeload a meal. As for whether you can connect with Chun Mang in the future, that depends on your own tricks. But looking at how pathetic you're acting, I don't see much hope. You look like beggars." Speaking of this, Yin licked his lips, looking at the two with a sigh. "I'm bringing you to this wedding because you're like me, cautious enough not to cause trouble." The two looked at each other, smiles in their eyes. "I was able to become a level 6 captain based on one quality alone, being cautious enough. Me too. All right, get on the train. Prepare to depart." The sun hung high overhead. It was exactly noon. I looked at the control screen. When those 3 trains were still over 10,000 meters away, I had already spotted them. I immediately turned to Xiao AI and told her to have everyone get ready. The missiles and the Yinghua Luo rocket launchers can be raised. Deploy the mechas as well. Everyone move out. Yes, sir. I stood up and walked over to the mirror to check my outfit for today. I had custom-made a new set of clothes for myself. The weather had gotten colder. The old clothes kept me warm, but the wind still got in. On my upper body was an orange sweater jacket, and on my lower half, casual pants. Overall, it was quite comfortable. How does that saying go? Cool or cute? Whatever, I can't remember. It's a mess. Captain. The captain of Only Love 1 twitched his mouth as he looked at the radar screen. It showed thousands of red dots ahead. This guy. He knew right away that there were definitely a lot of slaves on this train. After all, he was the big boss topping all 3 leaderboards on the Shape Plains. The Power Leaderboard, the Super Effect Quantity Leaderboard, and the Prestige Leaderboard. The Hengxing held the #1 spot without a doubt, and the gap between him and second place was massive. Especially the gap on the Super Effect Quantity Leaderboard. Right now, he highly suspected that with that amount, even if he went to the yellow zone, he'd still be #1. Even that flesh train couldn't possibly get that many Murphy Stones. Where the hell did this guy get so many? Soon after, he saw a train resembling a giant mechanical dragon parked on the plains in the distance. Around the train, over 1,000 slaves were busy preparing for the wedding banquet, their faces filled with smiles and excitement. Even though he had heard Erdan say that the slaves on the Hengxing were treated very well, isn't this a bit too good? At the very least, he had never seen his own slave smile while working. Wait a minute. The man suddenly froze, his eyes glued to the missiles, rocket launchers, heavy machine guns, and doomsday naval guns being raised from the Hengxing. Without him realizing it, they were all aimed straight at his train. Don't do this, man. I'm here for a wedding, not a funeral. This formation is scaring the crap out of me. But very quickly, those weapons turned away, clearly bearing no malice. Only then did the man breathe a sigh of relief, slowly decelerating to park his train about 100 meters away from the Hengxing. He got off the train, bringing his trusted aides and subordinates, and walked quickly toward the young man standing in front of the Hengxing with a gentle smile. The man leaning on a cane was obviously Chen Mang. He looked very friendly, completely lacking any arrogant airs. He had thought they would have to wait outside for a while. How strange. A captain topping 3 leaderboards is actually this approachable? You've traveled a long way. Welcome. Chen Mang looked at Erdan and the 2 men beside him, smiling. These 2 must be Erdan's friends. Food and drinks are all prepared for today. Aren't you going to let the others on your trains come down and join the fun? Forget it, Erdan said helplessly. Last time we only interacted a little bit, but when I got back, I noticed the way they looked at me wasn't right anymore. If they interact for too long, I'm afraid they'll mutiny. They don't fear poor treatment, they only fear comparison. Actually, I treat them pretty well, but compared to you, there's absolutely no way to compete. That's not right. The captain of Only Love 1 tilted his head, looking at Dan in confusion. The more people at a wedding, the merrier. In the apocalypse, how many chances do we get to hold a wedding like this? Just treat it as giving the slaves a day off to come down and relax a bit. What's wrong with that? Indeed. The captain of Kill 1 in 10 Steps also nodded in agreement. Dan, slaves are people too. Although they're protected by the train, they've mined quite a bit of ore. It's good to relax together for a bit. Immediately after, The mercenaries behind the two men returned to their respective trains. Very quickly, the slaves from these two trains were herded down. With a hint of fear and numbness in their eyes, they jumped off the trains, looking blankly at the bustling scene before them. Yin remained expressionless, staying silent. He didn't plan to explain. Wait until the wedding is over, then you'll understand. Chun Mang smiled and didn't say anything more, just pointing to the table already set up in the distance. The wedding won't officially start for a while. Let's go over there and sit for a bit first. Of course, we'll follow the host's lead. Dan nodded seriously, then followed Chun Mang toward the cleanly prepared table. Along the way, he couldn't help but glance around at the wedding venue being decorated. This was probably the first wedding in this world since the apocalypse hit. This atmosphere, it's truly amazing. Just a small token, nothing much. The captain of Only Love One took out a blueprint for a blue-tier accessory from his coat, looking a bit constrained as he pushed it over. Here, you must accept it. It's not for you. It's for the baby. Oh no, it's for the newlyweds. Mine too. The captain of Kill 1 in 10 Steps also hurriedly pulled out a small card and handed it over. Just a little toy, hee. Yin stared blankly at the two of them. What the hell is this? No one mentioned wedding gifts on the way here. When did these two prepare this? He had completely forgotten about it, but going back to his train to get a gift now would be too embarrassing. Gritting his teeth, he pushed the badge on his leather jacket over. This is my wedding gift, a special item. You must accept it, brother. If you don't, Lao Zhu. Chun Mang raised his hand to signal. Lao Zhu immediately stepped forward to collect the items. Then Chun Mang smiled at everyone. You guys shouldn't have. This makes me, Chun Mang, feel a bit embarrassed. Come on, eat some seeds, drink up. Just some snacks, nothing expensive, but they taste all right. On the table were seeds, cold beer, and a few cold mixed dishes. In the apocalypse, this was already considered extremely rich and luxurious. These cold dishes were all instant foods brought out from Ren Jiao's rented apartment when he rescued her. They contained vegetables, chicken intestines, duck intestines, and broccoli. You just had to tear open the packaging and pour in the included chili oil to eat it right away. It was quite simple and convenient. Only the four captains sat at the table, while the trusted aides and subordinates brought by the other two captains scattered to a corner, curiously observing their surroundings. After all, this banquet was meant for relaxing. In the apocalypse, it was very rare to have such a relatively warm atmosphere. Everyone cherished it, so no one had their subordinates standing right behind them. That would be too ostentatious. After a few rounds of drinks, the atmosphere gradually livened up. The captain of Only Love One raised his glass, looking at Chun Mang with respect and seriousness. Brother, before I met you, I really didn't expect a captain of your caliber to be so approachable. I toast this glass to you. Oh right, there's something I wanted to ask. Have the people from Libra approached you yet? Chun Mang picked up a chopstick full of edamame and put it in his mouth, frowning slightly, a flash of displeasure in his eyes. Did you three come here to recruit me for Libra? Ah. Seeing the atmosphere dip, Dan hurriedly explained. No, it's not like that. Libra approached me too, but I ignored them. These two were also contacted by Libra, but they're still hesitating about whether to join, so they wanted to ask what you chose as a reference. I see. Chun Mang shook his head. I didn't join. To be honest, I think Libra's principles are pretty good. Based on that chain, everyone can get what they need, and they can also support weaker trains, helping human civilization survive. But firstly, I don't want to be tied down. Secondly, the resources they offer don't mean much to me. In fact, it's a waste of my time. Thirdly, I didn't like the person Libra sent to talk to me. Exactly. Dan nodded in deep agreement. I've thought it through too. That chain will leave the top-tier providers constantly operating at a loss, with no one able to compensate them. It feels very unrealistic. The captains gathered and chatted, talking about the things they had encountered on the road, the hardships before they became captains, the interesting things they found in fortuitous encounters, and the tragedy when the apocalypse first struck. They talked a lot, but no one asked, Chun Mang, where did you get so many Murphy stones? What should be asked and what shouldn't be asked, everyone at their level understood. Those were life-saving secrets. You couldn't even tell your wife, let alone these guys. At the same time, the wedding area was still bustling. A few mercenaries from the Only Love One train squatted in a corner, looking at the venue with complex expressions. We're both level 6 trains, but isn't this gap a bit too huge? One mercenary looked at the two mechas patrolling in the distance, his eyes full of admiration. Damn, why doesn't our train have things like mechas yet? Can a level 6 train even build mechas? No idea. The person next to him shook his head and lowered his voice. It probably consumes a terrifying amount of resources. Look at those doomsday naval guns. Our train only has 5, but this one has 10. And the paint job looks thicker, so the level is definitely higher too. And the missiles and rocket launchers. It's truly terrifying. No wonder the slaves on this train all look so happy. If I were on a train with this much firepower in the apocalypse, I'd be happy too. Who doesn't want to live? Right at that moment, Biaozi walked over with 2 team members, smiling and handing out cigarettes. Have you guys eaten yet? The squatting mercenary hurriedly stood up, looking a bit constrained. We're still waiting for the banquet to start. Even though they were both mercenaries, both on level 6 trains, for some reason, he felt like he was a step below the other party. When the gap in strength is too large, even having the same position naturally makes people feel intimidated. That's a nice knife. Biaozi looked at the dagger in the man's hand and laughed heartily. Must be great for cutting meat and chopping vegetables. I'm going to continue my patrol. If you need anything, just find me. I'll help if it's within my power. The man looked up at Biaozi's retreating back, then looked down at the dagger in his hand. After a while, he turned to his teammate and whispered, "He was mocking me just now, wasn't he?" "Yeah." Meanwhile, inside the Hengxing train, a female teacher in a classroom looked at the wall clock, then smiled at the children below. That's all for today's lesson. Get ready to attend the wedding of the 2 newlyweds, Shan Miaozi and Mei Jia. Today I finished telling the story of how the captain successfully upgraded the train to level 2 and kept everyone safe. Tomorrow we'll continue with how the captain used the level 2 train to directly destroy the level 3 boss monster, the man-eating spider. As soon as she finished speaking, the room immediately buzzed with excitement. A little girl couldn't help but raise her hand and ask, "Teacher Chiao, today you said that after the apocalypse hit, the world had strict level divisions, and level 2 attacks absolutely couldn't break level 3 defenses. So how did the captain do it?" About that, the female teacher at the podium smiled, pausing for a moment to keep them in suspense. "I'll tell you tomorrow." All right, everyone pack up your things and get ready to go. Those of you chosen to be flower girls, wait for me at the dorms for a bit. You'll enter the wedding hall with me later. Even though all the kids really wanted to know what happened next, they obediently stood up and left the classroom. They headed toward their dorms to change into new clothes for the wedding, completely lacking the mischievousness of normal children. The children here had basically all witnessed their loved ones being slaughtered with their own eyes. Of all the ways to make a person grow up, this was the most painful, but also the fastest. "Teacher Chiao." A boy stayed behind, taking a deep breath before speaking in a low voice, his eyes red. "Today you said that in the future, we'll all have 3 career paths: management, combat, and specialized. Can I choose the combat path? I want to kill more monsters to avenge my dad." "It's too early to talk about this." Teacher Chiao looked at the boy in front of her, who was almost as tall as she was. He was only 11 or 12, yet he had grown so fast. She gently patted his head and smiled. "You guys are still young. You need to graduate successfully first, then you can go to a position that suits you. Besides, you don't necessarily have to be a combat talent to kill monsters and avenge your dad. Everyone on the train has their own contribution. For example, the uncle's mining, or every unit of or they mine turns into bullets fired at monsters. That counts as revenge too. But right now, I'm not contributing anything to the train at all. I feel a bit useless." The woman was silent for a moment before saying softly, "Go attend the wedding first. The train is nurturing you now so that you can repay the train and the captain in the future. You don't have the ability right now, so study hard. That is the best way to repay him. Go on." The woman watched the boy's back as he left, then bent down to pack up the teaching materials on the desk. It was over 70 pages long, all personally compiled by Captain Chun. It detailed the crises the train had encountered since its development, and the choices Lord Mang had made in desperate situations to save the entire train. The handwriting was neat and coherent. She worked directly under the captain and enjoyed the treatment of a level 1 resident. Before the apocalypse, she had a husband and a child, but after the apocalypse hit, they were all gone. For a long time, she lived in a half-awake, half-asleep state, not even knowing how she had survived. A moment later, she shook her head, hugged the teaching materials to her chest, and walked toward the dorms. She lived in the women's dormitory, and the treatment was much better than before. Just then, a melodious love song echoed outside the train. All the residents on the train had gathered around the tables and sat down on the ground. On the tables were dried seeds, bread, Coca-Cola, steamed buns, and a large plate of stir-fried glass noodles with minced meat. The glass noodles were leftovers from the mixed soup last time, and the minced meat was taken from the steamed buns, stir-fried together in a large pot, carrying a familiar smoky aroma. Distinguished guests. Lao Zhu, wearing a white suit, looked especially serious today. He held a microphone, his voice echoing through the loudspeakers outside the train, standing on the stage looking down at everyone with a smile. Today will be a turning point worthy of being recorded in the history of human civilization. It is not just a wedding. It is also the intersection of civilization and barbarism. Now, please welcome the two newlyweds to the stage. Applause erupted like a tidal wave. Some of the bolder residents even started hooting and hollering loudly. Below the stage, a red carpet stretched across the plains, lined with fake flowers on both sides. Actually iron flowers crafted from mecha hearts, looking even more profound than real ones. For large scaffolding pillars were erected around the stage, their tops also covered in iron flowers. These scaffolds were originally high frames brought out from the mecha ruins in the ice and snow world, reassembled here. If this wedding were held in peacetime, it would definitely be considered shabby, and even the host's blessings were brief and unprofessional. But in the context of the apocalypse, this was already the highest standard. The applause continued to ring out. Everyone looked toward Car 11 of the Hengxing at the end of the red carpet. Under Xiao AI's control, the music swelled again. Finally, Mei Jia, wearing a pure white wedding dress and a veil, her eyes slightly red, linked arms with Shan Miaozi, who was in a suit. Stepping out of Car 11, she stepped onto the red carpet and, under everyone's gaze, walked slowly toward the stage. Behind her were 4 children in formal wear, quietly lifting the train of her dress, and further back were 4 little girls holding flower baskets, continuously tossing petals into the air. Whoa! The cheers from the train residents erupted even more fiercely. Perhaps seeing that Lord Mang and the guards weren't stopping them, those who were initially reserved now stood up, craning their necks and shouting loudly. This kid. On the outskirts of the crowd, Biaozi sat on the shoulder of the leech mecha piloted by Li Shiji. He looked at Shan Miaozi on the red carpet with a sigh. This kid got serious. I gotta say, he looks a lot more dashing. Captain Zhu looks pretty dashing too. Li Shiji's voice came through the mecha's amplifier. Captain Zhu. His belly is about to rip that suit apart. Where do you see dashing? As Mei Jia and Shan Miaozi walked along the red carpet up to the main stage, Lao Zhu looked at the two of them and paused for a moment. Waiting until the cheers around them gradually died down, he looked down at the card in his palm, then looked back up at them. The two newlyweds. Mei Jia and Shan Miaozi. If you two are lucky enough to survive until dawn, plant the seeds of your love after the sunrise. If you two die tonight, do not complain. You will be buried together, and a tombstone will be erected, so that hundreds of years from now, people will still know that during the apocalypse, humanity once used love to fight against the freezing night. Now, please accept this apocalyptic marriage certificate, the symbol of your love. Shan Miaozi's eyes were red. He held Mei Jia's hand tightly and accepted the marriage certificate. Right after that, boom, boom. Accompanied by a series of explosions, the explosive spheres placed around the red carpet detonated simultaneously, sending hundreds of colorful balloons soaring into the sky. Next, hundreds of rockets were fired straight up, exploding continuously and radiating brilliant light like fireworks. Right after that, the missile on Car 14 also roared into the sky, exploding in midair, spewing countless streams of red-orange fire high above. The music hit its climax right on cue, pushing the atmosphere of the entire banquet to its absolute peak. The marriage certificate in Shan Miaozi's hand suddenly turned into specks of white light. It burst and disappeared on the spot, leaving only a small, cute heart mark on the back of both their hands. Then next, let the banquet begin. As soon as he finished speaking, all the residents on the train had red eyes and stinging noses. They looked at the radiant newlyweds on the main stage, clapping hard and cheering loudly. No one knew what to say. They just suddenly felt like crying. Marriage. An unfamiliar word that hadn't been mentioned in a very long time. The memories of the year since the apocalypse hit flooded everyone's minds once again. And the most emotional ones were the slaves from the other two trains. At this moment, their normally numb and fearful eyes were brimming with tears. Is the apocalypse over? A slave who had been in a daze tore his eyes away from the basin of stir-fried noodles with minced meat on the table, craning his neck to look at the newlyweds on the distant stage, muttering blankly. But right at that moment, the slave at the same table heard the words, "Let the banquet begin," and immediately shoved his hand into the basin. He grabbed a handful of noodles and minced meat, ignoring the heat, and stuffed it straight into his mouth, swallowing it ravenously. The slave who had just been feeling emotional instantly changed his expression. Without a second thought, he tossed aside the iron chopsticks in his hand and also dove in with his bare hands to fight for the food. Clearly, the apocalypse was not over yet. This is great. At the table closest to the main stage, the captain of the Only Love One train looked at the semi-transparent panel that popped up in front of him, his expression complex. Shay Plains Regional Announcement. Congratulations to the Hengqin train for becoming the first train on the Shay Plains to hold a wedding for survivors. In the extreme cold, only love and courage can wait for the dawn. He was just about to say something when he turned his head to look at the banquet, and his face instantly darkened. He saw that the slaves of the Hengqin train were all gathered around the tables, using chopsticks to eat the stir-fried noodles. But the slaves from their two trains were directly using their hands to fight over the food, looking no different from bandits. He immediately felt a bit embarrassed, but he still didn't say anything. After all, today was a day of great joy, and it wasn't appropriate to have the mercenaries beat the slaves. He could only look at Chen Meng a bit awkwardly and say, "Sorry you had to see that joke. These people under me lack discipline normally. It's fine, I don't mind at all. On the contrary, I smiled with deep satisfaction. This kind of effect is very good. Consider it another political lesson for the residents on my train." At this time, Shan Miaozi and Mei Jia had already raised their glasses and were coming over to offer a toast. All right. I stood up, took the glass of beer Mei Jia handed me, downed it in one gulp, then looked at Shan Miaozi and smiled. "Has Lao Zhu sorted out your housing arrangements?" "It's all sorted out." Shan Miaozi's eyes were red, his voice trembling. "Lord Meng. All right, go step down and rest. No need to say more." "Yes, sir." At the banquet, a man who was originally about to quickly grab a chopstick full of stir-fried noodles and stuff it into his mouth suddenly noticed the slaves at the next table eating directly with their hands. He coughed lightly, then slowly picked up the noodles and brought them to his mouth. The train residents around him, who were also planning to eat freely, saw this scene and tacitly made their eating movements a bit more polite. Looking at them, they've probably never had good food normally. Yeah, look at them. Sallow faces, emaciated bodies. Normally, they're probably lucky just to get mold-free bread. It doesn't help build their physique at all. Not only that, I'm afraid they don't even get enough bread to eat. Doesn't their captain give the slaves enough to eat? So pitiful. Are you saying those women aren't your Lord Meng's women? The mercenary leader of the Only Love One train stood next to Biaozi. He looked toward the banquet table where the beautifully dressed women were laughing and chatting, his voice full of disbelief. "Those women are dressed so beautifully. And they're not your Lord Meng's women. They just work in the flesh trade. Working in the flesh trade, and they're that happy. The pay is high. Why wouldn't they be happy? There aren't many people on the train who earn more than them." Biaozi rolled his eyes in displeasure. "Lord Meng's women are way prettier than them. Don't you see those two sitting over there? Those are Lord Meng's women. High pay." The man stood dumbfounded, tilting his head to look at the sallow-faced, emaciated women among the slaves of his own train. Every train had a group of men and women who did this job to relieve pressure. It was just that the women on their train were all dazed, their eyes empty, completely lacking the vitality of that group of women. He hadn't touched them in a long time. Their bodies were as cold as dead fish, like corpses. Just looking at them killed the mood. How could they have the vitality of those women? Moreover, there were a few familiar faces among them, minor celebrities he recognized from before. As for Lord Mang's two women, Goei Chu and Rin Jiao, how could he not know them? They were both A-list female celebrities before the apocalypse. The man looked around, gritting his teeth and lowering his voice. If we mutiny, would your Lord Mang take us in? Of course not. Biaozi shook his head, unable to hold back a wide grin. Stop thinking about it. It's hopeless. Do you think the Hengqin train is a place anyone can just walk into? You have to pay with your life. Besides, you guys mutiny at the drop of a hat. Lord Mang wouldn't feel safe using you. I was just joking, don't take it seriously. The man looked at that group of women with deep envy and jealousy, then looked over at the parked Hengqin train. The women he wasn't allowed to touch were just slaves to be used on the Hengqin train. We're both mercenary leaders. Why is the gap so huge? The banquet quickly ended, and the apocalyptic wedding also came to a close. The other two captains, after reluctantly saying goodbye to Chun Mang, returned to their trains, leading their slaves and mercenaries back the way they came. It was just that, whether it was an illusion or not, both of them felt that the way their slaves and mercenaries looked at them had started to become strange. Those two poor bastards. Erdan stood in place, watching the two trains gradually move away, and sighed. I hope there won't be a riot. When I came down here, I didn't bring anyone with me, not even mercenaries. Those two actually brought their slaves along. You're the only one who doesn't have any ulterior motives, brother. Otherwise, it would be very hard for those two to leave here alive today. If you had just given the word, their subordinates probably would have rushed up and killed them. What are your plans next? I leaned on my cane, standing in place, tilting my head to look at the sunset on the horizon. Rest for a day tomorrow. I'm going to prepare to check out the zombie base in Yellow Zone. Do you want to come with me? Erdan couldn't help but laugh. I was just waiting for you to say that, brother. Going with you. I naturally don't find the Yellow Zone scary anymore. All right. I waved my hand dismissively. Then see if there's anything else. If not, rest here tonight, and we'll go to the zombie basin tomorrow. No problem. After the wedding, the venue was a mess. The scaffolding needed to be dismantled and sent back to the Mecha Research Center. The fake flowers, iron chopsticks, and iron plates were all collected and thrown into the geothermal magma furnace. They could still be exchanged for a sum. I didn't need to worry about these things. Lao Zhu would arrange it himself. I didn't linger either, heading straight back to the control room to check the hall from this wedding. The sky quickly darkened. There was no trash left at the scene. It had all been thrown into the geothermal magma furnace. It really was an extremely convenient thing for cleaning up trash. The train residents also returned to their respective cars one after another. Though recalling the wedding during the day, they still felt a bit unsatisfied. In guard car number 7, there was a refrigerator. This refrigerator was the bridal chamber Lao Zhu had prepared for Mei Jia and Shan Miaozi. In the middle of the room was a large bed put together from 3 single beds. Next to it were a few simple pieces of furniture like a fridge, table, and chairs. Mei Jia, Shan Miaozi, with tears in his eyes, carried Mei Jia to the edge of the bed and laid her down. He propped his hands on the bed, looking at the person in his arms, his eyes burning, his voice lowering with excitement. We're finally married. And in the apocalypse, no less. Mei Jia lay on the bed, feeling Shan Miaozi's heavy breathing. Her face flushed red, her eyes darting away as she struggled slightly, her voice as small as a mosquito. Let me go take off the wedding dress first. Don't take it off. Shan Miaozi looked at her, pulled a handful of red heart-shaped seeds from his coat, and without a word, stuffed them all into his mouth, grinning fiercely. This time, let's see if I'm good enough. 30 minutes later, Mei Jia lay in Shan Miaozi's arms, sweat dotting her nose. Her finger lightly drew circles on his chest as she whispered, wearing the wedding dress. Does it feel better? Say. Tell me, in the future, can we buy more of those red heart-shaped seeds? What do you mean by that? Shan Miaozi immediately rolled over and pinned Mei Jia down, starting to tickle her teasingly. Feigning anger, he said, "Are you looking down on me?" "No, no." Mei Jia giggled, dodging Shan Miaozi's tickle attack. After fooling around for a while, the two gradually quieted down. Mei Jia leaned happily against Shan Miaozi's chest, dreamily imagining their future life. "In the future, we'll earn lots of Hengxing tickets. We'll buy pots and pans, and I'll cook for you right here. If we stir-fry durian with meat sauce and bread, it'll be much tastier. If we have a kid in the future, we can even buy a little bed for them." Hee. Shan Miaozi just smiled foolishly, not saying anything. Shan Miaozi. MHM. In the future, when you go out on missions, you must pay attention to safety. Absolutely do not die, okay? Shan Miaozi was silent for a long time before answering softly. MHM. Go to sleep, it's getting late. The Hengxing train, control room. I looked at the train's control panel. The regional announcement during the day had given me another 20 prestige points, plus the 500 inheritance points and 20 prestige points from successfully holding the wedding. I currently had a total of 120 prestige points and 600 inheritance points. I still hadn't figured out the specific use for prestige points, but I had a clear plan for these 600 inheritance points. I immediately lowered my voice and said, "Xiao AI, call Daba and Mengda over." "Yes, sir." Every time I called Mengda, I had to call Daba too. If there was anything Mengda didn't understand, Daba would have to step in and translate. While waiting for Mengda, I looked at the 3 items placed on the table: a green tier blueprint, a card, and a badge. These were the gifts Air Dan and the other 2 train captains brought to the banquet, prepared for me. To be honest, it was quite surprising. I didn't expect them to prepare gifts, which made me feel a bit embarrassed. Before they left, I also gave each of them a set of finely tailored, high-end clothes as a return gift. The weather was cold, so it was considered useful. Among them, the thing that interested me the most was the special item, the badge. Special item, Hero's Badge. Effect: when wearing this badge, it can soothe fear in desperate situations, filling the wearer with courage. I fiddled with the badge for a while, then fell silent. Compared to my special item, the salted fish hair mane, which allowed me to breathe underwater for 10 minutes, this thing was clearly inferior. I normally didn't fall into desperate situations anyway, and my mentality was even more stable when in danger. I'll just keep it and reward it to a subordinate later. That card, however, surprised me quite a bit. Special item, Laboratory Access Card. Effect: when in the Earth Core Nuclear Encounter map, this card can be used to open a certain laboratory within the map. So it was also a special item, just one that definitely wouldn't be used in the short term. I had never heard of an encounter map called Earth Core Nuclear, but keeping it wasn't a bad idea. If I encountered it in the future, it could give me another option. It's just that the name sounded baffling. Earth Core Nuclear? Dropping a nuclear bomb into the Earth's core for what? Too much free time? Finally, the thing that satisfied me the most was the blueprint gifted by the captain of the Only Love One train. A tea leaf production line. Very good. The train has another new type of beverage. I immediately consumed 11,000 units of iron ore to craft this accessory, and at the same time, received 2 transcendent effects. This accessory does not change form when upgraded. Level 5 Transcendent Effect, Phlegm Reduction. Level 10 Transcendent Effect. Long-term consumption can slightly increase mental strength. Very good. I couldn't help but smile. This was the first item on the train that could increase mental strength. The leech mecha required a fairly high mental strength. Currently, only Li Shiji on the train met the standard, but he was logistics personnel, not suited for combat. In the future, the mecha would still have to be handed over to someone else. I remembered that the mental strength of the Team 3 captain was 130, just a little short of the minimum requirement of 140. Combined with the tea leaves and the blueprint designed by Li Shiji, he would reach it very quickly. This gift really was huge. I wonder if he would still have given it to me if he knew the level 10 effect increased mental strength. He probably still would have. After all, he might not even have enough 7 Murphy stones, and might not even have the Leech Mecha Blueprint or Qixin stones. I've been on the Shape Plains for so long, and I still haven't seen a single Qixin stone mine. At this moment, Daba and Mengda had arrived outside the control room and knocked on the door. "Come in." I tilted my head to look at Mengda. Open your inheritance shop for me to take another look. Mengda immediately stood at attention, his eyes cold. Foolish human, congratulations on meeting the mysterious, traceless, and great black market merchant. You can. Stop. I looked at him with an annoyed expression. Can we skip the dialogue? Mengda froze, instinctively taking a step back to hide behind Daba. He whispered, Great human prophet, please forgive me. Daba hurriedly explained that his intelligence had only partially recovered, and the old programming in his head was still deeply rooted. I waved my hand dismissively, my gaze already shifting to the floating inheritance shop in front of me. It's fine. From now on, drop that great human prophet title. Don't you think it sounds awful? Just call me Boss Mang or Captain. Got it. Got it, Boss Mang. In the inheritance shop before me, aside from the 4 items from last time, 6 new, higher value items had appeared. 1. Random white tier accessory blueprint, 400 inheritance points. 2. Random white tier accessory blueprint, can specify one of 5 categories: defense, attack, lifestyle, speed, miscellaneous, 600 inheritance points. 3. Special item, class change token, 500 inheritance points. 4. Apocalyptic marriage certificate, 300 inheritance points. 5. Special item, B-rank difficulty skip ticket, 500 inheritance points. 6. Special accessory, desert oasis, 500 inheritance points. I fell silent, staring expressionlessly at these 6 options for a long time without saying a word. Normally, I'd have to make a choice within a minute, or it would expire. Of course, that restriction didn't apply to me. After a minute, the panel would indeed disappear, but I could just summon it back. I finally understood why some people traffic children, like the kids Erden brought back from that abandoned train. Those kids weren't granted crew member status on their old train, which meant their inheritance points didn't belong to that train, allowing Erden to score such a massive bargain. The original train had planned to sell that batch of kids. Bluntly speaking, they were directly selling inheritance points. Honestly, everything in this inheritance shop was top tier. I wanted all 6 of these items. Special item, class change token. This was my first time seeing something like this. Theoretically, when a train upgrades from level 3 to level 4, it has to choose a class, flesh train or mechanical train. But with this item, even if you were a level 6 mechanical train, you could consume it to switch to a level 6 flesh train. It essentially gave you a second chance to choose. It was useless to me, but if I sold it, it would definitely fetch an astronomical price. After all, if an S-potential flesh train used this item to change classes, it would instantly become an S-potential mechanical train, which was basically a massive shortcut. The class change missions for mechanical trains were way harder than those for flesh trains. Of course, S-potential flesh trains were also incredibly rare. The apocalyptic marriage certificate. I actually really wanted that too. If I could find another couple truly in love, I'd net a solid 200 inheritance points. The only downside was the long turnover time. In this apocalypse, finding a couple recognized by the certificate was no easy feat. Before the apocalypse, business was all about liquidity. Lower profit margins were fine as long as inventory didn't sit too long, ideally, without even passing through your hands. Let alone in the apocalypse. If you can get stronger, do it ASAP. Who knows what'll happen tomorrow? The special accessory, Desert Oasis, was even more unique. It didn't have a tier. A train equipped with this accessory would have a higher chance of encountering entities like black market merchants. What should I choose? I stayed silent for a long time before finally making a decision. Looking at Mengda, I said, give me 60 white tier accessory blueprints. Why bother with all that fancy stuff? Buying 120 transcendent effects straight up was the way to go. Out of those 120 transcendent effects, even if 100 were useless, I'd still have 20 good ones. Compared to other accessories, wasn't the cost-performance ratio way higher? With my level 0 infinite upgrade authority, the more white tier blueprints I had, the better. The upgrade cost was dirt cheap, and I'd instantly get 2 transcendent effects. What could be more profitable? However, I could only exchange for a maximum of 5 white tier accessory blueprints. I sighed softly and immediately spent 50 inheritance points to exchange for 5 white tier accessory blueprints. After thinking for a moment, I spent another 500 inheritance points on the special accessory, Desert Oasis. I kept the remaining 50 inheritance points for later. I waved my hand, signaling Daba and the others to leave, then looked up at the control screen. On the train's 3D hologram, a cute little foxtail grass suddenly popped up on the roof of the lead car. This was the special accessory I just chose. It required no crafting materials and couldn't be upgraded. The control panel showed only one effect. It will attract more special travelers to you. Not bad. I took off my clothes and headed to bed to rest. Meeting a few more special travelers like the black market merchant wouldn't be bad. Ideally, they'd all be goblins. Then I could just have Daba scam them into becoming residents on my train. Yeah, I lay in bed, recalling the wedding from earlier today. After a moment of silence, I casually popped the heart-shaped red pill next to me into my mouth. I said softly, "Xiao AI, call Ji Choo Choo over. Also, tell her to drop by production line number 4 and order herself a wedding dress. Make it the most exquisite one available." "Yes, Boss Mang." Ji Choo Choo, wearing a wedding dress and a veil, knelt obediently beside my bed in the control room. I looked at her, then turned the screen back on to play the variety show she used to be in. A moment later, I patted the bed. "Get up here." The night wind swept past the train, and the bed trembled slightly. The stars in the sky flickered incessantly, like wage slaves being dragged out of their sweet dreams. Morning came. Phew, I stretched, feeling completely refreshed as I got up to wash up, then started reviewing last night's train log. Another peaceful night. A fair amount of monsters had spawned. A pack of zombie wolves had attacked, including a level 5 one, but they all died miserably without causing a single ripple. Time to prep. We're about to head to the yellow zone, Zombie Basin. I sat in front of the control panel, looking at the 5 random white tier accessory blueprints I got from the inheritance shop yesterday. One of them made me particularly happy. Cigarette production line. With this accessory, cigarettes on the train would finally no longer be a non-renewable resource, and the resident shop would never run out of stock. Many residents loved spending their Hengxing vouchers on cigarettes. Not necessarily because they were heavy smokers, but because after a long day of work, a single cigarette made them feel like normal workers clocking out in peacetime, rather than slaves in the apocalypse. I spent 22,500 units of iron ore to upgrade all 5 white tier accessories to level 10, instantly gaining 10 transcendent effects. Aside from the cigarette production line, the other 4 were the steamed rice roll production line, single-player arcade machine production line, coffee production line, and pork trotter rice production line. Excellent. I was quite satisfied with these 5 accessories. They were all lifestyle upgrades that would improve our quality of life. It was just a shame they came a bit late. Otherwise, yesterday's wedding could have been even more extravagant, especially with the pork trotter rice. I had a special attachment to that dish. In my previous world, it gave me the motivation to push through countless late nights. And the arcade machines too. The residents' entertainment options would be much richer, and we could sell these in the shop as well. Among them, the coffee production line and pork trotter rice production line didn't get any transcendent effects. The others did. The level 5 transcendent effect for the arcade machine increased the number of games, and level 10 allowed online multiplayer. The level 5 effect for the steamed rice roll line unlocked egg, meat, and crab fillings. Level 10 had no additional effect. The level 5 effect for the cigarette line allowed the selection of standard tobacco, premium tobacco, and rare tobacco. Level 10 provided a mild pain relief effect. I leaned back in the captain's chair, took a deep breath, stretched lazily, and jumped up to loosen my joints. I was genuinely thrilled with these accessories. Our quality of life was about to skyrocket. Finally, I didn't have to eat those damn meat sandwiches anymore. After eating them straight for over 2 months, just looking at a meat sandwich gave me a headache. I'll wait a bit longer, then slaughter a chicken for a private meal. I actually wanted to eat fish too, but fish were hard to come by, and the cultivation car didn't have any. I looked at Xiao Fong, who was bringing over a plate of hot meat sandwiches, and said, "Go to car number 4 and make me a bowl of steamed rice rolls. Actually, make it 3 portions. Meat, egg, and crab, 1 of each. Take all the cigarettes in my car and put them in the resident shop. From now on, when stock runs low, restock from the cigarette production line in car number 4 using the rare tobacco. And brew me a cup of tea while you're at it. These were all white-tier accessories, so the production cost was so cheap, it was practically a steal. If the train were still level 1 or 2, I might have hesitated to spend iron or on these lifestyle upgrades. But for me right now, calling it a drop in the bucket would be an understatement. The daily fixed expenses for the train alone were astronomical, from living costs and food for all residents to the oxygen generators, central AC, enemy radar, and resource radar running 24/7. Let alone tobacco. If it was the standard type, producing a pack of cigarettes only cost 1 unit of iron ore. At this price, I was ready to become the tobacco emperor. Before we leave, let's sell a batch of cigarettes first. I looked at the train's radio broadcast, quickly typed out a message, and sent it. Hungxing Hao, selling lifestyle supplies such as cigarettes, tea, steamed rice rolls, pork trotter rice, and coffee. No face-to-face trading required. Affordable prices. Remote trading available. Please DM. Deadline is noon today. No orders accepted after the deadline. Almost the second the message was pinned to the top, 2 people immediately DM'd me. Previously, other trains also had basic supplies like bread or rajima, so demand wasn't high. But the things I was selling now? Many trains didn't have them at all. They couldn't buy in bulk, but buying a little for personal enjoyment was absolutely no problem. At the Huayuan Teeling Market, the going rate was 200 units of iron ore for a carton of cigarettes, which meant 20 units per pack. Of course, away from the Sheikh Plains, the price would definitely be higher. The price of a product, aside from its intrinsic value, largely depended on local consumption levels. In the white zone, people barely had any iron ore in their pockets, so cigarettes could only sell for that much. But in the Sheikh Plains, pockets were a bit deeper, so prices could go up accordingly. I scrolled through the train's radio broadcast. In just a few moments, 7 or 8 people had already inquired. Aside from the products being genuinely scarce and appealing, the remote trading aspect was a huge factor. Rarely would anyone drive their train all the way over just to buy a carton of cigarettes, but remote trading made it incredibly convenient. I didn't bother reading every message, directly handing control of the radio over to Xiao AI. Xiao AI instantly transformed into a professional customer service rep, confirming orders and negotiating prices while simultaneously operating the production lines in car number 4. At the same time, she had people deliver the goods to the control room. Then she placed them on the scale for remote trading. She was incredibly busy. What a shame, I sighed, watching Xiao AI work with such efficiency. If this were peacetime, with her as my assistant, I could have opened an outsourced customer service company and made an absolute fortune. Forget a 3-minute response rate. She was hitting 3 seconds. I used to work in e-commerce for a while in my previous world. During the startup phase, I couldn't afford customer service reps and had to do it all myself. That damn 3-minute response rate requirement nearly gave me a nervous breakdown. Just thinking about it gave me a headache. I stopped paying attention to the trades, leaving it all to Xiao AI. Leaving the train, I set up a table and chairs on the plains and had Xiao Fong bring out a few more portions to invite Erden for breakfast. See which flavor you like, I smiled, picking up a piece of crab-filled rice roll and popping it into my mouth. The taste of pickled mustard greens and minced chili mixed with the rice roll instantly exploded in my mouth. I nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Tastes good. Try it. This is fancy. Erden rubbed his hands together excitedly. Without holding back, he grabbed his chopsticks and devoured the 3 portions of rice rolls in front of him. Bro, I saw your message pinned right at the top of the radio chat. Don't tell me that's a super effect of the radio? Yeah. I ate quickly, polishing off all 3 portions without wasting a bite. After finishing, I took a satisfying sip of hot tea, pulled a pack of cigarettes from my pocket, lit one, and smiled. It comes in handy sometimes. You should try upgrading yours later. Try this. It's made from rare tobacco. The ones I'm selling on the radio are just standard tobacco. Rare tobacco costs 100 units of iron ore per pack. Cigarettes were consumables and non-essential ones at that. This price was indeed exorbitant. But for me, it was no problem. I could easily afford it. Erden quickly put down his chopsticks, lit the cigarette, and gave a thumbs up. I smiled and shook my head without saying more, just sitting in my chair watching Zhang Damei pilot her mecha to fight monsters in the distance. Having someone to sit and chat with like this wasn't bad. It's just that Zhang Damei had been getting increasingly reckless lately. Those wandering zombies were at least 1,000 meters away from the train. No matter how you looked at their path, they weren't going to get close, yet she still charged over to take them out. Even though the Enforcer mecha didn't consume much energy, a level 2 energy stone could sustain full power combat for 100 hours. She shouldn't be wasting it like this. Truly a kid who doesn't run the household, oblivious to the high cost of daily necessities. By noon, the train's radio had quieted down. Basically, everyone who wanted to buy had already bought. In the control room, Xiao AI's voice rang out. Total profit, 168,800 units of iron ore. Cost, 4,920 units of iron ore. That high. I clicked my tongue. My production cost for a carton of cigarettes was 10 units of iron ore, and I sold it for 400. Honestly, selling a carton for 400 felt pretty generous of me. I was only making a 40-fold profit. I worked so hard to get that cigarette production line blueprint. What's wrong with making a little money? Good job. I smiled, taking another sip of hot tea. Without further delay, I immediately steered the train toward the Mount Guluin region. The goal was to cross Mount Guluin and enter the Yellow Zone, Zombie Basin. With the Tsanglong Hao following closely behind, we ventured into the Mount Guluin region to scout and see exactly what kind of place this Yellow Zone was. Zombie Basin. I heard that even a level 7 mechanical zombie king had died by my hands there. Change of plans. In the Mount Guluin region, I looked at the giant, emerald green moth flapping its wings in the sky. I immediately abandoned the plan to head to the zombie basin tonight. The enemy radar clearly showed this was a level 5 boss, Azure Dragon. I instantly switched to the bunny cloud wheels, hovering in midair and rapidly closing the distance. As long as I killed this Azure Dragon, it would drop the deep sea shield accessory. Then, I could head down to the undersea labyrinth, grab the Murphy stones, and leave. Only then could my departure from the Sheikh Plains be considered perfect. I had originally given up on it. After all, the Azure Dragon was an extremely rare monster with no fixed territory, making it incredibly hard to track. I even consoled myself with the saying, "How can life be without regrets?" I didn't expect a miracle to happen right before we left. God was truly smiling upon me. You treat me so well, God. May you live a long and prosperous life. I narrowed my eyes at the Azure Dragon fleeing rapidly on the radar screen, unable to hold back a laugh. Truly, you can wear out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find what you're looking for without any effort at all. No way. Hey, wait for me. Damn it. Erden sat in his control room, staring in disbelief as his mechanical arm rapidly changed his wheels, then looked at the Hungxing Hao that had already vanished from his radar, panicking internally. The big boss he had finally managed to cling to. Why did he suddenly fly off? This gold-tier mechanical arm accessory was incredibly rare. After passing by so many trains, he was the only one who had it. It was something he got from some encounter map, and he had always been very proud of it. Others took over 10 minutes to change wheels, but he only needed 1 minute. And he didn't even need slaves to get off the train to do it. He just had to sit in the control room and issue commands to the mechanical arm. But what the hell was up with that Hungxing Hao? 1 second, it was weaving through Mount Guluin with spider legs, and the next, the legs retracted, and it instantly switched to the bunny cloud wheels. He didn't even see a mechanical arm extend. What kind of ridiculous accessory had a super effect like that? A minute later, the bunny cloud wheels were finally swapped, and the Tsanglong Hao took off again. But Erden just stared blankly at his empty enemy radar, feeling completely lost. Where did his boss go? Could someone please tell him where the hell his boss ran off to? Moreover, the Azure Dragon wasn't a herd monster. It was incredibly rare on its own. The last time he killed an Azure Dragon, it took a lot of effort just to find out there was one in the Mount Guluin region, and then several days of searching before he finally encountered it. Yet today, he watched with his own eyes as the Hungxing Hao did absolutely nothing, and an Azure Dragon just swaggered right past it, as if afraid it wouldn't be noticed. It was pure luck. Right at that moment, my voice came through the train's radio. I'm going to kill this Azure Dragon, then head back to the Sheikh Plains for a bit to hit the undersea labyrinth. Are you coming with me or staying? I'll wait for you here. Hearing my voice, Erden finally breathed a sigh of relief. At least his boss wasn't planning on ditching him. The Azure Dragon was fast, but the Hengxing Hao was faster. The Doomsday mechanical cannon had successfully locked onto the target. I could fire at any moment. I frowned slightly, my thumb resting on the red button atop the joystick, but I hesitated to press it. In my line of sight, the Azure Dragon continuously flapped its wings, occasionally turning its head to hover in midair and glance at me. It looked like a provocation, but also like a plea. No, not exactly a plea. It looked more like it was leading the way. Could it be? I suddenly remembered the foxtail grass on the roof of the train. According to Erden, although the Azure Dragon wasn't a very high-level monster, its lack of a fixed territory made its whereabouts incredibly elusive. If my encounter with this Azure Dragon wasn't a coincidence, but rather due to insanely good luck, then there was only one answer. This Azure Dragon was a special traveler. A traveler? I narrowed my eyes slightly. After a moment of thought, I moved my thumb away from the red button, giving up on firing. I decided to follow behind the Azure Dragon for a while to see if it was truly leading the way and where it wanted to take me. It's just that this flight path circled around in the sky for a long time before heading back toward the Shay Plains. An hour later, the Azure Dragon descended from the sky and landed by a lake. This was the exact coordinate of the undersea labyrinth that Erden had sent me. Erden. I picked up the radio mic and asked in a low voice. When you killed that Azure Dragon before, did it suddenly stop mid-flight and look at you? Like it was provoking you, right? Erden's voice quickly came through the other end. Yeah, but why would I put up with that? Once I got close, I blasted it with a volley from the Doomsday mechanical cannon and sent it packing. I fell silent and cut the connection. If I wasn't mistaken, this mysterious and elusive Azure Dragon was indeed very much like a special traveler. Similar to the black market merchant, except it could be attacked. It felt more like a conditional encounter event. Right then, a few lines of text appeared on the control panel. Apocalyptic encounter, hellish Azure Dragon. Its whereabouts are uncertain. Any train might encounter the hellish Azure Dragon. This is a monster capable of continuous resurrection. Because it swallowed the original blueprint for the Deep Sea Shield accessory before it died. The only way to obtain the Deep Sea Shield is to kill the hellish Azure Dragon. It has been dead for a long time. Only a fragmented soul remains, controlling its rotting corpse. Its only wish is to return to its roots. If you successfully bring it home, you will receive a substantial reward. Was this foxtail grass really that useful? I looked at the text on the control screen, then at the green moth sitting quietly by the lake. It spat out a blue-tier accessory blueprint from its mouth. Its eyes were unfocused as it stared blankly in my direction. It was called an Azure Dragon, but its appearance was closer to a Western dragon from my previous world. Calling it a giant moth wouldn't be wrong either. Soon, Zhang Damei piloted her mecha and jumped off the train, the giant axe on her back. She carefully approached the Azure Dragon, preparing to pick up the blue-tier accessory blueprint it had spat out. The magnetic force could only absorb items dropped after a monster was killed. This blueprint wasn't a death drop. It was spat out by the Azure Dragon itself, so it couldn't be pulled in by the magnet. Someone had to go down and pick it up manually. Everything went smoothly. When Zhang Damei approached, the Azure Dragon merely took a few steps back, showing no signs of aggression. The blue-tier Deep Sea Shield blueprint was quickly brought back. Immediately after, the Azure Dragon flapped its wings, flew up, and landed on the roof of the train, as if waiting for something. The next moment, a pale blue energy shield enveloped the entire Hengxing Hao. This shield allowed the train to withstand water pressure and made it completely waterproof. Even though there was no communication between us, and we couldn't communicate anyway, I fully understood the Azure Dragon's intentions. I immediately crafted propellers and upgraded them to level 10, with the coordination of the level 6 omnidirectional auxiliary wheels. The Hengxing Hao slowly approached the lake's edge, then plunged straight into the water. The propellers, replacing the wheels, began spinning rapidly, pushing the train toward the depths of the lake. The Azure Dragon remained lying quietly on the roof, making no unnecessary movements. The lake water was completely blocked by the energy shield, not wetting it in the slightest. A train and a monster, in this environment, coexisted in a bizarrely harmonious way. Through the mechanical eye, I could clearly observe the scene outside the train. It wasn't a 3D hologram or a radar display, but a crisp, direct visual, like watching a TV screen. I looked at the Azure Dragon lying motionless on the roof, my expression gradually turning weird. Did this guy not know how to swim? Its home was underwater, yet it couldn't swim. No wonder it couldn't get home. Thinking back, when the Azure Dragon repeatedly turned its head in front of the Songlong earlier, it wasn't actually provoking Erden. It was leading the way, hoping that Songlong would take it home. It's just a pity Erden misunderstood. Stopping mid-flight to look back multiple times, anyone would think it was a provocation. It's just that. I frowned slightly, still harboring some doubts. According to Erden, the Azure Dragon was a creature that wandered across regions and had never appeared in Mount Guluan before. But if its home was the undersea labyrinth, it should have been active around this area. Thinking of this, I rubbed my nose. I pretty much understood what had happened. The control panel said this monster had been dead for a long time, with only a fragmented soul controlling its rotting corpse, yet it could continuously resurrect. So it was highly likely that every time the Azure Dragon died, it tried to fly back home, but its respawn point wasn't fixed. It kept respawning in random places. And since this planet was vastly larger than my previous world, it was highly probable that even after a year into the apocalypse, it still hadn't managed to fly to the Sheh Plains. The distance was too great, and it was easily killed along the way. Finally, after countless cycles of death and rebirth, and enduring who knows how many hardships, over a year into the apocalypse, it finally made it to the Mount Guluan region and restarted its journey home, only to be brutally killed again by that Songlong, some guy who got intel from nowhere, and respawned in some distant place once more. This time, it was probably luckier. The respawn point wasn't too far from Mount Guluan. It didn't take long before it happened to run into me. Thanks to that, it could finally embark on its journey home. If it were anyone else, this pitiful Azure Dragon would probably have to start another endless cycle of reincarnation. At the bottom of the lake, the light was extremely dim, but the front of the train projected a powerful beam of light. Xiao AI steered the Hongxinghao toward the coordinates Erden had provided. Once underwater, the Azure Dragon became completely unresponsive. Clearly, if I didn't have Erden's coordinates, I would have had to search the lakebed for a long time before finding the undersea labyrinth encounter map. I sat in my chair, quickly jotting down a brief summary of everything that had just happened. This was another textbook-worthy story. Under my careful observation, the Hongxinghao had once again been led to a rare encounter. About 10 minutes later, the Hongxinghao finally touched the bottom of the lake. Right in front of us, a magnificent golden palace stood tall on the lakebed, exuding an ancient, heavy, and dilapidated sense of history. The entrance to the palace was a straight path. At the end of the path was a massive circular archway, large enough for a train twice our size to easily pass through. There were even directional signs on the ground. Above the palace entrance, a few white words floated in mid-air. Undersea Labyrinth. So this is the Undersea Labyrinth? I curiously took in the sight before me, steering the train to slowly land on the path, then followed the walkway deep into the palace. As the train approached the archway, the circular gate opened automatically, exactly like how Ji Choo had opened the entrance last night. Stepping inside, a massive plaza unfolded before my eyes, with a ceiling over 10 meters high. From the outside, the palace was large, but it definitely couldn't have this kind of height. Clearly, spatial folding technology had been used here, similar to a spatial portal. What was even more remarkable was that there was absolutely no water inside the palace. The air was dry, and oxygen was plentiful. Right then, a line of text appeared on the train's control screen. "Captain, please disembark and select your labyrinth difficulty." I opened a drawer, took out the long-neglected salted fish headgear special item, and put it on. I also wore the single-soldier exoskeleton armor under my clothes. Then, clutching my baton and the Dragon Ascension assault rifle loaded with level 6 ammo, I finally jumped off the train. This was quite bizarre. It was the first encounter map I'd come across that required the captain to participate personally. I couldn't bring too much gear, so my sense of security was practically zero. There was still a level 5 boss lying on the roof of the train. It looked very docile right now, showing no signs of aggression, but who knew what would happen later? If it suddenly attacked me, wouldn't I be walking right into my own grave? Even the salted fish headgear, a special item I always thought was ugly and weird, was brought along. Its effect allowed for 10 minutes of underwater breathing, with a 24-hour cooldown. Even though there was oxygen in the palace, this place was still at the bottom of a lake. Better safe than sorry. The palace was so massive that it made my Hungxinghao look small and insignificant, let alone myself. I stood next to the train, looking up at the azure dragon lying on the roof, my finger resting on the trigger, ensuring I could react instantly. I also wore a pair of white gloves, another special item that could temporarily boost physical constitution. Even the badge I previously thought was useless was pinned to my chest this time. The next moment, 5 giant screens of light suddenly appeared in the center of the palace, with an even larger screen covering them all from above. Welcome, Captain of the Hungxinghao. The undersea labyrinth is located in the green zone of the Shay Plains. For trains in the green zone, the undersea labyrinth is not an easy place to reach, yet countless captains still try every means possible to set foot here. Human civilization is like a centipede with 100 legs. Even in death, it does not easily fall. Perhaps in the future, your planet will be destroyed. But I believe that after human civilization shatters, it will surely turn into a sky full of stars, finding a suitable planet to survive in the deep cosmos. Please select your labyrinth difficulty. Once selected, it cannot be changed. I looked at the control panel expressionlessly. The way it spoke really wasn't pleasant to hear. But I didn't bother dwelling on it, my gaze quickly shifting to the 5 labyrinth difficulties before me. S rank. Your consciousness will descend into a robot body and appear on a random train. The captain of that train will set up a static labyrinth for you. If you reach the endpoint within half an hour, you successfully clear the stage. The accessories and armed personnel on that train cannot attack you, and you cannot attack any accessories or personnel. AI assisting your train will merge into this robot, granting you superior cognitive processing. Running speed is equivalent to an adult male. The train is limited to a maximum of 18 cars. Reward, 30 Murphy stones. A rank. You will fall into a deep sleep, sinking into 99 layers of dreams. If you wake up within 24 hours, you clear the stage. B rank, C rank, D rank. My attention stopped at the S rank labyrinth difficulty. This difficulty hadn't disappeared. It was the exact same mission Erden had chosen last time, only he failed. What a shame. I shook my head slightly. If I were the first one here, based on my experience in the Goblin Ruins, this mission could probably be completed multiple times. Of course, I couldn't rule out the possibility of other restrictions preventing repeats. Without hesitation, I immediately selected the S-rank mission. I merely skimmed over the other for difficulties. Just like when Erden entered before, I was quite confident. Li Shiji couldn't help with this mission. I could only rely on myself and Xiao AI. I might not know labyrinths well, but I understood the structure of other trains perfectly. I refused to believe anyone could design a train labyrinth more complex than mine. If someone like that actually existed, I'd gladly concede defeat. After all, a train only had so much space. Without spatial portals, the layout was practically fixed. How complex could a level 3 train without any spatial accessories possibly be? Even Li Shiji, if he didn't have a level 10 refrigerator on hand, wouldn't be able to design much of a labyrinth. You can't make bricks without straw. After I successfully made my choice, the 5 screens of light floating in the palace slowly dissipated, merging into a single screen. The captain of the Hungxinghao has successfully selected the S-rank labyrinth difficulty. Search for a corresponding train fail. Currently, there are no available trains to descend upon. Issuing single-use special item, consciousness transmission device. When a suitable train is found, the consciousness transmission device will emit a piercing alarm and flash a red light. Press the button on the device within 1 hour, and your consciousness will be transmitted into the robot body, regardless of your location, officially beginning the S-rank labyrinth. The screen of light slowly shattered, and a walkie-talkie formed from lines of light gradually materialized in midair. As the lines solidified, the walkie-talkie, created out of thin air, fell straight into my hand. 30 Murphy stones. Not bad at all. I chuckled, tossing the walkie-talkie in my hand. Now, my goals were fully accomplished. I could leave the Shay Plains without a single regret. All that's left to do now is wait. When someone selects the S-rank Mechanical Train class advancement quest, I'll be just like Erden was, appearing directly on their train. If I succeed, I can get 30 Murphy Stones. That's a pretty huge haul. Even killing a level 7 Mechanical Zombie King only got me 10 Murphy Stones. For most train captains who can make it here, this S-rank quest is practically handing them 30 Murphy Stones for free. Opportunities like this definitely aren't rare. The undersea maze might only exist in this area, but similar encounter maps with quests like this will likely pop up in other regions too. No need to rush. I just have to wait patiently. I casually tossed the walkie-talkie into the control room and looked up at the green dragon lying on the roof of the train. Just as I was about to say something, I suddenly realized its body had started rapidly decaying. There was no blood. Its body just crumbled away bit by bit, turning into dust floating in the air. A moment later, the green dragon staggered to its feet on the roof, then collapsed face first into the center of the palace. In less than half a minute, its entire body completely turned to dust, scattering into the wind. At the same time, the plaza began to slowly tremble. The center of the plaza suddenly caved in, revealing a pitch-black cave. Inside were neatly built stone steps, with dimly lit oil lamps hanging on the walls on both sides. The entrance wasn't big. A person could fit, but mechs and trains definitely couldn't. Down in this cave is most likely the true reward of this apocalyptic encounter, the Hell Green Dragon. After bringing the green dragon home, I quickly returned to the train, looked at Xiao AI, and gave the order. Send Squad 1 down to check out the situation. Then, I looked back at the text on the control panel, narrowing my eyes as my thoughts began to race. Because it swallowed the original blueprint for the Deep Sea Shield accessory before it died, the only way to obtain the Deep Sea Shield is to kill the Hell Green Dragon. The original blueprint for the accessory. That single sentence contained a massive amount of information. Before it died, meant that, barring any surprises, this green dragon had already died before the apocalypse even descended on this planet. It was very similar to Daba, a creature from another planet whose civilization was also destroyed by the apocalypse. But what caught my attention more was that before it died, this green dragon put up a fierce fight, even swallowing the Deep Sea Shield blueprint. I quickly shook my head, tossing those wandering thoughts aside. How exactly the apocalypse happened is a problem for another day. Right now, I only care about one thing, the loot I can get. The frame activated its mechanical eyes, and all visuals within radar range were transmitted straight to the control screen. I leaned back in my chair, watching the scene unfold. It felt exactly like playing a first-person tomb raiding game. The tunnel was incredibly long. Aside from the stone steps, there was nothing else. Even the oil lamps on the walls weren't real. Getting closer, you could see they were actually electric bulbs disguised as oil lamps. With their intricate design, the light flickered just like real fire. Boss Mang. Biaozi's voice came through the control room comms. I think I see a dragon. I didn't say a word, because I saw it too. At the bottom of the stone steps was a massive plaza. Right in the center lay a gigantic dragon skeleton. This place looked a lot like a goblin tomb. That dragon skeleton was way bigger than the green dragon. In comparison, the green dragon looked like a pitiful little hatchling. After giving a brief report, Biaozi raised his heavy-duty flashlight and continued deeper inside. His eyes were filled with both excitement and caution as he scanned the surroundings. Aside from that dragon skeleton, the plaza was completely empty. I was the one who gave Biaozi that heavy-duty flashlight. It was powered by a level 1 energy stone. Both its brightness and battery life far exceeded any flashlights scavenged from the city ruins. Another chance to earn some merit. The next moment, the dragon skeleton suddenly shook violently, sending clouds of dust falling to the ground. The patterns on the surrounding walls simultaneously glowed with an eerie red light. In the blink of an eye, the skeletal dragon regenerated its flesh and blood. A massive green dragon, its entire body a deep, dark green, materialized right before their eyes. Roar! A furious bellow echoed throughout the plaza. At the same time, the gate behind them slammed shut, completely sealing off their escape route. Biaozi's expression shifted. He immediately looked back at the blocked passage, knowing there was no turning back. Right after, a notification from Boss AI flashed across his iris chip. Warning, Level 5 monster detected, Phantom Green Dragon. The underground space has been sealed. The captain is finding a way to provide backup. Please hold your ground. This message appeared simultaneously before the eyes of every member of Guard Squad 1. We're dead. Xiao Mao, a member of Squad 1 who usually had little presence, almost instantly broke down. He kept backing up until his back hit the plaza wall. His voice trembled with sobs. Biaoji, we're dead. We're totally dead. That was a level 5 monster. For the planetary train, a level 5 monster was easily dealt with, not even worth a second glance. But for them, it was an existence capable of wiping out the entire squad. Everyone, calm down. Biaozi roared. He didn't even have time to send a message to Boss AI. The most important thing right now was maintaining morale. He stared intently at the level 5 Phantom Green Dragon stretching its body in front of them and shouted, "It's just a level 5 monster. Our rifles are loaded with level 6 ammo. Everyone, on my command. I'll take the vanguard." Before he could even finish his sentence, the panicked teammate completely gave in to despair. Realizing the train ticket in his hand was useless, he aimed his rifle at the Phantom Green Dragon and pulled the trigger. The heavy gunfire echoed through the secret chamber, every bullet accurately piercing the monster's body. But its body was simply too massive, measuring 7 or 8 meters in length alone. Under attack, it immediately wrapped its giant wings around its body. Although the level 6 bullets broke through its defense and embedded into its flesh, they didn't deal any fatal damage. Instead, it only provoked the Phantom Green Dragon's ferocity, driving it into a frenzy. It roared, flapping its wings as it lunged straight at the man who fired. Boom! Its twin claws pierced right through his chest, pinning him to the wall. "Shoot it in the eyes." Biaozi roared furiously. Xiao Mao opened fire. With that, he recklessly charged at the green dragon. "Everyone climb onto it. Stab your knives and shoot into its weak spots. Don't give it room to ram us." "No, I'm out of ammo." The teammate pinned to the wall by the claws felt his life force rapidly draining away, his eyes filled with nothing but despair and unwillingness. He tossed his rifle aside, pulled a vehicle blade fragment from his chest, and used all his remaining strength to stab it straight into the eye of the green dragon that was about to devour him. Squelch! The level 50 vehicle blade easily pierced through. The agonizing pain from its weak spot being attacked sent the green dragon into a complete frenzy. It bit off the upper half of the man's body and swallowed it whole, then shot up to the ceiling of the plaza, thrashing wildly in the air. The more it hurt, the more it lost control. Biaozi had already climbed onto the green dragon's neck. He gripped a scale tightly with one hand to anchor himself, while his other hand wildly gouged at it with a vehicle blade fragment. In the biochemical nightmare combat simulation, he had experienced countless situations far more dangerous than this. Even though you couldn't die in the simulation, the experience of facing death helped him stay calm. This was the green dragon's blind spot. Right at that moment, muffled gunshots suddenly rang out from inside the green dragon's body. Immediately after, the green dragon let out a tragic shriek and plummeted to the ground like a dead leaf. It twitched for a few breaths before going completely still. "It's dead?" Biaozi lay on the green dragon's neck, stunned. How did it die? He grabbed his rifle and jumped down, walking up to its head. He emptied an entire magazine into its eye, reloading while scanning his surroundings. It was dead, dead as a doornail. However, for the first time today, Guard Squad 1 had suffered a casualty. Xiao Mao was dead. If only he had been a little calmer back then. Wait a minute. Biaozi's expression suddenly changed. He looked at the Squad 1 members climbing off the green dragon's corpse one by one, his voice urgent. "Where's Shan Miaozi?" There were only 7 people in front of him. Including himself, that made 8. Where did Shan Miaozi go? It was too chaotic just now. He hadn't had time to keep track of everyone's position. Could it be that Shan Miaozi didn't manage to climb onto the green dragon in time and got swallowed whole? Right then I'm here. Shan Miaozi, covered head to toe in slime and blood, struggled to crawl out from the dragon's rear end. His hair was matted like it hadn't been washed in weeks. He shakily stood up, raised the rifle in his hand, and grinned at Biaozi. "I slipped in from behind, carved a hole deep inside, crawled straight into the green dragon's womb, and unloaded a few mags. Biaoji said to hit its weak spots. I figured that spot was weak enough. Biaozi froze for a second, then strode over and pulled Shan Miaozi into a tight hug, laughing loudly. Fucking brilliant, brother. You made a huge contribution. I was just wondering how this green dragon died so suddenly. But then, Shan Miaozi tilted his head, looking at the half-eaten corpse in the corner not far away. His voice dropped as he whispered, Xiao Mao is dead. Crash. At this moment, the gate blocking the passageway slowly opened. Zhang Damei, who had been waiting outside with Team 2, immediately strode over to Biaozi. Seeing the completely motionless corpse of the green dragon, a look of disbelief flashed in her eyes. It's dead? You guys killed a level 5 monster without using mechas. Biaozi didn't answer Zhang Damei right away. He just patted Shan Miaozi on the shoulder and muttered, if he's dead, he's dead. Xiao Mao was always timid. Living in this apocalypse was too painful for him. Death is a release. Then he looked closely at Shan Miaozi, whose body was still slightly contorted. Are you badly hurt? Not too bad. That monster squeezed me tight, probably broke a few ribs. While they were talking, the green dragon lying on the ground gradually turned to dust, vanishing from the plaza, leaving behind only an accessory blueprint and a chip. At the same time, the entire plaza began to collapse. Biaozi quickly snatched up the dropped items, supported Shan Miaozi, and looked at Zhang Damei and the others. This place is caving in. Let's move. Inside the cabin of the Hengxing, I sat in my chair, calmly watching the screen. I had just witnessed the entire battle through Biaozi's first-person perspective. It was a bit unexpected. A level 5 monster had appeared and even sealed off the space beneath the plaza. It made it impossible for the train to provide backup, leaving Biaozi and his team to save themselves. A level 5 monster. After a moment, I muttered softly. At first, I thought Guard Team 1 would likely be wiped out under the plaza. I didn't expect them to actually win. Theoretically, as long as they wield a level 6 weapon, even a young adult could kill a level 5 monster, provided they can break its defense. But that's just theory. The actual combat success rate is much lower. In real combat, countless variables arise. Biaozi and the others had almost zero defensive capabilities. A single hit meant death. Under such circumstances, for them to team up and slay a level 5 monster with only one casualty could even be considered a miracle. This level 5 monster wasn't very strong. Xiao AI's voice echoed in the cabin. Its attack patterns were monotonous, and it had blind spots. If it were a level 5 monster from the Kunlun Mountains, Biaozi and his team definitely wouldn't have survived. Furthermore, because it had just resurrected, a single swipe only ripped open their stomachs. If it were a normal level 5 monster, they would have been smashed into bloody pulp on the spot. Even so, it's still very impressive, I replied softly. Right then, lines of text appeared on the control screen. You have successfully returned the green dragon to its homeland, fulfilling its dying wish and allowing fallen leaves to return to their roots. The skeleton deep within the cave is the true remains of the green dragon. Long ago, the green dragon's soul was imprisoned here. Each time it resurrected, it descended into a different body. Only when its soul was destroyed could it truly be saved. A fragmented soul controlling a long-rotted body. Humans always believe that to live is to have hope, but sometimes, only death is true salvation. It once attacked you, but that was not its original intent. Thank you. The blue-tier deep sea shield accessory blueprint has dissipated with the green dragon's salvation. There may be multiple ways to obtain it, not just by killing the green dragon. Hengxing train reputation plus 100. I fell silent. Soon after, Biaozi sent up the loot they had gathered, an accessory blueprint and a chip. The blue-tier deep sea shield blueprint, along with a dragon treasure map. This chip was similar to the biochemical nightmare. It needed to be used in the combat training simulation space and was divided into normal and extreme missions. Completing them would improve overall physical attributes. The rewards were pretty good. I already had the deep sea shield accessory, so this blueprint was useless for now. I could only save it to sell later. Xiao AI, take Shan Miaozi to the medical cabin for treatment. Captain, Shan Miaozi has already treated himself using a simple medical kit. Huh. I frowned slightly. The level 10 overspec effect of the simple medical kit can only reattach severed limbs. Sha Miaozi had broken bones. How did he treat that? He used a piece of a vehicle blade to chop off the broken bone, then reattached it. Under the level 10 overspec effect, the broken bone and flesh automatically regenerated. My eye twitched slightly. I didn't say anything more, just steered the train out of the underwater maze, speeding across the lakebed. As we burst out of the water, the wheels immediately switched to Cloud Rabbit mode, speeding off into the distance. In guard cabin 7, Biaozi lit 3 cigarettes and shoved them straight into Shan Miaozi's mouth. 3 isn't enough. Have 3 more. It helps with the pain. Feeling any better now? Yeah, a bit better. Shan Miaozi was wrapped in bandages from head to toe, lying on the bed. His body twitched occasionally, his face pale, and his forehead drenched in beads of sweat. The broken bones had completely healed, but it hurt. It hurt like hell. Good thing the cigarettes helped dull it. Otherwise, he probably would have passed out from the pain long ago. Shan Miao. Mia's eyes were red. She knelt by Shan Miaozi's bed, constantly wiping the sweat from his forehead with a hot towel, her other hand tightly gripping his. Her lips trembled, but in the end, she couldn't say a word. It's okay, Shan Miaozi grinned from the bed, reaching out to rub Mia's head. My injuries are completely healed. It just hurts a little, that's all. I won't even need until tomorrow. I'll be basically fine by this afternoon. Go back to your room. It's all guys here. It's not convenient for you to stay. Go on. Mia nodded, her eyes red, and stood up, turning to walk toward the fridge nearby. Just then, Chun Meng, escorted by Xiao Ai, passed through several cars and arrived at guard cabin 7. I sat down on the bed opposite Shan Miaozi and asked softly, "How are you holding up?" Seeing me, Shan Miaozi immediately forced himself to sit up, leaning against the wall. With a hint of anxiety in his eyes, he said, "My injuries are completely healed. Ready for orders at any time. Next time you're hurt this badly, you can use the medical cabin. It doesn't cost that much iron ore." I looked at him and continued, "The Hengxing isn't so stingy that we'd skimp on medical resources for our guards." Shan Miaozi wanted to explain something, but when he caught Biaozi's eye, he swallowed his words and just nodded slightly. All right. I didn't stay long. I stood up and looked at Biaozi. A new map just opened up in the combat training simulation space. Quickly lead Team 1 to complete all the normal missions. Try to improve your overall attributes. If all of you could pilot mechas on this trip, it wouldn't have been such a disaster. Also, regarding the guard who died, go tell Lao Zhu the whole story so he can add it to the training manual. Understood? With that, I immediately left the cabin. The Hengxing continued toward the Kunlun Mountains, preparing to enter the Gold Zone, Zombie Valley, once again. Captain Zhu, what did Boss Mang mean? Lao Zhu glanced at Biaozi and lowered his voice. Appropriate embellishment. Later, tell me the whole process in detail so I can edit it. Did Xiao Mao have any relatives on the train? No. Dan. In the cabin of the Hengxing, I steered the train through the air, speeding toward the Kunlun Mountains while picking up the walkie-talkie. Wait for me at the Kunlun Mountains. I'm almost there. Everything's handled. We can head out. No problem. Dan's voice quickly came through the walkie-talkie. Just then, the target detection radar showed a level 4 train below being chased by a swarm of mantis-like monsters. Their speed was significantly faster, and among them were 2 level 5 mantis monsters. The train clearly had no effective countermeasures and had fallen into an extremely dangerous situation. Without hesitation, I immediately steered the train upward. The Doomsday Cannon locked onto the 2 level 5 monsters, and nearly 100 shells rained down in rapid succession. Explosions echoed across the plains as the 2 level 5 monsters instantly blew up into a bloody mist. The lower-level mantis monsters around them were either killed or severely injured. Since I ran into them, I might as well save them. I didn't think much of it. I glanced at a few words of gratitude sent by the other train over the walkie-talkie, then continued steering the Hengxing into the distance. The train behind us slowly came to a halt. A group of thugs jumped out and began clearing out the remaining monsters. Right then, Xiao Ai, standing beside me, suddenly spoke up. "Captain, Zhang Damei says that among the thugs on the train below, 2 of the men are her older brothers." Brothers? I raised an eyebrow and immediately turned the train around, flying back the way we came. Could he have recognized that we're from the same hometown? On the Sheikh Plains, Inside the cabin of a level 4 train, a man was staring at a forced private message on his walkie-talkie, his eyes filled with both the joy of surviving and sheer terror. He thought he was dead for sure this time. He never expected to scrape by with his life because a big shot passing by casually saved him. Through the private message, he learned the other party was the Hengxing, the boss train of the Teeling Wasteland. Even after reaching the high-level zone, the Hengxing was still the top dog in the area, holding the #1 spot on all 3 leaderboards. He was also originally from the Teeling Wasteland. Was that why the big shot stepped in to save him? But back in the Teeling Wasteland, he was a complete nobody. How could the other party possibly recognize him? Just then, he saw the Hengxing flying back from the horizon, slowly descending in front of his train. The middle cabin door swung open, and a mecha jumped out, beginning to slaughter the remaining mantis monsters around them. Wait, a mecha? Level 6 trains can already build mechas. In the blink of an eye, the remaining monsters were wiped clean. The mecha seemed to say something, and then, his 2 idiot thugs rushed over, hugging the mecha's legs and wailing miserably. What kind of script is this? The man sitting in the cabin looked completely bewildered. He had no idea what was going on, but he didn't dare make a move. He could only wait cautiously. Very soon, his train's walkie-talkie received a new message. I want these 2 thugs of yours. Name your price. Now he understood. There must be a relative of those 2 idiots on the Hengxing. Could it be the little sister they were always talking about? He immediately glanced at the 10 mecha cannons with their absurdly large calibers on the Hengxing, his mouth twitching slightly. The big shot lending a hand was already a massive favor. If he had his eye on them, he could just take them. Before he could say anything else, the 2 hulking guys had already followed the woman back onto the Hengxing. Very quickly, the names of those 2 idiot thugs disappeared from his train's crew list. Right after, the train soared back into the sky, not leaving even a wisp of cloud behind. The man stood watching the Hengxing fly away, his expression complicated. He usually cursed out those 2 idiots a lot, and every time they went scavenging, he'd make them carry treadmills back. But now that they were actually gone, he felt an indescribable emptiness inside, like his 2 big golden retrievers had been led away by someone else. Inside the Hengxing's cabin, I looked at the physical data of the 2 hulking men displayed on the control screen. Xiao AI had quickly installed dual iris chips for both of them. Their overall physical attributes were absolutely absurd. Zhang Damiai's overall physical attribute was 18.2, which was already the highest on the Hengxing. But the results showed that her eldest brother, Zhang Yi, had an overall attribute of 22.8, and her second brother, Zhang Er, was at 21.9. One was higher than the other. This is ridiculous. This is the apocalypse. Could this planet have been a low-level martial arts world before the apocalypse, where things like bloodlines existed? Born with the Tyrannosaurus bloodline, giving them such insanely high innate physical attributes? If it weren't for the information I'd gathered showing that before the apocalypse, this was a modernized world with a technological level similar to my old world, I really would have believed those rumors. Very strong. We've got 2 more mecha pilots. It's just that, with the overall attributes of these 2 brothers, using the level 6 Enforcer mecha is a bit of a waste. To fully unleash the power of the Enforcer mecha requires an overall attribute over 14.0, while these 2 are almost double that number. But that's fine. Zombie Valley is a gold zone. Higher level ores and higher level mecha blueprints will definitely appear. Soon, my train and the Tsanglong met up ahead. The 2 trains flew side by side through the air, speeding toward the Zombie Valley zone. A few hours later, a giant curtain of light appeared ahead. It was the boundary between zones. 4 large words were clearly displayed on the light curtain, Zombie Valley. At the same time, 2 lines of warning slowly appeared on the control screen. The area ahead is a gold zone, Zombie Valley. Maximum monster level that can appear, level 9. Current train level is level 6. The danger factor is quite high. Please proceed with caution. As the train passed through the light curtain, it meant the Hengxing had officially entered the gold zone, Zombie Valley. It was already late afternoon, nearing dusk. Set up camp here. Both sides quickly reached an agreement. For the first night, we'd camp at the edge of the zone. Waiting until dawn to make a move wouldn't be too late. After all, this was a gold zone. Level 9 monsters could appear. A level 9 monster would be an incredibly difficult opponent for both the Hengxing and the Zonglong. Fortunately, both trains had the ability to fly. And this was Zombie Valley. The monsters were mainly zombies, and zombies couldn't fly. As long as we weren't ambushed by other trains, the danger level was still manageable. Inside the Hengxing's cabin, I observed the target detection radar and the resource exploration radar. There were quite a few red dots on the target radar, mostly zombie hordes. They were still quite far away and wouldn't close in for the time being. The strongest zombies in those hordes were only level 6. Even if they swarmed us, they wouldn't pose too much of a threat. As for the resource radar, 2 open pit level 2 iron or mines appeared, but they were occupied by zombie hordes. Those things obviously weren't a match for the Hengxing. I just didn't want any unexpected incidents on the first night. Waiting until dawn to deal with them wouldn't be too late. I glanced at the Zombie Perception Shield accessory, Vehicle Edition, on the control interface. I had upgraded this accessory to level 10 a long time ago. It was practically useless before, but in this zone, it was incredibly effective. Even level 9 zombies wouldn't be able to sense the train's presence. I could mine or in peace. Tonight, sleep comes first. Zhang Damei. In guard cabin 7, Biaozi angrily pointed right at Zhang Damei and scolded, "Don't you think you're being a bit unreasonable? Your team 2 already has a mecha. What more do you want? Our team 1 just lost a man. These 2 must join team 1. What are you talking about, brother Biao?" Zhang Damei tightly gripped her 2 brothers behind her, not avoiding Biaozi's gaze, and replied firmly, "I respect you because you're my senior, but these 2 are my blood brothers. My blood brothers. By both logic and emotion, there's absolutely no problem with them joining my team 2, right? Our team 3 doesn't have a mecha either." The captain of team 3, a rather delicate-looking young man sitting in the corner, led his members over. With a serious expression, he said, "You have to give one to our team 3. The cabin instantly erupted into an uproar. All 3 guard teams were fighting over the ownership of these 2 newcomers. Everyone knew that these 2 would definitely pilot mechas, and their overall physical attributes were so high. Once they joined a team, not only would it drastically reduce the casualty rate during offline missions, but it would also significantly boost the team's combat power. No one wanted to miss out. Though no one threw punches, the argument was getting increasingly heated. "Stop!" Zhang Damei roared, putting her hands on her hips and shouting, "Us 3 captains will go into the virtual space and fight it out. Whoever wins gets them." Biaozi and the team 3 captain looked at each other, then went right back to arguing loudly. No one brought up going into the virtual space to decide the winner again. Why fight when you can solve things by arguing? Zhang Er, standing behind Zhang Damei, quietly stuffed a whole piping hot meat-stuffed mantou into his mouth. He chewed enthusiastically for a moment before reluctantly swallowing, then leaned in close to Zhang Yi's ear and whispered, "Big bro, turns out we're this popular? They seem to really welcome us." "I don't know either." Zhang Yi kept a stern, cold expression, also stuffing a meat-stuffed mantou into his mouth before lowering his voice. "Just act serious. That way, others will see we're not easy to bully. Did you forget what Dad told us? When you go to a new environment, if you act too easygoing, you'll always get picked on." Right. Almost forgot." Zhang Er immediately put on a serious face, but right after, he reached out for another meat-stuffed mantou, instantly shattering the tough guy aura he'd just built up. He couldn't help but chuckle. "Big bro, this meat-stuffed mantou is really good. So greasy. It's been forever since I had something this tasty. Chen Meng is a really good guy. We just got in the cabin, haven't even done anything yet, and he already gave us a huge plate of buns. This time, we can finally eat our fill." Hearing this, Zhang Yi couldn't help but nod, grabbing another meat-stuffed mantou. "So this is how our little sister lives every day? What a luxury. Eat up. Second brother, remember this time, when we go out scavenging, absolutely do not bring back any more treadmills." "Don't worry, big bro. I'll definitely do a good job this time." Just then, Biaozi took a deep breath and roared, putting an end to the argument. He looked at the other 2 captains. "Tomorrow morning, I'll go find Boss Mang and let him handle the assignment. Deal?" Zhang Damei and the team 3 captain looked at each other and nodded in unison. If Boss Mang arranged it, there would definitely be no issues. "Then let's eat first. The mantous will get cold soon." With that, Everyone in guard cabin 7 turned to look at the plate on the nearby table, ready to have dinner. But there was only an empty plate left on the table. A few greasy smears were the only proof it had once been full. Where are the buns? Biaozi stared blankly at the empty plate. He had clearly just asked someone to bring over a plate of meat-stuffed mantus. Quickly, his gaze shifted to the two hulking men standing by the table. The two brothers were wiping the grease from the corners of their mouths with their sleeves, looking like they still hadn't had enough. "You two bastards, you ate them all." Biaozi's eyes were full of disbelief. "That was rations for 30 people. You two actually ate it all. Are your stomachs level 10 refrigerators or something?" Zhang Er poked Zhang Yi's stomach and asked in a low voice, "What's a level 10 refrigerator?" "I don't know either." Zhang Yi quietly shifted to stand right behind Zhang Damei and whispered, "But I think we ate the wrong thing. That stuff probably wasn't meant for us." "Then aren't we in trouble?" "Probably." Zhang Damei, who had been so fiercely fighting for them just moments ago, now had a flash of embarrassment in her eyes. She waved her hand, trying to act calm. "It's fine. I'll pay out of my own pocket to treat everyone to dinner tonight. Put whatever those two eat on my tab." "No need." Biaozi took a deep breath, looking sternly at the two brothers. "Are you two full?" I guess so. Are you full or not?" "About 60 or 70%. "Shan Miaozi." Biaozi tilted his head and called out, "Go heat up some more mantus and bring them over. Let these two brothers eat their fill today. Put all the expenses on my tab." In guard cabin 7, everyone gathered around the two hulking men. The mantus, which weren't small to begin with, looked like mini dumplings in their hands, swallowed down one by one with relish. 31, 32. Every time one disappeared, everyone counted in unison. When the number stopped at 36, Zhang Yi finally patted his bulging stomach, looked up at everyone, and said, "Thank you, everyone. You guys are so nice. It's been a long time since I've eaten this full." "Me too," Zhang Er grinned, his face showing absolute satisfaction. Biaozi looked at the two of them with a complicated expression, counting on his fingers, plus the 90 mantus on the plate earlier. "In total, you two ate 126 mantus. That means just your daily food rations alone cost 126 units of iron ore. How many people are even on this train? Your food expenses take up almost a 20th of the entire train's daily food consumption. Are you two even human? That train earlier was only level 4. Could he really afford to feed you? At his place, we never got to eat our fill." Zhang Yi continued awkwardly, "This is the first time we've ever eaten this full. Because we were starving for so long, we ate a bit much. Normally we don't need this much. 30 mantus a day is enough. Or we can eat sliced bread. We used to eat sliced bread all the time. We know that stuff is way cheaper than mantus. We can go scavenge for supplies. We won't be useless. I have a lot of arm strength. Whatever you tell me to move, I can do it." Yeah, Zhang Er nodded continuously. "If you don't believe me, I can show you guys." "No need." Biaozi waved his hand, his expression still complicated. Boss AI had already sent him their overall physical data. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so jealous. He had to get one of them. At the very least, he had to get one. Natural-born close combat mecha pilots aren't something you can just wish for. The next morning, just as the sky was brightening, I finished washing up and sat at the control console to check the travel log. Nothing happened last night. Under the effect of the vehicle's zombie perception shield, not a single zombie dared to approach the Hengxing. The Canglong was still quietly parked nearby, preparing to set off. The first order of business was to mine ore. The Hengxing slowly started up, beginning to explore the area. The Canglong quickly followed close behind. The entire zone was structured like a basin, high terrain around the edges, low in the middle, forming a vast plain. Because the area was so massive, the slope was barely noticeable while moving. Just 10 minutes later, we encountered a dense resource mining area, consisting of 1 level 3 iron ore mine and 3 level 2 iron ore mines. As expected of a gold zone, we ran into a level 3 mine right after entering. I didn't say much. They were all open-pit mines. The two trains slowly came to a halt. All the slaves on board got off one by one, starting their day's work. The only difference was that the people from the Hengxing eagerly carried their pickaxes down into the mines, while the slaves from the Canglong had to be beaten and urged before they'd get to work. Brother Mang, On the plane, Erdan stood at a slightly higher vantage point, looking at the busy slaves in the mine ahead, and turned to me somewhat awkwardly. The thing is, I'm just tagging along with you to make a living, but this gold zone is too dangerous. I'm a bit scared on my own. You can have that level 3 iron or mine. I'll just mine the level 2 once. I smiled and didn't say anything more. Then I looked at Biaozi, who was running over. After hearing his report, I pondered for a moment and said, both of them will join your team 1. What? Biaozi was stunned, clearly not expecting this outcome. He thought he'd be able to keep one at most. He never expected to get both. He immediately grinned from ear to ear. Understood, Boss Mang. I watched his retreating back and chuckled softly. I had my own calculations. Biaozi had been with me the longest. He was the most loyal and capable among the guards. But with the growth of Zhang Damei and the Team 3 captain, Biaozi's authority in the team had begun to wane. It was time to give him a boost. Besides, Team 1 had just lost a man, and this was the team I found handiest to use. Assigning both of them to Team 1 was the best choice for me. Later, I'll build 2 more mechas for this team. Mechas really are good stuff. Erdan stood beside me, his eyes full of envy. I still don't have a single mecha blueprint, and I don't even know where to find one. But even if I had a blueprint, it'd be useless. I don't even have any Crimson Core rock yet. I didn't see this kind of, or in the Sheh Plains. Hopefully, there's some in the zombie basin. These are Boss Mang's orders. In high spirits, Biaozi laughed heartily and threw 2 suitcases down in front of Zhang Yi and Zhang Er. From now on, you two are members of Team 1. First, familiarize yourselves with the mecha controls. If there's anything you don't understand, ask your little sister. Then, he turned to the rest of Team 1. The rest of you, follow me into the combat training space. Try to clear all the normal missions of Evil Awakening today. As for Shan Miaozi, you focus on the mental strength training map designed by Li Shiji. Now move out. Since Boss Mang had spoken, Zhang Damei and the Team 3 captain didn't say anything more, just looking at the 2 mechas with a bit of jealousy. Everyone wanted their team to be a little stronger. In the combat training simulation space, Biaozi took a deep breath, looking at the 4 large words in front of him. Evil Awakening. His arm trembled slightly. He had already completed 3 normal missions on this map, increasing his overall physical attribute by 0.6. Right now, his overall physical attribute had reached 12.8. Compared to the minimum requirement of 13.5 to pilot the Enforcer mecha, he was still short by 0.7. Just clearing the extreme mission of Evil Awakening would be enough. The extreme mission had a higher difficulty, and it was lethal. There was only one chance. However, confirm selection of extreme mission. Immediately after, a light screen appeared before him. Extreme mission selected. If you die in the map, you will suffer brain death in reality. In the extreme mission, the speed and strength of zombies will greatly increase. Other factors remain the same as the normal mission. Please confirm selection. Confirm. The next moment, the light screen shattered into countless specks of light, and the white space around him transformed into the familiar elevator. The elevator quickly ascended. He had been here countless times. Gripping the steel bar in the elevator, Biaozi stood silently, counting down in his head. Right after, with a loud bang, the elevator suddenly stopped, stuck between the 7th and 8th floors. Without hesitation, Biaozi kicked the elevator door hard, wedged the steel bar into the gap to pry it open, and rolled onto the 7th floor. He quickly found a fire axe in an office on this floor, kicked open the emergency exit door, and roared as he charged in to slaughter the zombies. Adrenaline surged through his body. He had experienced this scene many times, but this time was the fastest. Before, it was just practice. If he failed, he could try again. But now it was real combat. Death meant real death. Even God couldn't save him. 10 minutes later, Biaozi stood in the emergency stairwell, glancing around. Not a single zombie was left breathing. He grinned, running a blood-soaked hand through his hair, slicking it back into a parted style, then spat out a thick wad of bloody phlegm. Then he strode down the emergency stairwell. The goal was the rooftop, but there were still many weapons below that could help him climb higher. He wasn't like Zhang Damei and her brothers, nor was he like Li Shiji or the Team 3 captain, people who seemed born to be powerhouses. He had nothing. Before, he was just a contractor in a guerrilla squad, scraping by to make a living, as ordinary as could be. If he wanted to get stronger, the only way was to risk his life more than anyone else. Where others didn't dare to go, he went. What others didn't dare to do, he did. In the Hengxing's cabin, I frowned, leaning back in my chair, watching Biaozi on the screen as he started to stagger. I stayed silent for a long time, my eyes never leaving him for even a second. Captain, Xiao AI stood beside me, her cold, mechanical voice ringing out. If you're worried Biaozi will die in the map, why didn't you stop him from the start? I didn't answer right away. After a moment, I said softly, everyone has the right to die. You can't stop it. On the screen, Biaozi had reached the 17th floor, but he had clearly hit his limit. From there to the rooftop on the 31st floor was still a long way. It was almost impossible to continue. At this point, even forcibly pulling him out of the combat training simulation space would result in brain death. If Biaozi dies, who will take his place? I quietly calculated the next steps, but I didn't want to make a decision. I was waiting for a miracle. I still wanted Biaozi to sit firmly in the position of Team 1 captain. He was my trusted confidant. Anyone else always made me feel like something was missing. Right then, on the screen, Biaozi suddenly, with trembling hands, pulled a syringe from his jacket and stabbed it hard into his arm. Immediately after, his entire body seemed pumped full of strength as he charged straight into the zombie horde and began slaughtering them. I frowned slightly, both glad he found a way out of danger and curious about where that syringe came from. I clearly remembered he had already used it on the 12th floor. Biaozi didn't use it on the 12th floor. Xiao AI spoke up. He only pretended to inject it. He wasn't tricking you. He was tricking his own brain, making it think he had injected it, but in reality, he hadn't. Xiao AI was a bit surprised. At the time, I thought he was just reluctant to use it. Now it seems he successfully tricked himself. Humans are truly formidable. They can deceive their own brains. AI cannot do this. That actually works? I closed my eyes, poked my arm with my finger, and tried to trick my brain into thinking I'd injected medicine, but obviously failed. That method won't work. Xiao AI shook her head. It requires an extremely strong belief and the ability to instantly shift to a third-person perspective. Your eyes can't linger on the syringe. You have to use the sensation of pain to trick the brain into thinking the medicine has entered. Something like that. With this extra syringe, Biaozi quickly regained his form. Half an hour later, with bloodthirsty and ferocious eyes, as the surrounding scenery gradually turned back into the familiar white space, he finally realized he had cleared the stage. A white light screen appeared before his eyes. Congratulations. You have become the first member of the Hengxing to clear the Evil Awakening map on extreme difficulty. Pioneers always deserve to be rewarded. You receive an additional 1.0 overall physical attribute enhancement. Seeing the light screen, Biaozi froze for a moment. Then his body gave out, and he collapsed to his knees. But he couldn't contain the excitement and thrill on his face. He burst out laughing. It was still him, the great Biaozi. Clearing the extreme mission originally increased overall physical attributes by 0.5. Now, with the extra 1.0 reward, his overall physical attribute directly reached 14.3. This number had surpassed the prerequisite threshold to perfectly pilot the Enforcer mecha. It's just Zhang Damei. I'll surpass her. Perhaps because he had survived a near-death situation, Biaozi's aura now carried a trace of extremely powerful confidence. Although he didn't have innate talent like Zhang Damei, he was gradually catching up. He sat on the ground to rest for a while, then dove right back in. He wanted to use up his remaining 2 chances to clear the extreme mission in one go, then go find Boss Mang to ask for a mecha. Plus Zhang Yi and Zhang Air, Guard Team 1 would have 3 mechas. Sure enough, good things come in pairs. In the combat training simulation space, the Team 3 captain's mental strength had also increased to 140, reaching the threshold to pilot the water leech mecha. The overall strength of the Hengxing was increasing at a visible rate. All the crew members on the train were like strands of DNA, tightly winding together, gradually forming a single rope, climbing upward together. Not bad. In the cabin, seeing Biaozi clear the stage, I also breathed a sigh of relief. Watching him made my back sweat. I'll go in and try it out myself in a bit, but right now, there's something more important. I looked at the control panel. The current balance of Crimson Core Rock was 98,000 units. The cost to craft the Yellow Tier Water Leech Mecha was 28,000 units of Crimson Core Rock, while the Green Tier Enforcer Mecha cost 18,000 units. Later, I'll hand over Li Shurji's Water Leech to the Team 3 captain, since Li Shurji doesn't need it. At the same time, I need to craft another Enforcer for Biaozi, which means spending another 18,000 units of Crimson Core Rock. By then, I'll only have 80,000 units left in the hold. I sighed helplessly. Before, I had no use for Crimson Core Rock. Now that I do, it's completely insufficient. But then I quickly chuckled. The train's overall strength had noticeably increased. With these 3 mechas, the casualty rate during future offline missions will drop drastically, and the success rate will increase significantly. The sun hung high in the sky, bringing a touch of warmth to the early winter weather. Can I have a bite? A slave from the Zonglong stared greedily at the sandwich in the hands of a Hongxing slave, his eyes full of longing. What flavor is your filling? Is it good? It's not good. The man shook his head firmly. It's sour, stinky, and bitter. Can I taste it? No. This scene played out all over the mine. It wasn't obvious while mining, but when it came time for lunch, the disparity was instantly exposed. Looking at the bland sliced bread in their hands, then at the rich sandwiches of the Hongxing, the gap seemed magnified. The man softened. He glanced around stealthily, then handed over a slice of bread and half a can of leftover Coke, lowering his voice. Drink it fast. Don't let anyone see. The Zonglong slave's eyes instantly lit up. He took it and devoured it ravenously, then licked his lips in pure satisfaction. Pineapple jam, so good. I almost forgot what pineapple tastes like. The slave treatment on your train is so good. Your captain and our boss Mang seem to have a pretty good relationship. Why doesn't your train just join ours? Then you'd get this kind of treatment too. We have even more stuff on our train. I can't decide that. Leaving already? I looked at Air Dan, who had come to say goodbye, and raised an eyebrow. There's still so much iron ore. Aren't you going to mine a bit more? I can't mine anymore. Air Dan waved his hand with a bitter smile. If I keep mining, I'm afraid there'll actually be a riot. I'll take my leave. If fate allows, we'll meet again. If I discover any encounter maps, I'll definitely contact you right away. Take care. I didn't say anything more, just watch that Zonglong take to the sky and leave. As long as you can fly, there's basically not much to worry about in this zombie basin. Then I returned to the control cabin and looked at the control panel. The train was already level 6. After upgrading, a new button had appeared on the interface. I had asked Air Dan about it before, but he wasn't sure either. He only said that when his train reached level 6, a team chat button appeared. But this is probably something exclusive to S-rank potential mechanized trains. Team chat is a function that allows the captain's orders to be instantly transmitted to the guards within the enemy detection radar's range. A pretty useful function. I just don't need it. The hive mind combined with the iris chip can completely replace team chat and even do it better. Especially the iris chip. Even though it's only white quality, its effect on the entire train rivals a red quality accessory. This is an epic-making upgrade. I looked away from the button. Since its effects aren't showing yet, there's no need to worry about it. I shifted my gaze to the 3 accessories that could be crafted after the train upgraded to level 6. 2 yellow, 1 blue. Plutocrat Energy Shield, blue quality accessory, requires nearly 10,000 units of iron ore to craft. Tsunami Gatling Production Line, yellow quality accessory, requires nearly 1,000 units of iron ore to craft. Parachute Production Line, yellow quality accessory, requires 1,000 units of iron ore to craft. Only 3 accessories. 2 yellow, 1 blue. Yellow quality accessories can be upgraded to a maximum of level 5, while blue quality can reach level 8. When the train upgraded to level 4, one of the craftable accessories was the energy shield. But back then, it was yellow quality and could only be upgraded to level 5, including the Doomsday Autocannon, which is also blue quality, maxing out at level 8. Basically, most trains have to replace a full set of defensive and offensive accessories when they reach a certain level milestone. For example, going from iron armor to energy shield, and then to plutocrat energy shield to achieve a higher defense tier. The same goes for offense. Of course, You could skip the level 4 energy shield and wait until level 6 to directly craft the plutocrat energy shield. That would indeed save a lot of iron ore. But the problem is that the carriage steel armor can only be upgraded to level 3. There's a massive gap between level 3 and level 6. Unless you can find a massive amount of iron ore and develop in secret without caring about anyone else, most people simply can't pull that off. Therefore, the vast majority of people can only replace their defensive and offensive accessories level by level. But the Hongxing Hao doesn't need to. I just need to keep upgrading the iron armor. The cost is lower, whereas defensive accessories are inherently expensive. The higher the quality, the more it costs to upgrade. And the iron armor's effectiveness is incredible. It directly blocks both physical and energy attacks, plus it provides permanent shock absorption. As long as it's not an excessively high-level monster, it basically can't put a single scratch on the train. Even so, I still crafted all 3 of these accessories, because they are mandatory prerequisites for upgrading to a level 7 train. The Tsunami Gatling production line and the Parachute production line are especially useful. The former is a personal weapon, an upgraded version of the Tunglong assault rifle. The parachute accessory is probably used so that when the captain hits eject and launches into the air, there's a way to land safely. A pretty interesting concept. I crafted all 3 accessories, but only upgraded the latter 2 to level 10, costing a total of 90,000 units of iron ore. Level 5 overpowered effect of the Tsunami Gatling production line. Consumption halved. Level 10 overpowered effect of the Tsunami Gatling production line. Consumption halved. Level 5 overpowered effect of the parachute production line. None. Level 10 overpowered effect of the parachute production line. None. Consumption halved? Intrigued, I immediately went to carriage number 2 and spent 1,000 units of iron ore to craft a level 10 Gatling. Like other weapons, upgrading only increases the fire rate and range. The actual firepower still depends on the bullet level. The Tsunami Gatling, however, doesn't have its own ammo production line, nor does it have an ammo belt or magazine. It just has a small slot in the stock. Just pop an energy stone in and you're good to go. This is the Hongxing Hao's first energy-based personal weapon. I picked up the Gatling, waited in my hands for a moment, then shoved a level 1 energy stone into it, and selected level 1 energy rounds on the screen. Then I stood at the carriage door, aimed the barrel straight up at the sky, and squeezed the trigger hard. The next moment, an ear-piercing roar erupted as hundreds of light bullets shot straight into the sky in the blink of an eye. With 2 consumption-halved, overpowered effects stacked, the energy drain was incredibly low. I fired continuously for a full minute, and the level 1 energy stone only depleted by about 2%. It was practically negligible. Of course, if I wanted to fire level 6 rounds, I'd need a level 2 or even level 3 energy stone. Not bad. I had my fun for a bit before satisfyingly setting the Gatling aside. When using it, you can select silent mode, which makes almost no sound. The roar just now was just an optional Gatling sound simulation, like an electric car using speakers to fake a gas engine's rev. This weapon is completely viable for field use. Probably because it's an energy weapon, there's almost zero recoil. With my physique, controlling it is a breeze. The weight isn't too heavy either, making it perfect as a personal weapon. Basically, the Tsunami Gatling can completely replace the Tunglong assault rifle. 2 consecutive consumption-halved effects make it the strongest overpowered effect among all firepower accessories. Nothing else compares. Most firepower accessories don't lack damage. It's just that their damn consumption rates are absurd. As for the parachute, it didn't have any overpowered effects. For the next 10 days, the Hongxing Hao didn't go anywhere, just peacefully mining or right here. 10 days passed. 1 level 3 iron ore mine and 3 level 2 iron ore mines were almost completely stripped bare. This level 3 mine wasn't exactly considered to have particularly rich reserves. I looked at the control panel. The train currently had 2.51 million units of iron ore. I withdrew 460,000 units to craft 10 more level 10 virtual combat training pods so the guards could take turns training and improving their overall physique. 10 pods were still a bit lacking. Not quite enough to go around. I hoarded the rest of the iron ore, leaving it untouched, preparing to use it to upgrade the iron armor to level 8. Right now, I only have level 7 iron armor. It's still not safe enough in this area. I need to hit at least level 8 to feel a bit more secure. Just a level 8 B rank potential mechanized train, manhwa. You're really a brat looking for death. Once I find you, I'll make you taste pure torture. Remember that, you little punk. I casually glanced at the private messages on the train's radio and ignored them, not bothering to reply. These messages were sent 3 hours ago. Because I didn't respond, the other party couldn't send any more private messages, so they could only continuously threaten, curse, and hurl insults at me publicly on the radio. The reason for this grudge was very simple. I pinned the information about selling cigarettes and other daily supplies to the top of the train radio's trading board. Quite a few trains had already completed transactions with me. Only this manhwa was throwing a fit. Word is, in this area, only the manhwa owns a cigarette production line, making a killing every time there's a gathering. Me stepping in and being able to trade remotely on top of that was basically smashing his rice bowl. So naturally, that guy couldn't sit still, cursing and threatening me like a madman. I didn't reply. I just kept selling my cigarettes. You're allowed to sell, but others aren't? So what if he actually comes looking for me? I'm not exactly terrified of a level 8 train. My strength speaks for itself. And that wasn't all. Another A-rank potential mechanized train also sent me a private message. Just one sentence. I heard from my little brother. Did you call him a little bitch who sells his ass to AI? Also a level 8 train. I still didn't reply. I leaned back in my chair, a serious look on my face as I pondered. For some reason, I get the feeling I've pissed off a lot of people. Should I take the initiative and go pick a fight first, or keep mining? Thinking it over, I should probably stick to mining for now. I'm only a level 6 train right now. Fighting at this point isn't safe enough. I'll upgrade the train's level first, then we'll talk. Is that really necessary? In another corner of the zombie basin, several trains were parked close together. The captains had gathered, discussing something. Wasn't the last slot for the geocore nuke reserved for your little brother? You really want to go in first and give that slot to that punk. Everyone's eyes focused on a man in a tracksuit. He stayed silent for a few seconds, then nodded, his expression dark. To my brother, that insult is unforgivable. And to me as well. I believe that if he were here, he wouldn't care about this opportunity either. He'd choose to let me kill the captain of the Hongxing Hao in his place. I want to show him the price of running his mouth without restraint. With that, the man turned and walked straight toward his train, coldly tossing back one last sentence. Get ready. We move out in an hour. Inside the geocore nuke instance map, we'll send him out of this world for good. The others looked at each other, momentarily at a loss for words. They had all joined the Libra organization and had a pretty good relationship, often entering instance maps together to share the loot. A few days ago, they obtained a special item. Special item. Key to the geocore nuke instance map. Special effect. Grants entry to this instance map. Maximum capacity, 5 trains. This item was held by the man in the tracksuit himself. Right now, they had 4 people. They were still short 1 train. Originally, they agreed to wait for his little brother to upgrade to a level 6 train and enter the zombie basin before using it. But now, his brother hadn't arrived yet, and his brother's enemy had gotten here first. And he arrived with incredible arrogance. The moment he showed up, he snatched away the manhwa cigarette business. He even shot straight to the #1 spot on the zombie basin's overpowered effects leaderboard. It was no different from carving the words, "I'm arrogant as hell," right on his forehead. Most importantly, the man in the tracksuit possessed a train ultimate skill called Force Drag. Its effect was that upon entering an instance map, he could forcibly drag another train in the same area into that map. The prerequisites were that the map still had an open slot, and he knew the exact name of the target train. And right now, the man in the tracksuit was clearly dead set on revenge, preparing to directly eliminate the other party inside the instance map. I don't think this is a good idea. After the man in the tracksuit left, a middle-aged man wearing a thick military coat shook his head. I mean, you guys should try to talk him out of it. We don't even know what type of instance map this is yet. PvP, survival, or co-op. What if it's a co-op map? I believe in the strength of the Hongxing Hao. Even though it's only a level 6 train, with that many overpowered effects, it's not much weaker than a level 8 train. But do you really think we'll be able to cooperate well under those circumstances? An instance map that clearly requires 5 trains to clear. If only 4 trains are cooperating, the mortality rate is definitely going to spike. Doing this isn't right. It's a bit too extreme. Even if he wants revenge, he could totally just take his time hunting him down in the zombie basin. Why waste a slot for the instance map? I think it's fine. The buzzcut man in a puffer jacket next to him shrugged. Even if he didn't drag the Hongxing Hao in, he was planning to drag his little brother in anyway. It doesn't make much of a difference. Besides, with the 4 of us, 3 level 8 trains and 1 level 7 train, there's no instance map that can stop us. Most instance maps aren't fundamentally that dangerous. They're just hard to find. Even if we fail, it rarely threatens our lives. The men looked at each other, unable to come up with a better idea, and finally sighed in unison. They had no choice but to accept the tracksuit man's approach. After all, he was the strongest one here, and the special item was in his hands. Since he'd made up his mind, they couldn't do anything but agree. Actually, the buzzcut man in the puffer jacket suddenly chuckled, lowering his voice. Both of those brothers have A-rank potential. They're hugging girls every single day, never letting go. I think that guy's insult wasn't wrong. A train captain spending all day catering to an AI's feelings. It feels worse than being a slave. Keep your voice down. Don't let anyone hear you. I know. I'm just saying it on the down low. All right, enough. Everyone head back to your trains and get ready. Night fell, the sky full of stars. By now, the nearby open pit iron mines had been completely stripped. I was just about to get into bed, leaving the AI to pilot the train and continue searching for our veins. But the moment I stubbed out my cigarette, the alarm suddenly blared throughout the cabin. Beep, beep, beep. Beep, beep. Beep, beep. The ear-piercing warning echoed, and 2 lines of text quickly flashed on the control panel screen. The trainer Siyuan Hao has used the train ultimate skill, Force Drag. You are invited to enter the instance map, Geocore Nuke. The opposing train's level is higher than yours. You cannot refuse. In 30 seconds, the portal to the Geocore Nuke instance map will appear in front of the Hongxing Hao. I narrowed my eyes slightly at the text on the screen. Siyuan Hao. I remembered that name. It was the older brother of the Yanshi Hao, the guy who sent me that private message. Is he in that much of a rush to kill me? He even forcibly dragged me into an instance map. Couldn't he just hunt for me in the zombie basin? Not an ounce of patience. Besides, the name of this map sounds very familiar. Geocore Nuke. I looked down at the special item in my drawer. Special item, laboratory access card. Item effect. When inside the Geocore Nuke instance map, this card can be used to open the door to a certain laboratory within the map. This item was a congratulatory gift from the trained Shibu Shairan. When I hosted Shan Miaozi's wedding over 10 days ago, I had originally tossed the card at the bottom of a box, figuring I wouldn't run into this instance map anytime soon. I didn't expect that just over 10 days later, the instance map would come knocking on my door. Oh well, I didn't pay it much mind, just looking out the window. The teleportation portal had already appeared in front of the train, a powerful suction force radiating from within. I gently pushed the throttle, not resisting, but instead riding the momentum straight into the portal. Whether it's a mule or a horse, we'll know once we take it out for a spin. You want to clash with me? Let's see if you can handle the impact. The Hongxing Hao entered the portal, and the surrounding scenery began to shift rapidly. When everything stabilized, the train had appeared inside a massive elevator, structurally similar to the one we encountered in the mechanical city. Only last time we went up into the sky, and this time we were heading straight down into the deep underground. The elevator was surrounded by transparent glass. I could clearly see that I was deep underground, facing a gigantic cylindrical abyss. Inside the abyss, 5 elevators were descending simultaneously at the exact same speed. The other 4 each carried a different train. The abyss kept sinking deeper and deeper. The walls of the pit were densely embedded with white lights. The glow was faint, not enough to clearly see what was above, and there was no telling how long it would take to hit the bottom. No notification screens popped up. Perhaps this instance map wouldn't truly begin until the elevators officially touched down. Right now, it felt like waiting for a loading bar to finish. Once the loading bar hit the bottom, the game would officially begin. I looked at the enemy detection radar screen. It clearly displayed the types of parts, part levels, integrity, and all the detailed information of the other 4 trains. Well, 3 level 8 trains, 1 level 7 train. Pretty strong indeed. However, their armor was quite low. Only the Ursiuan House Plutocrat Energy Shield was level 7. The other 2 level 8s were only level 6, and that level 7 train was using a level 5 energy shield. It makes sense though. Blue quality defensive parts. Just thinking about the cost is enough to give anyone a headache. I chuckled, feeling absolutely no real pressure. Even though these trains had very high levels, their foundations were clearly lacking. To put it bluntly, they were all flash and no substance. Their firepower wasn't low though. All 4 trains were equipped with level 8 firepower parts, all of them Hellfire autocannons. Not the same type as my Doomsday autocannon. This was also very normal. The Hellfire autocannon is a blue quality firepower part that appears as soon as a train hits level 4. It's practically the top priority choice for upgrading. By level 5, even though the Doomsday autocannon unlocks at the same blue quality. Since they've already invested resources into the Hellfire autocannon, they'll definitely keep upgrading it to save costs. It's just a pity that the Hellfire autocannon doesn't have the consumption-halved overpowered effect, and its firepower isn't as strong as the Doomsday autocannon either. I looked at the control panel, calculating silently. If we can fight the moment the elevators hit the bottom, I just need to activate the train ultimate skill, Absolute Defense. Then open fire with everything I've got. With my stockpiled copper ore, I have more than enough power to send all 4 of these trains to hell at the same time. It's just that it'll be very expensive. The copper ore I've been hoarding for so long will almost entirely be blown away. Even with 2 consumption-halved overpowered effects, the shells for a level 8 Doomsday autocannon are still incredibly pricey. Thinking about this, I just felt they were being way too reckless. Daring to wander around the zombie basin with a level 5 energy shield, and even having the guts to pick a fight with me. If I only had level 5 defense, let alone provoking others, I wouldn't even dare step foot in this area. Upgrading defensive parts is too expensive, causing most trains to end up as glass cannons. High offense, low defense. I have the overpowered effect of the enemy detection radar, allowing me to clearly see all their parts, while they can't see a single piece of information about me. The battle hasn't even started, but the foundations have already been laid bare. In the pitch-black, bottomless abyss, the 5 elevators maintained their speed, slowly descending. 10 minutes had passed, and there was still no sign of hitting the bottom. Finally, the light below gradually began to brighten. Clack, clack. The dense sound of grinding gears echoed out. The 5 elevators came to a halt on a stretch of underground highway. The trains drove out of the elevators one by one, stopping on the road. Metal locking pins sprang up from the road surface, securing the train's wheels to the ground. Between each train, a faint yellow barrier of air appeared, temporarily preventing any attacks. Immediately after, a screen of light slowly materialized in front of the 5 trains. A very, very long time ago, a refuge city was built here, meant to preserve the spark of civilization at a critical moment. But they found this place and brutally slaughtered every living soul in their path. Since then, this place became a ruined city. A massive nuclear bomb is hidden within this city, powerful enough to destroy the entire place and take those monsters down with it. But the disaster struck too fast, and the nuke was never activated. Current mission: activate the nuclear bomb and escape this place. We're screwed. The man in the thick military coat in one of the trains sighed, helplessly the moment he finished reading the text. He picked up the walkie-talkie, his voice exhausted. Sure enough, it's a co-op instance map. What do we do now? The light screen gradually vanished, replaced by a 60-second countdown timer. Listen to my command. The captain of the Ursiuan House said coldly. This air barrier is only about 100 meters long. When the countdown ends, the map officially begins. As soon as we drive off this stretch of road and enter the ruined city, we can attack other trains. The 4 of us strike first and take out the Hongxing Hao. Then our 4 trains will join forces and clear the instance map. There won't be any problems, right? Let's hope so. The man in the military coat didn't look too pleased. The turrets on the roof of his train began to slowly rotate. This is the kind of map that gets people killed. I don't want to lose my life here just because we're short 1 train. It'll be fine. similar to the mechanical city? I stared thoughtfully at the ruined city at the end of the highway. The towering skyscrapers were constructed from metal gears, an architectural style strikingly similar to the mechanical city from before. The countdown was about to end. I was sandwiched in the middle. 2 trains on the left, 2 trains on the right. The cannons on those 4 trains were constantly adjusting their firing angles. Their intentions went without saying. But it didn't matter. Next up, the countdown hit 0. I didn't hesitate for even a second, slamming the throttle forward. The Hongxing House speed suddenly spiked, tearing down the highway, heading straight deep into the city. The other 4 trains immediately accelerated as well, pulling up alongside me, as if afraid I'd run away. The 100-meter air barrier was quickly crossed. Almost in that exact moment, boom, boom, boom. The autocannons on the 4 surrounding trains opened fire on the Hongxing House almost simultaneously. Countless artillery shells rained down, the entire scene looking like the apocalypse had descended. But right then, a thin, pale yellow barrier enveloped the entire Hongxing House. All the shells that landed on this barrier only created ripples, completely unable to pierce through or damage the train inside. Train ultimate skill, absolute defense. What the hell is that? The tracksuit man on the Yuan House saw this, and his expression instantly changed. For a moment, he couldn't comprehend what that pale yellow barrier actually was. However, the Hongxing House counterattack followed right on its heels. The 10 doomsday autocannons on the roof roared at full power for the first time, locking onto the 4 adjacent trains in the blink of an eye. Without caring about the copper or consumption, the firepower was instantly unleashed at maximum capacity. Even the never-before-used 40-barrel cherry blossom rocket launcher simultaneously let out an ear-piercing screech. This was the first time the Hongxing House had opened fire with everything it had. Countless level 8 autocannon shells blanketed the locomotives of the 4 surrounding trains in a flash. Copper or depletion? No one cared about that anymore. Those 4 trains didn't possess the train ultimate skill, absolute defense. The level 7 train with the level 5 energy shield. Almost the instant the firepower rained down, its locomotive instantly turned into a fireball, blasting high into the air. The headless carriages, like headless flies, careened off the highway and smashed into the ruins alongside it, the cars violently crashing into one another. Level 8 autocannons against a level 5 energy shield was like an adult beating up a child. One strike, and it was completely silenced. The train ultimate skill, absolute defense. Once activated, it stacks the levels of 2 defensive parts, the carriage steel armor and the energy shield, forming a higher level shield that lasts for 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 10 days. My armor is level 7, my energy shield is level 3. After stacking, that pale yellow shield reached defense level 10. For a gold zone, this was a level of defense far beyond the standard, even if it only lasted for 10 seconds. But that was enough. In a clash between trains, where both sides possess massive firepower, 10 seconds can decide far too many things. Boom, boom. The 5 trains that were racing side by side. Almost the moment they opened fire, the lowest level 7 train was the first to explode. Its locomotive turned into a fireball soaring high into the sky, leaving only the out-of-control carriages careening off both sides of the highway. The remaining 3 trains didn't fare much better. Only 4 seconds had passed, and the locomotives of the 2 trains equipped with level 6 plutocrat energy shields also exploded one after another, turning into massive fireballs in succession. Right then, a distorted roar blasted from the Yuan House external speakers. I refused to accept this. This train's energy shield was level 7, the highest among the 4 trains, and the one that held out the longest. But that was as far as it went. As the energy shield shattered, the so-called level 7 energy shield only bought the captain enough time to leave behind one final dying word. The 10 doomsday autocannons no longer needed to split their fire. They simultaneously adjusted their barrels, aimed straight at the Yuan House, and fired once more. Boom, boom. Countless glowing red shells blanketed the entire train like a torrential downpour. The Yuan House locomotive, just like the trains before it, exploded and blasted high into the air. At this point, the entire battle had only lasted 7 seconds. The absolute defense duration still had 3 seconds left. More than enough. The Hongxing house slowly came to a halt. Inside the cabin, I sat in the captain's chair, watching the locomotive that had turned into a fireball mid-air begin to fall, then smash heavily into the ground. Flew pretty high. I glanced at the instance map info on the screen. Current mission: activate this nuclear bomb and escape this place. There was no time limit. Or rather, before activating the nuke, there was no limit. Then there's no rush. Let's just sweep the entire map clean first. After wiping out the remaining resistance from these trains, I'll take my time exploring this place. Such good people. I couldn't help but shake my head and laugh. Not only did they gift me an instance map, but they also handed over the stockpiled supplies of 4 trains, plus a bunch of survivors. It almost makes me feel a little bad. What kind of people are they anyway? Only caring about upgrading their train's level, but neglecting to upgrade their parts. Do they think fights are won just by train levels? Even though firepower parts consume a massive amount of resources, in most situations, many trains would rather choose to run away when encountering monsters than face them head-on. My 10 autocannons had already been upgraded to level 10, but this was also the first time they had fired at full power. Before this, there had never been a situation that forced me to go this far. But once they fired at full power, the sheer destructive force unleashed instantly was nothing short of terrifying. Just like now, in a mere 7 seconds, 4 high-level trains were completely wiped out. Although the Doomsday autocannon is a level 10 autocannon, the actual firepower of the shells depends on the level of the ammo used. The autocannon's level only determines the fire rate and range. The true damage output is still dictated by the shell level. I had just chosen to use level 8 shells. The cost of a single level 8 shell is 500 units of copper ore, but under the 2 consumption halved overpowered effects of the Doomsday autocannon. The cost per shot was reduced to just 125 units of copper ore. For those 7 seconds, all 10 autocannons were pushed to their maximum fire rate, holding absolutely nothing back. Plus 1 volley from the 40-barrel Cherry Blossom rocket launcher, the total consumption was exactly 500,000 units of copper ore. Right now, the remaining copper ore in the train storage was only 25,000 units. It had practically hit rock bottom. Fighting really does burn through money. I looked at the resource balance on the train's control panel and couldn't help but wince. Hoarding copper ore for so long, and just 7 seconds of combat wiped it clean. Earlier, I didn't have the funds to craft level 8 missiles, because they cost 1 million units of copper ore each. Otherwise, just dropping one right on my own head and detonating it on the spot would have definitely yielded very obvious results. It's just that doing so would likely severely damage the parts on my train, and the resources in the other trains would be destroyed along with it. The losses would be even greater. Therefore, using autocannons was still the more suitable choice. Next, the door to guard carriage number 7 immediately opened. Guard squads 1, 2, and 3 disembarked simultaneously, preparing to take in the survivors from the other trains, eliminate any remaining resistance, and scavenge for supplies. Biaozi was the first to jump down. With a cold expression, he tossed the briefcase in his hand into the air. The briefcase burst open in mid-air, rapidly transforming into the Enforcer mecha, its abdominal cockpit slamming heavily onto the ground. Biaozi quickly stepped forward and sat in the cockpit. As the pod was lifted back into place with a crisp clack, his voice finally transmitted through the external speakers. Squad 1 members, follow me. His voice sounded cold, but it couldn't hide his excitement. Biaozi finally couldn't hold it in, grinning from ear to ear as he looked at the buttons in the cockpit. Finally got a mecha of my own. Several exhaust ports on the mecha simultaneously spewed pale blue flames, and the machine instantly dashed toward the Yuan Hao. This train had the highest level and was the fattest piece of meat. Naturally, it belonged to Squad 1. Zhang Yi and Zhang Air exchanged a glance, simultaneously activated their own mechas, and quickly followed close behind Biaozi. During the mining period, they had constantly practiced piloting the mechas. While they couldn't claim to be completely proficient yet, a few basic movements were no longer an issue. The 2 of them each carried a refrigerator on their shoulders. These were all things the captain had prepared on the train beforehand. One for storing supplies, one for holding survivors. The other 2 squads saw this and just curled their lips, feeling a bit disgruntled that Biaozi had snatched the juiciest prey. But they couldn't deny that with Squad 1's current strength, they were indeed the most suited to handle this train. After all, those trains only had their locomotives blown up. There were still people inside the carriages, and the risk of a firefight was still very high. Squad 3, follow me. The captain of Squad 3 piloted his mecha, leading the Squad 3 members, who were also carrying refrigerators, toward the other trains. The mechas were taller than the train bodies, so they couldn't fit inside. Biaozi piloted his mecha, wielding a giant axe, continuously hacking away at the Yuanhao's armor, peeling it back layer by layer like an orange. Whenever he met resistance, he instantly chopped them down, then let the members behind him move in to scavenge for supplies. This train's armor was only level 3, while his giant axe was level 4. It couldn't withstand the blows at all. With a single swing of the axe, the armor was instantly smashed into a deep crater. The process went quite smoothly. The thugs on the Yuanhao hadn't all died, but none of them dared to resist. They all knelt on the ground, holding their guns high, their eyes filled with terror as they begged to surrender. This was easy to understand. In this world, individual strength is incredibly insignificant. No one can go up against an entire train. The captain was dead. Continuing to resist was just pointless. If they didn't surrender, even if they weren't killed, being left behind here after the Hongxinghao departed would only lead to a dead end anyway. This is so damn convenient. Zhang Yi swept his gaze over the empty carriage, still feeling a bit of regret in his heart. Everything in sight had already been casually stuffed into the refrigerator on his shoulder. By now, he had taken off his mecha. Right then, his eyes lit up. He quickly walked over to the corner of the carriage, chuckled as he picked up a half-eaten bag of potato chips, and stuffed that into the fridge too. Good stuff. Zhang Yi patted the refrigerator on his shoulder in satisfaction. If we had this on our train back in the day, I can't even imagine how much stuff the two of us could have brought back from scavenging. We probably would have cleared out the whole city. Spot on. Zhang Er held his fridge with one hand, while his other hand grabbed a thug cowering in the corner. He hoisted the guy upside down, shook him hard a few times to make all his belongings fall out, then casually stuffed it all into the fridge. The entire process was so smooth it carried a bizarre sense of beauty. Next time Mangji sends us out to scavenge, you carry a fridge, and I'll carry a fridge. Then we'll stuff 10 more fridges inside each fridge. We'll really open Mangji's eyes. The two of us could clean out an entire city. Let's clean him out. Back to work. The two of them immediately threw themselves back into the work with enthusiasm, partly because they were full and had energy, and partly because this working tool was just too damn handy. If they'd had this back then, they wouldn't have had to carry a treadmill all the way from the city back to the train at the edge of the zone. Just stuff it straight into the fridge and carry it back effortlessly. Done. At the door of the Yuanhao slave carriage, a refrigerator was placed right there. The members of Guard Squad 1 stood watch around it, supervising all the slaves of the Yuanhao as they lined up and walked in one by one. Everyone, male or female, had to strip off all their clothes to ensure they weren't carrying any contraband or hiding anything. If someone hit a weapon and suddenly opened fire, the consequences would be severe. Hurry up. Biaozi piloted his mecha, his expression cold as he slammed the giant axe into the ground to intimidate them. But in his heart, he couldn't help but secretly revel in it. This mecha was absolutely incredible. It wasn't a waste that he nearly lost his life in the biohazard instance map. Totally worth it. The trick of pretending to inject the cure to trick the brain was taught to him by Li Shiji. According to Li Shiji, the human brain is an incredibly miraculous thing, even carrying a bit of an idealistic, mind-over-matter quality. Many things are clearly impossible, but as long as you trick the brain into believing it actually happened, the body will exhibit certain effects. For example, that time he pretended to inject the medicine. After the injection, he genuinely felt it working. Whether it was a subconscious placebo effect or something else, all he knew was that his body was clearly much better, and he felt a surge of energy. However, Li Shiji also said this method couldn't be used frequently, as it easily depleted the body's vital essence. He didn't understand what vital essence was, but it didn't matter. In his eyes, that kid Li Shiji was a real talent, and a good guy too. Worth befriending. The progress on the other trains was also nearly complete. After a victory, the standard SOP for scavenging train supplies had been perfected by Lao Zhu and handed directly to each squad captain. This procedure ensured that casualties among the members were minimized while maximizing efficiency. But even so, scavenging the supplies from these 4 trains still took a full hour. Inside the Hongxing House cabin, I sat in my chair, staring at the supply list Lao Zhu handed me, silent for a very long time. Finally, I let out a sigh and casually tossed the list into the drawer next to me. Why do I even care about this instance map anymore? Can I just go back the way I came? The haul from these 4 trains is enough to stuff me full. It's enough. I'm seriously too full. I can't eat another bite. The supply list flashed clearly in my mind. 1,491,000 units of iron ore, 340,000 units of copper ore, 290,000 units of wood, 120,000 units of crimson core rock, 1 white quality part blueprint for MO phase stones, 124 cartons of cigarettes. All sorts of other supplies, various rifle ammo, 1 special item, and several hundred vacuum-sealed bags of salted duck. Various other models, along with over 1,900 survivors. What else could I say? I could only say that as expected of level 8 trains, they were truly filthy rich. I mined for 10 days just to stockpile over 2 million units of iron ore, yet in just 7 seconds, I raked in nearly 2 million. The Hongxing House total iron ore balance had now reached 3.54 million units. Just a little more, and I could upgrade the armor to level 8. If the armor had been level 8 just now, I wouldn't have even needed to use the train ultimate skill, Absolute Defense. Just tanking the hits would have been fine. This ultimate skill has a massive 10-day cooldown. Once used, it can't be activated again for the next 10 days. To be honest, it makes me feel a bit insecure. In those 7 seconds, I burned through a total of 500,000 units of copper ore, but in return, I gained 340,000 units. The copper ore alone almost covered the majority of the cost, not to mention the wood, crimson core rock, blueprint, MO phase stones, and a whole slew of other supplies. Worth it. I can only say it was incredibly worth it. I stepped out of the cabin, leaning on my cane as I stood on the ground, gazing into the distance at the futuristic city ahead. After letting out a long breath, I lit a cigarette, brought it to my lips, then turned to look at the Hongxing Hao resting behind me, stretching out long like a mechanical dragon. The corners of my mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. This is my pillar of support, my confidence to survive in this world. Those 1,900 plus survivors were currently all forcibly stuffed into the refrigerators. I didn't have time to deal with them just yet. Once this instance map is over, I'll start implanting iris chips into them one by one, officially making them members of the Hongxing Hao. Everyone will start with level 3 resident treatment. After that, I'll filter out those with talents or skills and assign them to suitable positions. Under the joint design of Lao Zhu and myself, the Hongxing Hao now has a complete procedure for taking in survivors. There won't be any major issues, nor will any talents be overlooked or buried. I withdrew my gaze from the train and looked back toward the city ahead. This city didn't have a single light on. There was only a faint, hazy yellow glow radiating from somewhere within the entire underground space. The entire deep underground had been hollowed out, creating a massive space, and this city sat squarely within it. A city submerged in darkness brought an incredibly strong sense of oppression. Those towering skyscrapers looked like terrifying monsters, ready to swallow everything whole at any moment. After a long while, "Let's go." I tossed the burnt-out cigarette onto the ground, turned around, and climbed the ladder back into the cockpit, preparing to enter the city and scavenge. There's no turning back. It's obvious that if I don't find that nuke and detonate it, I'll be trapped here forever. Maybe I could try drilling my way out. This place is highly likely located beneath the zombie valley. If I just drill straight up, theoretically, I should be able to escape. I just don't know if the boundaries of this encounter map can block a level 50 drill. After all, the encounter map in the Kunlun Mountain area couldn't block it before. Right now, I'm not lacking anything. I have over 3 million units of iron ore. At worst, I'll just upgrade the drill straight to level 100, or even 200 or 300. When that happens, I refuse to believe the boundaries of this encounter map can still stop me. This can be considered a backup plan. Even if I don't find that nuke, I won't be stuck in this map forever. The Hongxing house slowly accelerated, continuing deeper into the city along the highway. A few hundred meters later, I suddenly spotted a question mark hovering over the road ahead. It was a white, three-dimensional question mark, about the size of an adult, spinning slowly. A hint of doubt flashed in my eyes, but I quickly realized something and steered the train straight through it. As I got closer, I saw a small projector beneath the question mark. It was projecting the question mark into the air. The moment the train ran over the question mark, a sharp zap rang out. Two mechanical arms suddenly extended from the road below, attaching two walkie-talkie-like devices to the outside of the lead car. At the same time, a message popped up on the dashboard screen. The train's energy shield has received a buff. For the next 10 seconds, the train's energy shield level will increase by 1. I looked at the message on the screen with a weird expression, then glanced at the next question mark not far down the road. So this encounter map was originally supposed to have an item racing segment. You collect question marks to get different buffs, and whoever reaches the finish line first wins. Although the map screen didn't explicitly state it, the intention was obvious. It's just that the location of this first question mark is way too far. The battle is already over. Couldn't it have appeared a bit earlier? With such a long distance, all the bastards who deserve to die are already dead. I stopped paying attention to these question marks. They were completely useless now. But this also served as a reminder. In the future, when entering other encounter maps, if I see this highway again and all the trains spawn side by side at the starting line, then 9 times out of 10, it's an item race. It's best to speed ahead and grab all the items first. I steered the Hongxing Hao down the highway. In just a few minutes, we reached the edge of the city and got off. The train came to a halt again. Biaozi and the others immediately jumped off, preparing to explore the office buildings on both sides of the road. Last time in the mechanical city, I wanted to do the same thing. But the progression of that encounter map was fixed, leaving absolutely no time to explore the whole map. But this time is different. The map has no mandatory progression and no time limit. I'm in no rush. I can take my time exploring. These office buildings definitely have good stuff. Let's loot them first. I tilted my head and looked out the window at the office buildings. Most of them were in ruins. Through the gaps in the destroyed walls, countless mechanical gears could be seen inside, though they had stopped turning a long time ago. I've always wondered, if the inside is full of gears, how could anyone live there? And what were they used for? If it was just for transmitting energy, there are obviously much more efficient, faster, and less wasteful methods than gears. After all, this is the ruin of an advanced civilization. I looked at the screen. The first-person perspectives of Biaozi and the others exploring were clearly displayed. Combined with the live surround sound from the multiple speakers in the cockpit, it felt like I was right there on the scene. Be careful, Biaozi reminded himself inwardly. This thought was transmitted to the main AI through the collective consciousness, and then sent from the AI to the iris chips of the Team 1 members. The reminder itself was nothing special. Everyone knows to be careful in an unfamiliar place. But he still wanted everyone to see his message to feel more reassured. As soon as they stepped into the first-floor lobby of the office building, it looked like a battlefield everywhere. The floor was mottled with reddish-brown bloodstains that had faded over time. Clearly, a brutal massacre had taken place here a long time ago. Yet, there wasn't a single corpse or skeleton left behind. Biaozi knelt down to inspect, tapping his knuckles lightly against the floor. A dull thud echoed. Sure enough, the floor was a solid steel plate without a single gap, its surface a deep, abyssal black. In fact, all the buildings in this city, inside and out, bore that gloomy black color, creating an overwhelming sense of oppression. Wait, Biaozi's expression suddenly changed. He scanned his surroundings once more. He had clearly never been here before, yet it gave him an incredibly familiar feeling. It was the exact same office building from the Shanghua Weiji map chip. Although there were a few differences, the overall layout was almost identical. He stood frozen in place, his mind racing to recall the details. When clearing Shanghua Weiji, the final step was on the rooftop, sliding down a zip line to the high-rise building opposite. At that time, he had looked down at the panoramic view of the city. And that city, looked exactly like this one. He didn't know if this information was useful, So he just relayed it to the AI and continued his careful exploration. The first floor lobby was cleared. Nothing unusual was found. There was only a reception desk here. The desk was completely bare, not even a pen or a piece of paper. Completely empty. The elevators had stopped working. Biaozi took the lead, guiding the Team 1 members up the emergency stairwell, sweeping the building floor by floor. Outside the office building, the Hongxinghao had ascended into the city's airspace, almost touching the ceiling of this space. The ceiling of the space was only about 1,000 meters high. Several mechanical eyes on the exterior of the train began to spin rapidly. Countless streams of data continuously scrolled across the dashboard screen. Scanning progress, 47%. Scanning progress, 99%. Scanning progress, 100%. Comparison progress, 89%. Comparison progress, 100%. Similarity, 72%. Captain. Xiao AI's mechanical electronic voice echoed in the cockpit. Comparison complete. This city has a 72% similarity to the city in the Shenghua Weiji map. The differences in the similar areas mainly lie in the map's level of completeness. In Shenghua Weiji, the high-rise building on the left still had its giant lightning rod intact. But here, that building has collapsed. However, the overall urban planning structure is a perfect match. In other words, the city in Shenghua Weiji is still in the midst of war, while this place is what it looks like after the war ended. Yeah, I nodded, not feeling too surprised. Map chips are manufactured items. It's normal for a map to have a reference prototype. It's impossible to create such a complete city out of thin air. I can understand that. There's just one thing that baffles me. This city is located deep underground. So what on earth is the point of installing a giant lightning rod on top of a high-rise building? Could lightning actually strike all the way down here? What kind of master would it take to channel lightning down to this place? 30 minutes later, all 3 guard teams returned safely. They had swept a total of 3 office buildings, but found absolutely nothing useful. The insides of the buildings were completely empty. There weren't even any computers, A4 paper, fire extinguishers, or office furniture. After that, the Hongxinghao didn't linger any longer. It continued speeding forward along the city's central axis. Earlier, during the aerial scan, Xiao AI had marked a few points of interest. If this city really has a nuclear bomb, it can only be in one of these locations. At this moment, a simplified top-down map of the city appeared on the dashboard screen. The 3 red marked points were our next targets. Over 10 minutes later, the train rapidly approached the first target. This place was located in the core area of the city and looked like a military base. There were no high-rise buildings around it, making it stand out glaringly when viewed from above. The surface area wasn't large, only about the size of a basketball court, surrounded by a chain-link fence. That was all there was above ground, but the underground space was much larger, roughly the size of 3 or 4 football fields. I looked at the dozens of red dots appearing on the enemy detection radar. There were living creatures inside this underground base, but the radar couldn't display any detailed information. I didn't know what kind of creatures they were or what level they were. All I knew was that there were red dots. I took the laboratory access card out of the drawer and handed it to Xiao AI beside me. Give this to Biaozi. Tell him to lead Team 1 down there to check it out. After Xiao AI left, I looked at the encounter map information displayed on the screen again, my brows furrowing slightly. This city hides a nuclear bomb with immense energy, powerful enough to destroy the entire city and take all those monsters down with it. But the disaster struck too quickly, and the nuke couldn't be detonated in time. The mission this time is to detonate that nuke and escape from here. I've been through quite a few encounter maps, but most of them were relatively simple, mainly stage-clearing types. This is the first time I've encountered such a complex map. No detailed progression, no difficulty options, and no time limit. Those high-rise buildings don't have invisible walls. You can enter and exit them freely, even if you find nothing. Even my assumption that the first person to cross the finish line would get a reward turned out to be false. I was the first to finish, but I didn't get any reward. It was as if that item race was just thrown in there randomly. In other words, the degree of freedom is higher, but the difficulty has increased accordingly. As for escaping from here, does it mean escaping the nuclear explosion or escaping this place entirely? Thinking of this, I couldn't help but chuckle. Although this encounter map doesn't have a specific grade, it's clearly much more complex than the previous ones. And with higher complexity, the rewards should naturally be greater. Boom. Biaozi piloted his mech and swung his axe right at the steel gate of the military base in front of him, cleaving it wide open before striding inside. Above ground, there was only a single-story open-air building, about 100 square meters in size. It was entirely made of steel and looked incredibly thick and heavy. Inside the square, rows of heavy firepower weapons were densely arranged. Just a glance revealed at least over 100 large-caliber heavy machine guns, their barrels as thick as the autocannons on the train. Next to each machine gun was a dedicated box, used to store energy stones. These heavy machine guns were all energy weapons. Additionally, there were 10 rocket launchers, each holding 40 rockets, capable of firing all 40 simultaneously. In the four corners stood 4 devices that looked like utility poles, topped with steel spheres. It was impossible to tell exactly what they were. It was safe to say the firepower here was incredibly strong, except that everything was heavily damaged. The most important detail was that none of the gun barrels were pointing outside the military base. Instead, they were all aimed directly at the single-story building on the ground. It was as if they were guarding against some terrifying monster bursting out from inside. Biaozi quickly scanned his surroundings and took a deep breath. After reviewing the stream of information popping up on his iris chip, he slowly approached the door of the single-story building, tightening his grip on the giant axe in his hand. No signs of life detected above ground. The first red that will be encountered 130 meters underground. Unknown creature, unknown level. Boss Mang's orders: prioritize exploration. If you encounter unmanageable danger, tear the train ticket and retreat immediately. All the information was relayed by the main AI. He walked up to the door of the military base's single-story building. On the thick, heavy steel wall, several large words written in bright red ink caught his eye. Restricted military zone. Do not approach. Danger. Danger. Do not approach. He stood right in front of the main entrance. The door was quite large, enough for a mech to walk straight through. On the doorframe was a red button with the words "Open Door" written on it. Biaozi placed his hand on it and pressed down. Immediately, the harsh sound of grinding gears rang out. The door in front of him slowly slid into the walls on both sides, but there was still another door behind it. Before he could react, the second door also began to open, revealing a third door behind it. A minute passed, and all 8 layers of doors opened one after another. Biaozi stood at the doorway, looking inside. The entire building was cast from solid steel, with walls up to 3 meters thick. This level of thickness was honestly a bit overkill. Yet the inside was completely empty. There was only an open elevator shaft resembling a mine pit, and a red warning light in the corner of the room blinking slowly. This was the first time he had seen a working light in this city. The ground was covered in a thick layer of dust. Who knew how many years this place had been abandoned? Sitting in the cockpit of the Enforcer mech, Biaozi looked at the scene before him. His breathing gradually quickened, and a layer of cold sweat uncontrollably broke out on his back. He suddenly realized that even after experiencing numerous life-and-death moments, he still felt fear. This place practically had the word danger carved right onto its face. But Biaozi took a deep breath, suppressing the distracting thoughts in his mind, and took the lead, stepping into the open elevator shaft in front of him. The members of Team 1 immediately followed suit. The space inside the elevator shaft was incredibly spacious, enough to hold 3 mechs and 8 people. It could probably even fit an entire train car. He turned his head to look at Zhang Yi and Zhang Er, who were in the 2 mechs behind him. These 2 were rookies, after all. On their previous trains, they had never set foot in a place this dangerous. He intended to say a few words of reassurance to prevent them from panicking when danger struck, which could harm themselves and disrupt the team's attack rhythm. But before the words could leave his mouth, through the gaps in their mechs, he saw the 2 of them, eating meat buns. Not only had they brought meat buns into their mechs, but their faces showed absolutely no fear. On the contrary, they were munching away while curiously observing their surroundings, looking incredibly excited. Biaozi expressionlessly withdrew his gaze, quietly swallowing the words he was about to say. Never mind. Zhang Damei had once told him that although her 2 older brothers were incredibly strong, They were a bit slow in the head, and their reflexes weren't the sharpest. Looking at them now, that was indeed the case. He just hoped that when they encountered real danger later, they wouldn't be scared into peeing their pants. The Hongxinghao was completely different from other trains. As guards of the Hongxinghao, they would inevitably have to enter far more dangerous places. They couldn't be like the guards of other trains. But that was also their mission, because other trains simply didn't have the capability to set foot in places like this. Once everyone was inside the elevator, Biaozi pressed the red button on the control panel. Instantly, the elevator began to descend at a very fast speed. Unlike the elevators in the office buildings, the control panel here didn't have any numbers or floor selections, proving that this elevator only had a single stop. The main AI's updates continuously popped up on his iris chip. 70 meters from the first target. 50 meters. 20 meters. These notifications made Biaozi breathe a slight sigh of relief. Having the AI here was like turning on a map hack. The enemy's positions were all under control. The next second, the elevator came to a sudden halt. The elevator doors slowly opened. Biaozi immediately charged forward. The moment the doors parted, he let out a roar. He swung the axe in his hand with all his might, cleaving straight ahead and instantly smashing the lunging monster into a pile of minced meat. Before his eyes was a stark white corridor. The ceiling was fitted with 2 rows of bright white neon lights and countless surveillance cameras. Heavy machine guns were positioned at the corners of the walls, their structure similar to the integrated firepower system on the train. The walls were splattered with dried bloodstains, making the otherwise clean corridor look incredibly macabre. Biaozi strode out of the elevator and bent down to look at the unnamed monster he had just sent flying. It looked like a monkey. Information from the AI quickly appeared on his iris chip. No information on this creature in the database. Based on the brief combat encounter, its strength is likely lower than a level 2 monster. Turn left ahead. There are 7 red dots in the laboratory. Stay safe. A glint of killing intent flashed in Biaozi's eyes. He piloted his mech, hefted the axe in his hand, and continued deeper down the corridor. This corridor had a ceiling 10 meters high and was also 10 meters wide, perfectly spacious enough for mechs to move around. This was the highest ceilinged corridor he had ever seen. A laboratory corridor in a military base. Was it really necessary to design it this high? Just then, he suddenly thought of something and immediately turned his head. Sure enough, Zhang Yi behind him had already opened the refrigerator he carried with him, preparing to stuff the corpse of the freshly axed monster inside. Biaozi immediately said in a cold voice, "There's no need to bring that. Only take what I tell you to take." Oh, Zhang Yi looked a bit embarrassed. He controlled his mech to release its right hand, letting the monster's corpse drop straight to the ground. Then he closed the refrigerator and strapped it onto his back, though he felt a twinge of regret in his heart. Such a big fridge, it's a real waste not to put anything in it. Besides, this monster corpse is useful too. Aren't there still a few zombies being kept on the train? This thing could totally be used as food for them. As his understanding of the Hongxinghao deepened, Zhang Yi admired Boss Mang more and more. Zombies were something that terrified countless trains, yet Boss Mang had directly captured a few alive to keep on the train, even using them as teaching materials for the kids. Boss Mang is truly amazing. He quickly strode forward to catch up with Biaozi, his expression vigilant, both hands tightly gripping the handle of his axe, ready to launch an attack at any moment. Biaozi reached the end of the corridor. There were no other turns ahead, only a single path branching to the left. After turning left, there was a laboratory on the left side of the corridor. On the wall was a massive glass pane, its surface smeared with dried bloodstains. Inside the room, various types of equipment he was completely unfamiliar with were scattered all over. Over a dozen monkeys were sound asleep inside. Hearing the noise, they instantly opened their eyes. Their faces turned ferocious as they lunged forward in unison, slamming heavily against the glass and growling incessantly. However, the quality of the glass was clearly excellent, and its soundproofing was extremely effective. Boss Mang's orders: take all the equipment in the laboratory. Biaozi glanced at the command popping up on his iris chip. He took a step back, took a deep breath, and swung the giant axe in his hand, smashing it straight into the glass pane. The glass shattered instantly. Over a dozen ferocious-looking monkeys lunged out at breakneck speed. Zhang Yi and Zhang Er, standing behind him, immediately charged forward. Their axes swung relentlessly. As long as a hit landed, there was no such thing as being injured. The target was instantly obliterated. The other team members in the back simultaneously aimed their Gatling guns at the monsters and pulled the triggers without hesitation. Hundreds of bullets blanketed the entire corridor in the blink of an eye. The battlefield was swept clean almost instantly. These were only level 3 bullets, unable to break through the mech's defenses, but against the monsters, every single shot was a guaranteed kill. The giant wave Gatling was an energy weapon. Energy weapons had many advantages. They produced almost no explosive sound, coming with a built-in silencing effect. There was no need to carry large amounts of heavy ammunition, and both the recoil and weight were much lower than traditional firearms. But the biggest advantage was that the giant wave Gatlings in their hands were all level 10. Each gun was inlaid with a level 3 energy stone. This meant they could freely choose the bullet level, from a minimum of level 1 to a maximum of level 6. Against strong monsters, they used high-level bullets. Against weak ones, they used low-level bullets. Resources were practically never wasted. Unlike the Dragon Assault Rifle, if you brought only level 6 ammo outside and encountered a level 3 monster, you'd be forced to use it even knowing it was a waste. It could be said that energy weapons had almost no flaws. The only drawback was that energy stones were crafted from iron ore, and iron ore was the core resource for upgrading the train, extremely scarce. The battle ended very quickly. Biaozi turned to look at the two men behind him, still feeling a bit uneasy as he reminded them. These experimental devices are very delicate. When collecting them, pay attention to the main AI's instructions. Don't be reckless. But very quickly, he realized his worries were completely unfounded. The mech's hands were huge, making delicate operations inherently difficult. When needing to do things like threading a needle, one had to activate the fourth hand. The mech's arm had a total of 4 hands. Normally, they were nested inside each other. When delicate manipulation was required, the outer 3 layers would retract. Like peeling an onion, it revealed a soft mechanical hand covered in a thin membrane, roughly the size of a human hand. It was enough to perform precise operations without needing to exit the mech. However, it was still a mechanical hand after all. Its flexibility definitely couldn't compare to a real human hand. Biaozi had practiced for a long time just to barely get used to the third hand, and he still hadn't fully mastered the fourth hand. Yet these two blockheads were currently using the fourth hand with absolute proficiency. The entire process went without a single hitch, neatly arranging all the equipment into the refrigerators strapped to their backs. The whole operation flowed as smoothly as running water and drifting clouds. There wasn't even the slightest error. It was so perfect it was like watching a machine at work. Biaozi stared blankly at the scene before him, remaining silent for a long time, unable to speak. He honestly found it a bit hard to accept. How could these two clumsy meatheads have better mech piloting skills than him? Moreover, they were incredibly experienced at gathering supplies. Most importantly, they had passion. These two brothers didn't care at all whether the things they collected were useful or not, whether they could use it themselves or not. As long as they could stuff it into their fridges, they were genuinely overjoyed from the bottom of their hearts, even if it was literal garbage. Could it be that because their minds were simple and they thought less, their mech piloting abilities were actually higher? Biaozi suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of defeat. He had tried so hard, put in so much effort for all this time, only to find that when faced with true natural talent, he couldn't compare at all. Taking a deep breath, he silently gritted his teeth and made a resolution. Once this offline mission was over, he was definitely going back to clear the extreme mission of the Dragon Fortress map. He also had to go train in the map designed by Li Shiji, the place where he could enhance his mental strength. If my talent isn't as good as others, then I'll make up for it with hard work. For all these years, he only believed in one phrase: heaven rewards the diligent. Luck will never betray anyone willing to put in the effort. Come on, Biaozi, you can do this. Right at that moment, a message from the main AI popped up on his iris chip. What are you getting all fired up about? Stop letting your mind wander and keep moving forward. Biaozi felt a bit embarrassed and hurriedly cut off his rambling thoughts. He had almost forgotten that he was still connected to the collective consciousness. By now, all the equipment in the laboratory had been collected. Just as he stepped back out into the corridor, a new message from the AI arrived. 320 red dots are rapidly approaching your position in the underground base. Estimated time of contact, 78 seconds. Prepare for combat. Boss Mang's orders. Bring back a portion of the monster corpses. Biaozi immediately reined in all his emotions, his expression turning cold. He gripped the giant axe tightly in his hands, standing perfectly still, staring intently at the empty end of the corridor, waiting patiently. The AI's countdown echoed incessantly in his ear. When the number reached 1, ear-piercing snarls suddenly erupted from the end of the corridor. Countless monsters appeared all at once, crawling along the floor, walls, and ceiling, rushing madly toward them. Fire! Biaozi roared, taking the lead as he charged forward with his axe. The scene from the underground military base was quickly broadcasted onto the screen in guard car number 7. At this moment, the guards of Team 2 were in the car watching Team 1's entire battle, while Team 3 had headed to the residential cars in the back to maintain order. Among the over 19,000 new survivors who had joined the train, there were troublemakers, and Guard Team 3 was ordered to suppress them. In the classroom, Teacher Chiu had her students sitting neatly in their seats, watching the live broadcast of the battle on the screen together. "Do you see?" Teacher Chiu looked at the tense children in front of her and said softly, "The reason you can live on the Hongxinghao without worrying about food or clothing is because there are people fighting outside the train for you. There are people carrying the burden for you. When you grow up, you can join them too." At that exact moment, a monster slipped through the hail of bullets, darting past the mechs. It opened its mouth wide, revealing ferocious fangs, and leaped into the air, lunging straight at a squad member in the back line of the formation. In the classroom, the children couldn't help but cry out in fear, covering their mouths with their hands. Some of the more timid ones didn't even dare to keep watching. But the next second, they saw that when the squad member noticed the danger, it was too late to swing his gun barrel around. He stood his ground and leaned straight back, his body arching close to the floor like a bridge, perfectly dodging the monster's pounce. Then he sprang up forcefully, drew the scythe blade he carried with him, and stabbed it straight into the chest of the monster that had just crashed to the ground. The entire sequence of movements was seamless and decisive, as if he had repeated it tens of thousands of times. "Wow!" Excited cheers immediately erupted in the classroom. "That mister is so awesome. Did he know martial arts before the apocalypse?" Teacher Chiu looked at the squad member on the screen, seeing him safely kill the monster. Her tense heart finally relaxed a bit, her eyes unable to hide her awe. "This mister's name is Zhang Qi. He's a veteran member of Team 1. He's very strong." She knew the names of all the squad members. Vice Captain Zhou had told her. It was just that before this, she hadn't expected Zhang Qi to be this incredible. Fuck, that scared the shit out of me. Zhang Qi still hadn't fully recovered his wits. He muttered a curse under his breath as he pulled the scythe blade out of the monster's body. Thank God he had been training with Baika in the virtual combat space lately. Otherwise, he probably would have died right there. But right now, there was no time to overthink. He immediately gathered his wits, aimed his Gatling gun at the horde of monsters still swarming down the corridor, and pulled the trigger once more. The monsters were numerous, but their levels weren't high. Very soon, the battle was over. Biaozi looked at the pile of monster corpses stacked in the corridor, turned to look at his teammates behind him, and said in a deep voice, "Report casualties." No casualties. No casualties. No, not a single person was injured. This was because the corridor space was wide enough. If the corridor had been a bit narrower, with the net of fire woven by 8 giant wave Gatlings, as long as the energy stones didn't run out, the monsters absolutely couldn't break through the defense line. "Zhang Yi, collect all the monster corpses." "Understood." Zhang Yi, who had barely been able to hold himself back, excitedly opened his refrigerator the moment he received the order, stuffing all the monster corpses inside. This fridge really is a good item. On the Hongxinghao, his favorite thing was the fridge. Meat buns only came in second. Keep moving forward. They didn't encounter any more monsters on the next stretch of the path. All the remaining monsters in the corridor had already rushed at them earlier. After advancing for about 10 minutes, the scenery ahead finally changed. The entire way had just been endless corridors and nothing else. exactly like a giant maze built deep underground. Ahead was a massive square. Around the square were numerous cylindrical tanks filled with an unknown green liquid. A monkey was submerged in each tank, and quite a few of the tanks had already been smashed open. Clearly, the monkeys from earlier had escaped from these broken tanks. Biological research. Biaozi scanned his surroundings, then shifted his gaze to the center of the square. Right in the middle of the square was a glass laboratory, housing numerous monitors and experimental equipment. There wasn't a single living person left in the laboratory. No living people, but there were dead ones. 7 corpses wearing white lab coats lay scattered on the floor, their blood almost completely dried up. A dropped handgun lay nearby. It was probably suicide. Take everything in the laboratory. Receiving the order, Biaozi walked up to the glass laboratory, raised his giant axe high once again, and brought it down hard. But this time, there was no crisp sound of shattering glass like before, only a dull thud. The axe handle vibrated violently in his hands, while the glass showed absolutely no signs of cracking. He didn't believe it and tried a few more times, but ultimately had to give up. This glass was so tough it was unbreakable. Right after, he noticed a card reader at the entrance to the laboratory. He spread his palm. As the first layer of the hand armor turned into fragments and retracted up his arm, a card appeared in his palm. This was the card Chen Meng had given him earlier. He placed the card against the reader. Swipe. A very soft sound rang out. Immediately after, the glass walls on all 4 sides of the laboratory slowly lowered. Start loading the goods. Outside the military base, inside the Hongxing Hao, I watched the lines of text continuously scrolling across the control screen. Biaozi and his team had returned safely, bringing back a blueprint and a large amount of experimental equipment. A data chip, along with a massive device that looked like a printer but many times larger, taken from the core laboratory. The refrigerator couldn't fit that device, so Zhang Yi had to carry it back on his back. This large device was also the most important haul of this trip. The chip recorded all the experimental data of the laboratory, including the researchers' dying words and their experiment logs. After Xiao AI finished absorbing all the data in the chip, she synthesized it and displayed it on the screen. 10 minutes later, no more information scrolled across the screen. I remained silent for a long time before finally picking up the blueprint in my hand. Heart-fortifying injection production line. This was a yellow-grade accessory blueprint. When injured, you just need to inject yourself with 1 dose, and the user will no longer feel pain. Your spirit becomes extremely invigorated for a period of time, while simultaneously recovering a portion of your injuries and a massive amount of stamina, with no side effects. There's no need to use it inside the train cabins, because there are already higher-grade substitute items. But when going out on missions, this thing is incredibly useful. Although in many situations, not feeling pain usually isn't a good thing, because it can easily lead to a faster death. But with this equipment, the guard teams can significantly reduce their casualty rate when operating outside. In this military base, its sole mission was to research and create this blueprint. In other words, this is a blueprint that can be mass-produced. That massive device is the machine used to create blueprints. Through a massive amount of experimental data, they first researched how to create this medicine, then continued researching how to build the production line. Finally, through this device, they created the blueprint for the heart-fortifying injection production line. And right now, that device is sitting inside the Hongxing Hao. This means, a moment later, I tilted my head and looked at Xiao AI. Our train has that device now too. So, can we create other blueprints? Yes, Xiao AI nodded. This device still has 17 blank blueprints. All the data used to create the heart-fortifying injection production line has already been inputted. As long as we connect it to the electrical grid and generator to provide power, we can reproduce 17 more identical blueprints. I mean, can we create a different blueprint? For example, a blueprint for a lighter production line? No, Xiao AI shook her head. Creating a new blueprint requires a massive amount of experimental data, along with many researchers conducting various experiments. Perhaps it can be done in the future. Furthermore, if it's just a single lighter accessory, the research would be much simpler than a lighter production line. Yeah, I didn't say anything else. For example, a level 1 train can craft a white-grade single bed accessory, but that's just a single accessory. not an entire single-bed production line. Thinking of this, I suddenly chuckled. The haul this time was truly substantial. The card that the Shibu Sha-Iran train gave me was seriously too useful. Without it, Biaozi and the others simply wouldn't have been able to enter that laboratory. The Ursiyuan train had also brought him to a pretty good place. Both of them were good people. If there's a chance in the future, I'll light a stick of incense for each of them. Oh wait, that's not right. The first guy isn't dead yet. I'll wait until he's dead to do that. Although that device can't be used for now, as long as I collect enough experimental data and find a large number of scientific researchers, there will come a day when I can personally design the accessories I want. The story of what happened in this laboratory was actually quite simple. A long time ago, or perhaps not that long ago, this laboratory received orders to research the blueprint for the heart-fortifying injection production line. Because it involved biological experiments, it was very easy to create extremely terrifying monsters during the testing process. Such things had happened quite a few times before. To prevent this situation, the military base was built deep underground. Meanwhile, a massive amount of heavy weaponry was deployed above ground to stop any monsters from escaping the experimental base. Inside the base, the glass laboratory located in the center of the deep underground square had an extremely high defense level. In the event of an incident, the bombs buried in the corridor walls of the entire experimental area would be detonated, burying all the created monsters deep underground. The researchers and experimental data could survive inside the laboratory, waiting for the next wave of rescue. It's just that later on, an incident really did happen. But it wasn't a laboratory accident. Rather, the entire city above was attacked and destroyed by countless monsters. The city turned into a paradise for monsters, and all living creatures were slaughtered. This laboratory buried deep underground luckily escaped the disaster. But after a long period of losing contact with the outside world, the monkeys used for experiments in the lab began to mutate, then slaughtered the assistants and staff outside the laboratory. The researchers couldn't escape, nor could they wait for rescue. In the end, they chose to commit suicide in despair. Only the experimental data and equipment were perfectly preserved. That was the entire story of this secret underground laboratory. Hidden within the brain of the experimental device was an AI. According to Xiao AI, it was a scientific research AI. It had no human emotions and was only responsible for calculating and processing data. When the device is restarted, this AI can awaken once again. I let out a soft breath, stretched my muscles, and continued piloting the Hongxing Hao through the air, heading toward the next anomaly point on the map. This was the first time I had seen humans in the ruins of the mechanical civilization. Before this, I had always assumed the mechanical civilization only had robots. But looking at it now, humans still existed. I just don't know who actually held the dominant power in this civilization, humans or robots. At the very least, it didn't seem like humans were in charge. Because if humans had built the city, they definitely wouldn't have created a place like this. All the office buildings were almost identical. From the main roads to the high-rises, everything was covered in a deep, abyssal black. Every road was perfectly straight and standardized. There were no trees, no parks. It was dry and tedious to the extreme. This completely contradicted human aesthetics. Even if it was originally designed as a refuge city, they couldn't have completely ignored its livability. The train continued forward. Very soon, I arrived at the second anomaly point, located in the center of the city. It was a deep pit, about 100 meters in diameter. I hovered the Hongxing Hao in the air, slowly descending into the pit. The walls of the pit were lined with incandescent lights. It wasn't very deep, only about 100 meters. At the bottom of the pit, I saw a missile standing upright on the ground. It was 7 meters long and 3 meters wide. It didn't look like the type with overwhelming destructive power. Next to the missile, a row of light screens appeared. Nuclear bomb capable of destroying the entire city. Press the red button to start the 10-second detonation countdown. It will detonate 10 seconds after the countdown ends. Found it. This is the mission objective of this map. But there wasn't a hint of joy on my face. Instead, I just coldly observed my surroundings. Empty. The entire deep pit area had nothing else besides the missile and a button on a pillar next to it. Run? Run where? It didn't point out an escape route for me. And how far could I possibly run in 10 seconds? A moment later, I ordered a team member to stay behind and guard the square, while I prepared to check the third anomaly point to see if there was an escape route. At this moment, I felt incredibly lucky that I had cleared the map from the start. Otherwise, leaving such a massive killer weapon just sitting here out in the open. If someone accidentally presses it, I'll be buried with them. Dying like that would be way too unjust. They should have at least put a cover over the button. I'm even worried that some monster might fall from out of nowhere and accidentally hit the button. That would be the ultimate bad luck. I'll leave a team member here to stand guard and keep any random things away from the button. Then I'll immediately go check the escape route. The third anomaly is very far from the second one. The straight line distance is about 30,000 meters. The planet train slowly came to a halt in front of a tunnel. The tunnel was cast entirely in glass. The starting point was on the ground, curving upward at about a 30-degree angle, piercing straight into the ceiling of the underground space. This was the escape route. Looking down from above, it sat amidst a pile of rubble behind the city, standing out conspicuously. The hyperspeed train tunnel. After loading a level 3 energy stone, the train would magnetically levitate in the center of the tunnel, using hyperspeed to escape this city and shoot straight out of the ground. In its damaged state, the tunnel only allowed one train to pass through. This was the escape route of this encounter map, a pre-built exit that had existed since the city's formation. In other words, whether or not one chose to clear the map from the start, this place would ultimately only allow one train to leave. It was destined that 4 trains would die here. I definitely have to cut down on bringing Air Dan into encounter maps in the future. I don't want to be the one who gets my friends killed. And Air Dan probably hasn't experienced this kind of map before either, otherwise he wouldn't have followed me so carelessly. Moreover, this hyperspeed train tunnel is located at the edge of the city, extremely far from the nuclear bomb detonation points. The straight line distance is up to 30,000 meters. There's no way the train could appear at the tunnel entrance ready for departure just 10 seconds after activating the nuclear bomb. There's only one solution. That is to choose someone to sacrifice, leaving them behind to press the nuclear bomb button, while everyone else enters the tunnel to escape the moment the countdown begins. If we're going by the good things come in pairs logic, we could even choose 2 people to sacrifice to boost our luck a bit. Chen Meng stepped out of the train cabin, standing on the open ground. He looked toward the underground city not far away, his expression slightly dazed. He didn't know how many meters deep underground this place was, but to excavate such a massive space, and then build an entire city inside it, it was enough to show just how terrifyingly powerful this mechanical civilization's infrastructure capabilities were. Shan Miaozi, what's the meaning of this? Miaozi, clad in his mech suit, looked down at Shan Miaozi with a dark expression. It's not your turn to show off yet. What are you doing? Get down here. I told you to put the gun away, you hear me? Shan Miaozi was currently standing in the middle of the square, pointing the gun barrel at his own head. His eyes were red, his voice hoarse. Brother Biao, you and I both know exactly what the current situation is. This nuclear bomb will detonate within 10 seconds of pressing the button. Its power is enough to level the entire city. How are we supposed to run in 10 seconds? Where can we even run? He took a deep breath, his voice trembling as he spoke every word. The only escape route is the glass tunnel outside the city that the train just flew over. The iris chips have lost connection, which proves that Master Meng has already gone there to scout ahead. The distance from here to there is at least 30,000 meters. With it being that far, the train simply won't make it in time after activating the nuclear bomb. The teleportation range of the train ticket is only 10,000 meters. The only way is to leave one person here to press the nuclear bomb button, while everyone else goes to that tunnel to prepare for escape. He took another deep breath, his body trembling slightly, his voice dropping lower and lower. I once made a promise to Master Meng. He saved my woman's life. I said that if the planet train ever needed someone to carry out a suicide mission, then I, Shan Miaozi, would be the first to step up. I wasn't joking. I've never joked about this. Now is the time for me to step up. Brother Biao, please take care of me Jia for me in the future. Don't be crazy. Biaozi's face looked awful. He jumped out of the mech suit and strode right up to Shan Miaozi. Since when is it your turn to make decisions for the planet train? Master Meng hasn't even spoken yet. What are you deciding on your own? Where's your discipline? Besides, even if we really needed a sacrifice, Couldn't we just randomly pull one of those nearly 2,000 survivors? Why do you need to stand here playing the hero? No. Shan Miaozi gave a tragic smile and shook his head. This is a suicide mission. If we make those survivors stay behind, they're dead anyway. Do you think they might harbor resentment, detonate the nuke early, and drag the planet train down with them? Brother Biao, other than me, is there anyone else on the planet train more suited to stand in this position? Biaozi opened his mouth to retort, but in the end, he couldn't say a word. It seemed that in the entire train cabin, Shan Miaozi really was the most suitable person. After a moment, he nodded darkly. You haven't even had your honeymoon yet. Put the gun away first. Master Meng might still have another way. If it really comes down to it, let me do it, or Lao Chu. Shan Miaozi burst out laughing. Brother Biao, Captain Chu is terrified of dying. He would never volunteer to seek death. Right at that moment, Biaozi lunged forward like lightning and tackled Shan Miaozi to the ground. He snatched the Gatling gun from his hands, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and couldn't resist giving him a kick. Damn it, are you crazy? At least wait for Master Meng to give the word before you come out here playing hero, all right? Brother Biao. Shan Miaozi lay on the ground, staring at Biaozi with red eyes. Everyone on the train knows Master Meng saved my woman's life. They also know I made him a promise. If the one who dies in the end isn't me, but someone else, I'll never be able to hold my head up on this train again. And neither will me Jia. It's too humiliating. Face, is face really that important? Biaozi said in frustration. It's the apocalypse. How much is your pride even worth? To me, it's very important. Get up. At worst, we'll just let Zhang Yi die. Huh. Zhang Yi, who was standing next to the mech suit munching on a steamed bun while listening, immediately looked up in bewilderment. Where's the candied sweet potato? In the next moment, the planet train appeared above the deep pit out of nowhere, then slowly descended into the square. I leaned on my cane and stepped out of the train. Looking at Shan Miaozi lying on the ground, I calmly waved my hand at Biaozi. Bring me Jia down here. Let her and Shan Miaozi press the nuclear bomb button together. Going down together can be considered a pair of lovebirds parting in death. Let's call it good things come in pairs. Understood. Biaozi nodded with a stern face, immediately turning and striding toward the train cabin. Huh. Shan Miaozi was slightly stunned. Isn't one person dying enough? Get back here. I looked at Biaozi's retreating back and shouted in annoyance. Are you really going? After saying that, I pulled Shan Miaozi up from the ground, dusted him off, sighed, and said wearily, I just went to smoke a cigarette. I just wanted to enjoy the scenery for a bit. And you guys are out here acting out a whole romantic tragedy? Do we need you to die? I already told you, the planet train will never fall so low that we need someone to volunteer as a sacrifice. You're worth more to me alive. Stop thinking about dying all day long. Is your head constantly filled with fantasies of how heartbroken I'll be after you die? Is there something wrong with you? Hurry up and get up. Just looking at you gives me a headache now. What if we run into some monster and you scream for Master Meng and charge in alone to die? Huh. Shan Miaozi looked a bit embarrassed and muttered. Mainly, I was worried everyone would complain because the train spent too many resources on my wife. I figured if I died, no one would blame her anymore. So, how do we handle the nuke button being so far from the escape route? You don't need to worry about that. I turned to Biaozi. Lead everyone back to the cabins. Understood. Then I looked over at Daba and Mengda, who had just stepped off the vehicle. Just now, while smoking, I casually ran a test. The goblin ticket works perfectly fine in this map. The space isn't locked down. Train tickets have a distance limit of at most 10,000 meters, but goblin tickets have no limit. The solution is simple. We just leave Mengda, a goblin, here to press the nuke button. Then he can use the goblin ticket to return to the cabin. That way, everything is settled, and everyone can make it out alive. Daba, I looked at him sternly. Your people, specifically Mengda, haven't fully recovered their intelligence yet. I've explained the plan clearly to you. You must relay it to him absolutely clearly and decisively. When my side is ready, we'll launch a level 1 missile and detonate it mid-air over the abyss. Only when he sees the missile explode in the air above the abyss is he allowed to press the button. Got it. The hyperspeed train tunnel is currently unusable. Only after the nuke button is pressed will the blast doors in the tunnel retract, allowing the train to escape from underground. Understood, Boss Mang. Daba took the order seriously and pulled Meng Dao aside. I command you as the Goblin King. You must stand guard here until you see the missile explode in the air above the abyss. Only then can you act. Soon, the planetary train took everyone away. Only Meng Dao, a single goblin, remained standing in his original spot, looking up at the abyss. Even though his neck was stiff and sore, he didn't budge an inch, because this was the order of the Goblin King. It was a grand matter concerning the revival of the goblins, and he had to complete it with utmost seriousness. Are we leaving soon? After confirming there was nowhere else in this city worth exploring, the planetary train flew across the city's sky, heading straight for the hyperspeed train tunnel behind the city, preparing to leave this encounter map. In guard cabin number 7, Shan Miaozi looked out the window at the city below with a panicked expression. After a while, he awkwardly turned to Biaozi and whispered, "Brother Biao, do you think Boss Mang thought I was just putting on an act earlier? Trying to show off? I really didn't mean it like that." "Enough." Biaozi shook his head, cutting him off. "Boss Mang just doesn't want you working with a martyr complex. A guy who's always looking for a chance to sacrifice himself will end up dead sooner or later. Hell, you might even die when it's least worth it. Besides, stop overthinking it. No one is complaining about your woman using up the train's resources. That's absolutely not happening, so stop making things up in your head." Shan Miaozi nodded and said hoarsely, "I know." Biaozi stayed silent for a moment, then continued softly. "Generally speaking, if a person cares too much about what others think, and even starts second-guessing everything, they'll easily get chewed up by their own thoughts. People like that constantly recall painful memories from the past, torturing themselves over and over again. That's exactly what you're doing. I'll give you a tip. If you can't control remembering those painful things, then don't think about the recent ones. Think about the pain from a long time ago. If you do that, even though you'll still remember, the damage it causes will be much smaller because so much time has passed. Over time, the mental toll you take will be minimal. Stop torturing yourself all day long." Shan Miaozi froze, subconsciously pondering it for a moment, then looked up at Biaozi with a bewildered expression. "Brother Biao, weren't you just a construction foreman before? How do you know all this stuff?" "Humph," Biaozi scoffed coldly. "Don't look down on people. I used to lead a crew after all. Caring about the psychology and emotions of my subordinates was part of my job. Brother Biao, what if there were no goblins on the train? Then you'd be dead meat." The planetary train stopped next to the hyperspeed train tunnel, then slowly advanced into the glass tube. The control panel nearby was already loaded with a level 3 energy stone. Everything was ready. At this moment, the lights on the tunnel walls simultaneously turned red. Deep inside, there was a blast door blocking the way. The train wasn't hovering in midair, but resting flat against the bottom of the tunnel. The next second, the missile on the 14th carriage, the second to last, was slowly raised. Orange-red flames instantly engulfed the carriage, accompanied by an ear-piercing screech as it tore through the air. It shot straight toward the airspace above the abyss at anomaly point number 2 in the city, detonating with pinpoint accuracy. Almost simultaneously, the red lights on the surrounding tunnel walls all turned green. The train immediately levitated in the middle of the tunnel. A massive thrust kicked in, launching the train straight ahead. The blast door blocking the tunnel ahead retracted instantly. After activating all the nitrogen thrusters on the train, the speed was pushed up another notch. The violent acceleration pinned my body hard against the back of the seat. This was the first time I had ever experienced such speed. The numbers on the screen spiked, 2,120 kilometers per hour, almost Mach 2. I grinned from ear to ear, unable to hold back a loud shout as my hands gripped the control stick tightly. It was as if I wanted to vent all the frustration and resentment I had endured since the day I set foot in this world. I casually slapped the control panel, and deafening, rhythmic music instantly echoed through every carriage. The extreme speed stretched the green lights in the tunnel into straight lines, making it feel like we were warping through space and time. Before my eyes, there was only the endless depth of the tunnel and the green streaks flashing past on both sides. I didn't know what lay at the end of the tunnel. I just wanted to enjoy this moment of pure speed and passion. Meng Dao wasn't on the train. He had stayed behind at the entrance of the hyperspeed tunnel. Before departure, He had followed orders and jumped off, holding a camera with a mechanical core, pointing it straight up at the city's sky. When the nuke button was pressed, the hidden energy reserves of the entire city seemed to be activated. All light sources flared up at once. The pitch-black steel city was instantly bathed in dazzling neon lights. It looked like a modern metropolis at dusk, blindingly beautiful. All the searchlights on the roofs of the skyscrapers shot beams of light straight into the sky. Those beams converged into a massive string of numbers, constantly ticking down. 9, 8, 7. At the same time, ear-piercing sirens wailed across the sky of the steel city. The hidden energy began to overload, causing the neon tubes in the billboards to explode one after another. Countless fireworks, hidden who knows where, bloomed simultaneously in the sky. The scene was so beautiful it didn't feel like a nuclear countdown at all, but rather a New Year's Eve countdown. When the numbers hit 0, an earth-shattering explosion roared. Endless hellfire erupted from the center of the steel city. A physical shockwave spread out like a wall of glass, sweeping away everything in its path. Countless skyscrapers collapsed one by one. Mengda stood his ground, recording the entire spectacle with the camera in his hands. Then, right at the moment the wave of destruction was about to swallow him whole, he tore the goblin ticket. This was a scene of ultimate beauty. Originally, no one would have seen it, like an actor performing to an empty auditorium. But Mengda brought this spectacle back to the planetary train. If I had seen it with my own eyes, I probably would have taken back my comment about this civilization lacking aesthetic taste. Because all their aesthetic brilliance had been poured into this final, glorious moment before annihilation. Inside the hyperspeed tunnel, the planetary train was still hurtling forward at maximum speed while the tunnel behind it continuously collapsed. When the 10-second countdown ended, Xiao AI's voice rang in my ear. Radar has detected zombies on the surface. The location is still within the zombie basin, right in the center of the valley. There are dozens of trains parked outside. It looks like a gathering. Before Xiao AI could even finish, the train's speed outpaced everything. In the blink of an eye, the planetary train barreled straight toward the pale yellow light barrier at the end of the tunnel and smashed right through it. Under the terrifying acceleration, the train shot out like an artillery shell leaving the barrel, piercing the light barrier, bursting out of the ground, and launching straight into the sky. Fly higher. I was completely thrilled. Sitting at the control panel, I pushed the throttle all the way forward. Bursting out of the ground, I switched to the cloud-treading wheels. Looking up at the starry sky I hadn't seen in so long, I yelled in excitement. In this moment, I just wanted to soar far away, straight into the sea of stars, to let everyone know. One day, the planetary train will conquer the cosmos. And I, Chen Meng, will become the greatest train captain in the entire history of the Star Sea. Was that an earthquake? I don't know, but it's not impossible. I think I learned in school that basin areas are prone to earthquakes, so if there's a quake, it makes sense. Are you sure basin areas are prone to earthquakes? Not sure. Let me think about it. In the center of the yellow zone, the zombie basin, dozens of trains were parked closely together under the starry sky. Dozens of captains and their trusted aides had gathered for a small, spontaneous meetup. The habit of holding gatherings was maintained even in the yellow zone. It wasn't just for trading supplies, but also for exchanging information. Meeting face-to-face allowed everyone to gather more useful intel. In the white zone, gatherings were usually held during the day to ensure safety. Even though monsters were active day and night, they were generally less aggressive during the day, making it safer to meet up then. But in the yellow zone, people were used to gathering at night so they wouldn't delay their work. The slaves rested in the carriages, and the captains only needed to step out to join the gathering. Once it was over, they could resume mining the next day. Right then, quite a few captains felt the ground tremble slightly. They instinctively looked toward the sloped face of the small hill ahead. There was a tunnel with no visible end, revealing a glass tube inside. It wasn't a secret, people knew about it. It was just that the tunnel entrance was covered by a pale yellow membrane. Next to it, a light screen displayed the words, "Restricted area ahead. No entry." Some had tried to explore it, but no one had ever managed to get inside. Gradually, people stopped caring. Only a few rookies fresh to the zombie basin would stubbornly refuse to believe it, running over to check it out, dreaming they were the chosen ones, only to inevitably return in disappointment. Now, the ground was shaking slightly. It felt like something had exploded underground, like an earthquake, but not quite. The very next second, a deafening sonic boom suddenly echoed. Everyone instantly saw a train blast out of the tunnel on the hillside at terrifying speed, shattering the thin membrane and launching straight into the sky. Like a meteor tearing through the night, it vanished from sight in the blink of an eye. The final impression it left was the sides of the train bristling with thrusters, glowing with a pale blue light in the dark, making the entire train look blindingly radiant. Most of the captains stood frozen in place, stopping whatever they were doing, staring blankly in the direction the train had disappeared. It took them a while to snap out of it and look at each other. Was that a train? Bullshit. With that many carriages, what else could it be? I don't know where they got cloud treading wheels. I've upgraded to a level 8 train and still haven't seen that component. You do nothing but mine all day? How would you ever find one? Rare components like that only drop in encounter maps or from rare bosses. I don't recall anyone in the zombie basin being that powerful. Who could even catch up to that speed? Could it be the planetary train? You mean the train that just arrived in the zombie basin? The one at the top of the Transcendence Effect leaderboard? Highly likely. In the control room of the planetary train, I switched to the cloud-treading wheels mode and smoothly ascended, preparing to find a place to land. The moment I burst out of the ground, I spotted the gathering below, but I had no intention of joining them for now. The hall this time was massive. I needed to find a place to rest for a bit. Soon, I landed in an open clearing with no high-level zombies around. I didn't bother activating the zombie shielding device on the train either. Turning that component on consumes energy. It's unnecessary against low-level zombies, and it's a good opportunity for the guys below to get some practice. I looked at the resource column on the control panel. 3,490,000 units of iron ore, 365,000 units of copper ore, 500,000 units of wood, 200,000 units of crimson core rock. The iron or salvage from the train swallowed up in the geocentric nuke encounter map had already been tallied up beforehand. This map really replenished a ton of my resources. Besides that, there was a white quality component blueprint and 4 black flying stones, bringing my total up to 16. That blueprint was for a stress relief cup production line. A stress relief cup is a tool used to relax and relieve pressure. It's usable for now. Aside from being a bit of a hassle to clean and making your hand tired if used too much, it doesn't have any major flaws. This blueprint was found on the two-way train. In reality, even if you destroy a train, the chances of looting a blueprint from them are extremely low. Because most blueprints are used immediately. Who would keep them around? Unless it's something useless they plan to sell. I thought about it for a moment and ultimately spent 4,500 units of iron ore to craft it, upgrading it straight to level 10 while I was at it. Even though it's useless to me, I can produce a few and put them in the resident store. It diversifies the merchandise and gives the residents who can't bear to spend on meat another option to relieve stress. The level 5 Transcendence effect is softer and more elastic, while the level 10 effect is halves consumption. Not too bad. Originally, it cost 10 units of iron ore to make one, now it's down to 5. What a useless component. No wonder the two-way train kept it to sell. I just don't know if this thing will even sell, unless the price is dirt cheap. As long as it's cheap enough, no matter how garbage the blueprint is, someone will buy it. After all, it's an extra component. I leaned back in my chair, looking at the vacuum-sealed packs of pressed duck in the fridge nearby. There must be hundreds of them, all spicy and numbing flavor. This is actually a pretty good change of pace. When you get sick of the food on the train, you can try this for a fresh taste. I casually opened a pack, tore off a duck leg, and tossed it into my mouth. Not bad. My eyes lit up a bit. Maybe because I hadn't eaten it in so long. The meat was dried perfectly, and the flavor was incredibly rich as I chewed. It's spicy, but super addictive. I wonder where that guy got this. Is there a pressed duck factory in the zombie basin? But after eating more than 10 pieces in a row, my cheeks started to flush red. I tossed the remaining pressed duck aside, immediately opened the fridge, grabbed a bottle of cold mineral water, and chugged it in one breath. But it was completely useless. Damn it, what kind of pressed duck is this spicy? Right now, my mouth just felt like it was on fire, a fierce pain constantly flaring up. At first, it just tasted rich and slightly spicy, totally bearable. But after 10 pieces, the heat completely exploded. I even felt like my tongue was going numb. I sucked in several sharp breaths of cold air, but the pain didn't lessen at all. I looked down at the bag of pressed duck tossed on the floor. It clearly said spicy, not extra spicy. Son of a bitch. Not daring to waste another second, I strode straight to the medical cabin in carriage number 2. This is bad. I'm gonna die from the spice. I have to reboot. After rebooting, I returned to the control room, completely back to normal. I handed the remaining half-pack of pressed duck to Xiao Fong, who was standing by the door, before continuing to inventory the rest of the loot. I definitely don't have the stomach to enjoy this pressed duck, but it's perfect as an interrogation tool. Just feed them the pressed duck and give them no water. Of course, that method is a bit unreasonable. I took over 10 packs and put them in the resident carriage, then distributed the rest to the guard squads to try. The confiscated cigarettes were all thrown into the resident store, along with the stockpiled supplies from the carriage fridges. We have plenty of fridges, so there's no worry about running out of storage space. There were also 200 or 100 handcrafted models, which looked pretty nice. I picked up a model about the size of a phone, admired it for a moment, and tossed it back into the pile. These things are useless, but it'd be a waste to throw them away. Whatever, I'll just dump them in the resident store and see if anyone wants them. What's worth mentioning is that, according to Biaozi's report, the two-way train didn't have a single woman on board. It was entirely men. According to the slaves from the two-way train, not long ago, the train's integrated fire control system suddenly opened fire in the middle of the night without any warning, slaughtering all the female members. It didn't even spare the sows. Even though every train is equipped with an integrated fire control system, almost no one actually uses it. This component is mostly just a deterrent. Once activated, it doesn't just kill 1 or 2 people. With such a high population density, in the midst of chaos, precision shooting is basically impossible. On the two-way train at the time, amidst the chaos, quite a few men ended up as collateral damage. The only ones who truly witnessed the power of the integrated fire control system were the slaves of the two-way train. Because of that, the slaves from this train were also the most obedient. Especially after seeing the 10 heavy machine guns in the carriage, they all voluntarily walked into the fridges without any resistance. On the other hand, the slaves from the other trains still had a few stubborn troublemakers. Naturally, under the suppression of Squad 3, those guys were wiped out clean, adding over 1,900 survivors. There were basically very few who resisted. Or rather, you could say they had grown them a long time ago. I frowned slightly. Adding these 1,900-plus survivors, the total population on the planetary train had exceeded 3,300. The daily consumption cost for all the components, plus food and water, had nearly hit the 6,000 iron ore mark. Open my eyes, close my eyes, and just like that, 6,000 units of iron ore vanish in a single day. And this is just during normal resting or mining states. Once a battle or unexpected event occurs, the consumption will multiply. Plus, it won't just burn through iron ore, copper and other resources will be drained too. Oh well. I shook my head helplessly, but quickly let out a laugh. The daily expenses are higher, but the mining efficiency has gone up too. You can't really say it's a profit or a loss. You can only say the pie has gotten bigger. A bigger pie means a bigger harvest. The only issue is, if we hit a dry spell, a period with no iron or replenishment, this whole pie could easily collapse. Thinking of this, I stopped stressing over it and directly spent 190,000 units of iron ore. I crafted iris chips for these 1,900-plus survivors and handed them over to Xiao AI to implant one by one. By the way, I also spent over 1,900 units of wood to craft a set of clothes for each of them. Naturally, they were all orange-red. This was the standard uniform of the planetary train. In the foggy environment of the apocalypse, wearing bright-colored clothes is easier on the eyes, and it lifts the mood at least a little. Am I really that important? Inside the spatial portal, named the Mecha Research Center in carriage number 2, Xiao AI was setting up the experimental equipment brought back from the geocentric nuke encounter map when she heard my instructions, asking her to go implant the iris chips. She was the only one who could do it. Her hands were steady enough, after all. Xiao AI looked with a hint of anticipation at the simple robot secured on the stand in front of her. She was building a new body for herself, so she could create avatars in the future and handle multiple tasks in different places simultaneously. Then, not daring to delay, she immediately left the spatial portal, packed all the produced iris chips and clothes into a fridge, and carried the fridge straight toward the resident carriages in the back. Carriages number 10 and 11 were originally the dwarf carriages, housing over 100 dwarves. But Daba had led all the dwarves to move into the spatial portal installed in carriage number 11. The dwarves all lived in fridges, so these two carriages had been empty for the past few days. Currently, the resident store was located in a fridge in carriage number 11, while Lao Zhu had placed 10 fridges in a row in carriage number 10. These 10 fridges served as temporary dormitories for the 1,900-plus survivors, with each fridge holding about 200 people, starting them off with level 3 resident treatment. Xiao AI stood at the fridge door, implanting the iris chips one by one. After getting implanted, each person followed the one in front of them, grabbing their set of clothes from the side. Everyone lining up to enter the fridge, male or female, was completely naked, without a single piece of clothing on, but no one took a second look at anyone else. First, because everyone was pretty filthy. Second, having reached this point, no one cared about that kind of stuff anymore. The difference between humans and dogs is that humans still value a bit of romance. Doing that kind of thing at least requires some atmosphere. It requires private space, soft music, and, if you're being luxurious, for the other person to be someone you actually like. None. Biaozi frowned. He had brought a squad member to stand by, both to act as a deterrent and to pick out a few promising seeds, like people with good physiques and mental strength who could be trained as reserve guards for Squad 1. With the train's population this large, the guard squads had to expand. Otherwise, if they suffered heavy losses on a mission outside, there wouldn't be anyone to replace them in time. There had to be at least a reserve squad. None. Xiao AI was like an emotionless robot on an assembly line, her hands ceaselessly implanting iris chip after iris chip. Because of constant mining, their overall physiques aren't bad, but compared to the current residents of the train, they're still lacking. Their mental strength is generally quite average. I haven't found any cases like Li Shiji. Hearing this, Biaozi felt a bit disappointed. You really couldn't expect to find someone like Li Shiji. It's incredibly hard to find a second person with that kind of monstrous talent. But someone like the captain of Squad 3 would be fine too. With so many people, are they all just painfully average? Being painfully average is the norm. Someone like Li Shiji is an anomaly. That night was undoubtedly incredibly busy. Settling over 1,900 survivors was no small task. For the next 3 days, these survivors didn't have to work. Naturally, they didn't get any meat to eat either. They were only provided with basic rations every day to ensure they didn't starve to death. This was also the standard procedure on the planetary train. Newcomers would be starved for 3 days, allowing them to witness the lives of the train's residents with their own eyes during that time. Only then would they be informed of the rules and the promotion process. As time passed, they would gradually integrate. The next day, right at dawn, the train had stopped next to a level 3 open pit iron mine. A group of residents started getting off the train to mine, while I sat inside, looking at the blueprint for the adrenaline syringe production line. This was a gold quality component. It cost 46,000 units of iron ore to craft and upgrade to level 10. The level 5 transcendence effect of the adrenaline syringe production line was halves consumption, and the level 10 transcendence effect was also halves consumption. This type of syringe was exactly what Biaozi had used in the Bioterror encounter map. It's a personal supply item, extremely useful when going out on missions. The original price was 1,000 units of iron ore per syringe. After 2 consecutive consumption reductions, the cost dropped to just 250 units. I crafted 3 syringes for each guard and stuffed them into their tactical vests, significantly boosting their survival rate during outside missions. After that, I looked at the text on the control screen. The rewards for clearing the geocentric nuke encounter map. You have successfully escaped the geocentric nuke encounter map. You receive the following rewards: 1 million units of iron ore, 1 million units of copper ore, 1 million units of wood. The rewards were incredibly direct. This was the most straightforward reward I had ever received from an encounter map, but also very practical. Except for the 1 million units of wood. This stuff isn't used much. Aside from crafting clothes, it has almost no other use. But it's better than nothing. Sooner or later, there will be a use for it. After all, crafting a fine set of clothes only takes 500 units of wood. Thinking for a moment, I sent another pin message to the train radio. Selling clothes. Has thermal insulation effect. Accepting bulk orders. Payment in copper or iron ore. Winter has arrived. The temperature is starting to drop. Clothes produced by the custom clothing lines of other trains don't have a heat-locking effect. Making slaves work in the freezing wind is pretty tough. However, after waiting a long time, no one inquired. It was a far cry from the bustling excitement when I sold cigarettes before. Very quickly, Chun Meng figured out the problem. Whether crafting a short-sleeved shirt or a padded coat, the material consumption is the same, 1 unit of wood. Those other trains absolutely don't need to buy thermal clothes. They just need to craft padded coats. If it's cold, wear a few more. It only costs a few extra units of wood. There's absolutely no need to spend iron or to buy clothes with a heat-locking effect. Wearing fewer layers makes working easier, but clearly, no captain is willing to spend money for that tiny bit of efficiency. So, he sent another message. Selling black flying stones. Bring your offers when asking for the price. Remote trading available. This time, the train radio practically exploded. Almost instantly, for people sent him private messages. Clearly, the demand for black flying stones was much higher. Not bad. Chun Meng looked at the 4 items in his hand and nodded in satisfaction. After some filtering, he sold 10 black flying stones, leaving him with 6. Black flying stones are very powerful, but the prerequisite is having a certain amount, at least 3 or 4. Otherwise, the effect isn't very noticeable. If you have 2, you can give a green quality component a level 5 transcendence effect, and a blue quality component a level 10 transcendence effect. Furthermore, they can be used to upgrade defensive or offensive components, allowing you to skip the intermediate component stage of the next level, saving a considerable amount of resources. For example, directly upgrading an energy shield to level 7 or 8 without needing to craft a plutocrat energy shield. Wait until the train reaches level 9, then directly use a higher level defensive component. The amount of resources saved in between is massive. The 10 black flying stones he sold brought in 600,000 units of iron ore, a green quality vehicle component blueprint, a small card, and a ticket to an encounter map. The blueprint was for a cigar production line. The small card looked quite similar to the kill one person every 10 steps card the train had given him before. Special item, dungeon access card. Effect, when inside the Eternal Prison encounter map. This card can be used to open the door to a certain dungeon within the map. The lab access card from before had given him a taste of the sweet rewards, so when the other party offered this item for trade, he agreed almost instantly. He might not need it right now, and it might just sit in a drawer gathering dust, but if the day ever comes when he needs it, it'll be a stroke of luck. Compared to letting black flying stones sit around gathering dust, it's better to let something else gather dust instead. As for that encounter map ticket, it was quite special. Special item, Neon Port City ticket. Effect, ticket to the Neon Port City encounter map. When this ticket glows red, crushing it will immediately transport you into the encounter map. Aside from the 600,000 units of iron ore and the cigar production line, the other 2 items were things he had no idea when he'd actually use. He tossed the dungeon access card into a drawer and placed the Neon Port City ticket under the walkie-talkie on the desk, just in case he shoved it in a drawer and missed it when it started glowing red. That walkie-talkie was the one he brought out from the underwater maze. He still hadn't found an opponent to use it on. No train had chosen the class change mission to become an S-class mecha train yet, but he wasn't in a hurry. Sooner or later, some stubborn fool would show up. He believed that. The planetary train's armor was currently level 7. The cost to upgrade the armor of one carriage from level 6 to level 7 was 200,000, and from level 7 to level 8 was 300,000. The total cost to upgrade the entire planetary train's armor to level 8 was 4,800,000. The train's current iron ore balance was 4,844,000. Just enough. Without a second thought, Chun Mang immediately spent 4,800,000 units of iron ore, directly upgrading the entire planetary train's armor to level 8. With this, all 15 carriages of the planetary train, including the locomotive, were now equipped with level 8 armor. If he encountered a danger on the level of the geocentric nuke from the other night, he wouldn't even need to activate the absolute defense special skill. Taking the hit head-on wouldn't be a problem. At most, some external components would be damaged and need repairs. Level 8 armor could completely nullify attacks of level 8 and below. The price was that the train's iron ore balance was left with a mere 44,000. For a train with over 3,000 residents, this amount of iron ore would be completely insufficient if even the slightest mishap occurred. But fortunately, this was the yellow zone. Level 3 iron ore wasn't hard to find, and the train was currently parked right next to a level 3 iron mine. Once this mine was fully excavated, he could rake in millions of units of iron ore again. His steel train armor was a green quality component, so the upgrade cost was relatively economical. If he switched to an energy shield, the resource consumption would be vastly higher. It wasn't for nothing that among those level 8 trains, only one had a plutocrat energy shield that reached level 7. The rest were all stuck at level 6. There was even a level 7 train whose energy shield was only level 5.